Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the final day of the 2024 Summerset National Championships, which has been held in the beautiful Canterbury region. We've had 756 people competing over 8 days to find the finalists, and that's where we are today. We've got the final of the Open Disability Singles, the men's pairs and the women's singles. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary today by John Macbeth and Dave Edwards. So we're watching now the first ends of the Open Disability Singles between Snow Reardon and Wayne McCarthy. What do you think we can expect to see? We'll start with you, Dave. What do you think we can expect to see in this final?
Morning, guys. Yes, look, I think this is going to be a heck of a final. I mean, I took particular notice of yesterday's semi-final that we saw between Snow Reardon and Linda Bennett, and what a fantastic game that was. 21-20, went the whole way. And I'm anticipating something similar here. Just one thing to note, though, that you can see on the green there, the shadows of those trees moving about a bit. There's a bit of wind about, John.
Yes, yeah, indeed there is. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Dave. It's a slightly different direction from yesterday. I've been down to ground level and you can feel it there, but it's not going to have a huge effect, I don't think, on these players. And we saw yesterday a similar strength of breeze, maybe slightly less, and none of those players that you've mentioned, Linda or Snow, actually seem to struggle with it. And the key to it, of course, is the weight, and we see already with these two players, they've got their weight pretty much spot on. They had those two trial ends earlier, and they're both keen and eager. We'll talk a bit about the players as it goes on, but the yellow bowls belong to Snow Reardon from the Burnside Bowling Club, and of course the other colour belong to Wayne McCarthy, who has made it through to the final. So two good blokes, two players with disabilities, and they're both going to show us that they're right on top of their game and certainly deserve to be here.
And of course, I'll also be here providing some updates from the women's singles semi-final and the men's pairs quarterfinals, and live scoring will be available on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. My first little update for those who are interested: there's a quarterfinal match between Ray Martin and Will Bennett and Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham, which was the final last year, John. And on the first end, one of the teams scored a 6, and on the second end, the other team scored a 6. So the score in that quarterfinal, 6 apiece after 2. And I wonder how many times that has happened in a quarterfinal of a national championships, because I'd suggest not very often.
Gee, maximums on two ends. Wow.
Well, that is unheard of. That is incredible.
It's pretty staggering.
Well, oh, man. Blow you away. You'd be thinking you'd be cock a hoop after the first end if you'd got the 6.
Yeah.
And thinking this game's easy, and then bang.
Oh, well. So here we have this first end. It's the first to 21, of course. And yesterday, for those of you who were watching, we did have, as Dave has mentioned, a really fantastic match between this chap here and Linda Bennett. And 21-20 was the final score, and it went for just under 3 hours, that game. I said to Snow this morning, did you sleep well? And he said, did I what? So, long day for them. He's holding a couple of shots there, but plenty of room for Wayne to get in.
Last bowl of the first end, and obviously the trial ends are very, very important. You can see the marker just stepping in here to see who has actually got the shot. You can just see Wayne's bowl right at the bottom of the screen there. That's in the measure for the shot, but it looks like she's pointing to Snow's bowl, so it looks like Snow has got the shot here. But yeah, the players have had the trial ends, and that's when we need to really use those trial ends to our advantage, because especially to find the lines that you're going to require, that are going to be required to get the bowl to finish on the centre line. That's the advantage of those trial ends, sorting out that line. Not quite sure if that's made it in for shot.
I see marker groping pockets, making sure she has a measure, I think. Do you think, where did I leave it? Both trouser pockets searched.
Could very well be required here for the first end. No, Wayne's conceded one.
Yeah. This is the action on the other green, as Alex mentioned. 6 on each of those first 2 ends. The match between Martin and Lawson.
I can't even comprehend the emotions that you'd go through in a quarter final, having got a 6 and dropped a 6. I suppose the team, whichever team scored the first 6, would be feeling more depressed, wouldn't they? Because they started off with the 6 and are now all square. But incredible stuff on that green for sure.
This is Lawson, you can see, just marching down now. Here's with Tony Grantham down at the other end.
I wonder if there were shots played to achieve the 6, like someone sat a bowl out or drove a bowl out, or whether they were both all drawn 6s. It would be rather well, it's an unbelievable occurrence as it is, without
getting it.
Will be interesting later on when the debriefs are all held up in the clubhouse as to exactly how that happened.
I mean, so many things enter the folklore of bowls, don't they? And I feel like six all after 2 might be entering into that book.
Absolutely, there are some legendary stories abound around about big numbers being dropped at crucial times in matches. Okay, so we just had a measure for the second shot there.
So certainly one anyway to, it is just one, yeah, but see marker coming down with the 1 lollipop, which is in favour of Graham Reardon.
Snow Reardon, well known around the Canterbury area, plays a lot of bowls, loves the game. I remember when Joe and I lived in Christchurch, he was a feature of many a tournament. You'd turn up there and Snow would be there. Absolutely loves the game. Well,
if people aren't aware of Snow, he's from the Burnside club. This is his club here. I was chatting to him about his wheels, the chair that he uses, and he said some years ago he was in South Africa and saw people playing in wheelchairs over there, and in New Zealand they didn't really accommodate wheelchairs at that stage, and so he saw what they were doing, got some dimensions and so on, and went to a place called Melrose Wheelchair Manufacturing here in the Canterbury area, and they produced his first bowls chair, and the big wheels of course are just a solid rubber of a certain dimension, so reasonably wide to spread that load. And he said there's some protocols involved, and we talked about that yesterday, about he still has to have his wheels on the mat when he delivers. And he said one thing, when you're playing in a centre rink, so at the moment he's got a spare outside rink, he can travel down there when changing ends, but he said playing in a competition game, if you're in the centre area, he said you always go right down that centre line, so you're not getting into the bowls lines of of you or your opponent. And I said, well, it'd be all right though if some players you were playing against weren't aware of the rules, you could just track down where you like. And he said, no mate, he said, I played against Gary Lawson, and I did a wee bit of that, and he soon pulled me up. So his disability is he's a tetraplegic, involved in a motor car accident way back in 1973.
It's fantastic that he's got on with life, and especially he's got his bowls, which, as I mentioned earlier on, he absolutely loves with a passion. And it's fantastic that our sport can cater for people like Snow, or all of these people with disabilities. It's fantastic that, as you've seen, the variety of people and their disabilities, and yet they can all still participate in this fantastic sport of ours.
And because this is open disabilities category, it's open to all disabilities, and we'll soon see Wayne McCarthy, who's a 69-year-old, plays out of Methven Club, been in Ashburton for about 20 years, grew up in my old hometown of Timaru, he tells me. He's been playing for 7 seasons, or this is his 7th season, and his is a hearing disability. And he said, it looks unfair, he said, I'm playing against a chap in a wheelchair, he said, but I know Snow Reardon, he said, none of us believe we've got disabilities, and but I had to speak quite clearly to him. Mind you, he was having to speak quite clearly to me too. I think we're both wearing the same hearing aids.
Eh?
Yeah.
Now, just one of the early observation. I know it's only the second end, but these guys are struggling to find their lines.
Yeah.
No one's finishing on the centre line yet, and that's the crucial part. If you can get onto that early in the game, we've only got 2 things to worry about when we play a bowl, is to send it down the right line at the right speed, and the easier of those 2 equations is definitely line taking. So these guys really need to work hard over these next 3 or 4 ends just to ensure that they're getting their bowl finishing on that centre line.
Looking at those flags, it does appear it's more of a head and tail wind, and if that's the case, they're certainly going into it in this direction. Oh no, they're not. They're playing with it, aren't they? Yeah. So.
I confuse myself when I look at flags. So
yeah.
Much
and
better
Dave,
bowl here.
And Dave, it's often you look at those flags that are 10 metres up a pole somewhere. It's totally different to what it is on ground level. So yeah, good bowl there from Wayne McCarthy.
And our marker there, Bridget Kitching from Timaru. Just awaiting how many Snow is going to concede to Wayne in this race to 21.
3 here. Could very well be a 3.
Looking very closely at a 4.
Call it 3.5.
They're going to measure the last one, yeah. So, as I mentioned, very important that we use those trial ends to the best of to our advantage, and sorting out the lines that we need to take on the green, and then the first couple of ends of the game as well. Just solidify your thoughts from the trial ends, and so that you can start really peppering that centre line.
So we see the other activity, the men's pairs. I see Gary Lawson and Ray Martin here on this rink 2, marching down to the mat. Martin obviously won the previous end. Here's the first bowl.
Wonder if it was a 6.
Yeah.
Surely not.
Fantastic complex at the Burnside Club, of course. 3 grass greens. This one here and the one that we're watching the Open Disability Singles final game on, and then out the other side of the clubhouse is another beautiful green. So magnificent clubhouse, very, very well manicured greens, as we know, and the club itself is an extremely well run and outstanding club, a real fine example of what can be achieved by clubs.
Yeah, I think we're chatting to the president a little bit later on and find out a bit more about this club. You're right. I was talking to Jo, your wife, yesterday about her experiences here. A couple of World Championships, Asia Pacifics. You don't go past Burnside, and there are some other outstanding clubs here in Christchurch, of course. But it's great that we've got a truly international concept here. You see that 4 next to Wayne McCarthy? They measured for 4, and it was a good measure too for the man from Methven. This first bowl on this third end stayed on the green.
Talking about successful clubs, I believe you're the president of an extremely successful club too, John.
I decided 4 years was enough for me, Dave, and I pulled out at the annual general meeting this year, but still pretty much involved. Yeah.
The voice of the Raumati Bowling Club, John, now.
Raumati. I'm the club captain of Raumati
Yes, there
Bowling
you go.
Club,
Yeah, the club captain.
But the good thing is, Dave, having been the president and being suggested that I become the club captain, I did have the, I suppose, influence to say only if I can draft my own job description. Yeah, we've been going well, actually. Looking forward to continuation of the inter-club up in the Kapiti region, and teams are going well.
Great opening bowl from Snow Reardon here. Let's see if he can back it up with another good one here. Interesting to note that just only the second time we've played in this direction, coming this way the last time Snow played the other hand. So maybe he decided that he thought back to his trial ends and thought, look, actually, I think maybe my backhand coming this way is possibly a better option for me. And he switched early in the game to pretty good effect, as we see here. A little bit short with this one, but he's picked his line with both of those bowls. As I was talking about earlier on, he knows now what his line is on that backhand.
Yeah. And making the switch early is important. Being confident in making the switch, eh?
Absolutely, yes. And you know, quite often it's good to do it early in the game. Sort out which is the better hand for you, which one feels like looks better to the eye for you, and that you can sort the lines out on and get back to that centre line. So important that you find out which is the most favourable hand for you as early as you can.
Staying on the backhand.
Looks to be on another pretty good line. He won't be too dissatisfied with this if it goes past, but it hasn't gone past. Actually, it was wide. It looked quite good out of the hand. Looks to be a reasonably narrow line down there on that hand, because that looked quite good out of the hand, but it's finished wide, so...
Certainly a bit narrower than what we saw yesterday on that hand.
Yeah.
Very smooth delivery from Wayne McCarthy. Maybe too smooth.
This is a very good line. This one, he's close here. He's very close. What a great bowl. Can't get it much better than that.
And he's got those two back bowls too, so that limits what Snow can do. Oh, that's helped.
You're absolutely right, John. That's why Snow with his third bowl really needed to be up, and he didn't achieve that. So now his options are very limited. All he's got is the draw. Try and dead draw it. If he happens to reach the jack and just tickle it round the corner, he could make a couple of it, but he's got no other shot option available to him here.
No. Play it with weight and you can be 3 down. And
that's right.
So here he goes. Big last bowl for Graham Reardon from the home club, Burnside. He's certainly going to be reaching. It's not a bad line either, is it? Oh, well, he might get a result out of this.
Over.
He might. Oh, hard luck. Yep. So didn't make it any worse.
I can tell you that live score updates are being inputted into BowlSub Aotearoa, and using that feature for the 4 quarterfinals in the men's, Ray Martin and Will Bennett lead defending champions Lawson and Grantham 9-6 after 4 ends. Seamus Curtin and Paul Price, taking on Chris Lalive and Nick Cahill 2-1 up after 2 ends. Rodney Graney and Zumi Matheson, who are taking on Hamish Kelleher and Ethan Kelleher, 8-4 up after 4 ends. And Ryan Bester and Dale McWhinney Shillington, which is a name that strikes fear into my heart in regard to the graphics, John, playing previous champions Lance Pesco and Jamie Hill, and they're 6-0 up after 3. So if you want to keep up to date on the live scores, you can do so. Bowls Hub Aotearoa, click the live tab, and there's live scores for both the women's singles and the men's pairs being updated as we speak.
And of course, if you're in the Canterbury region, it's a top spot to come and watch bowls. But you'll notice a lot of people sitting around with at least jerseys on or jackets, so that when it's making temperature just a little bit fresh, not cold at all, but the umpires aren't, the markers aren't standing around in shirt sleeves, and you can see the breeze affecting Bridget's jacket. So another single there or a single to Wayne McCarthy. He moves to 5 in this race to 21. Now this end coming in this direction proved really problematical for both players, although McCarthy did score a 4. And you see already with that first one, Dave, just getting the green, the track, it's that feeling of, I can't push it out any further. But they need to, eh?
Yeah, this is where one of Joe's favourite sayings, believe your eyes.
Yeah.
You quite often we battle with ourselves. Surely I don't have to go that wide, but you've got to believe your eyes and chuck the bowl out there for sure. And this is a pretty good effort here from Snow. He's going to finish a wee bit wide, but gives him something to work with, and he's not that far wide. So
that's right.
That was a big... It's quite amazing, actually, because going in the other direction, on that side of the green they were playing, and it wasn't as wide but coming back this way, it looks to be a lot wider than what it is heading in the opposite direction, which is pretty unusual for a rink to do that. Yes, we quite often battle with ourselves when it comes to taking grass on. Surely to God, I don't have to go way out there, but you've just got to believe what your eyes are telling you.
And McCarthy looked to have gone wider. He's using Aero Optimas, but still narrow. So he's going to be in that situation where he might be looking at the number on the rink next door, but he's got to go between that and the next rink marker or something, just to get him out there and then work your way in rather than what he's doing at the moment. Snow's fined this up a wee bit now, and by quite a bit.
But he's taken all his speed off. Looks like he's nailed the line.
Yeah.
Taken all his speed off. But what he needs to do now is remember that line, because that's the line to take, and he just needed to give it a little bit more speed.
Wayne McCarthy has a hearing impairment. Well, he's made his correction pretty good.
Very, very well. Might have made 2 of it as well, tucking it round across the centre, off the centre line like he has probably brought his short bowl into the count as well.
We do have those women's singles matches being played as well on this same green, and Alex will be updating you on some of those scores throughout the day, or throughout the morning. Well, just improved, as that would have been all right if the jack hadn't moved. It was where he wanted it last time. Might be second shot there.
Might have got second shot with that one.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
Good decision here from Wayne, switching to the other side of the rink, playing his backhand this time. Those bowls of last bowl of Snow Red's definitely in the draw line there, and he doesn't want to be rolling that in, so he's got all of his bowls on this side of the rink that he's playing this time, and he's played it pretty well. Is it going to stop in time to count? No, it's just a little bit quick. Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, huge admiration for people with disabilities that get out and play our sport, and having been involved with Commonwealth Games teams which have had disability sections at the games. It just amazes you to see some of the people and some of the disabilities they've got, and the success that they can have in the sport of ours. And as we look at this here, is it just the one? Let's see when they get down there and make up their mind. But yeah, just the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, I remember one gentleman from the UK had absolutely no arm. Well, he had no arms whatsoever and delivered the bowl with his foot.
And was very good.
My word.
Yeah.
Oh, how clever was he?
Yeah.
It was incredible. And then also you'd see him in the lunchroom, just amazing. Didn't have artificial arms at all, and would pick up his cup of tea or his coffee or his sandwich with his feet. And yeah, it was just remarkable to watch. But his skills on the bowling green, kicking the bowl up. And remember, the Northern Hemisphere greens are incredibly slow. So you had to give them a real, but it was amazing to watch him in action. Just sensational.
Just a measure here for second shot. And Snow Reardon looking quite pensive because that last bowl of his was really a very ordinary one where he had nothing going. He'd played his green well previously, and this time it was short and narrow. In fact, I think the ball got picked up.
So I'll give some updates to the women's singles semi-finals while we're waiting for this end to be decided. I can tell you that Minna Paul leads Leanne Poulsen 8 points to 5 in the race to 21. And Briar Atkinson leads Sandra Keith 7 points to 4. So some tight semi-finals there so far. To give some context, in those two semi-finals, Briar Atkinson was the losing lead in the women's peers final that was played earlier this week, and is a young superstar, having won the New Zealand Champion of Champion Singles. Sandra Keith sits on a number of open titles and has played for New Zealand before. She was probably playing top bowls before Briar was born, so there's a mixture of youth and experience in that game. And even in the other semi-final with Leanne Poulsen and Minna Paul, Leanne, a current blackjack, Minna was in the blackjack system 20 years ago and still plays good bowls, has a number of centre titles, but has sort of come through by winding back the clock, so to speak, this week.
So the measure went the way of Graham Reardon, so it was just a single there for Wayne McCarthy. 6-1 is the score in this final of the Open Disability Singles, and we will have, of course, as Alex has mentioned, the finals, live coverage of the finals of the women's singles and then the men's pairs throughout the day. So good day to park up and watch. So good spectator crowds in between the two rinks, as you can see there, between the two greens. Quite a number upstairs and parked along the ground floor. So on the top of your screen there, in the far corner, you can see part of where the cafeteria is and the gathering rooms and where people have their breakfast, as it was this morning, because a reasonably early start and lunch. Plenty of good places to view.
The numbers will continue to build, won't they, John, as the day goes on?
Yeah.
Now, Snow, what are you up to here, Snow? You've switched your hand again, back to the forehand. Played the backhand so well in this last end coming this direction. And so I find this a little bit confusing. Not quite sure what he's up to here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But played the backhand so well coming this way last time, and he switched to the forehand. Confusing me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very easily confused, so it's I just sit here in a constant state of confusion in the commentary booth.
And you know what'll happen, Dave. You'll put on 3 fantastic bowls from here.
You're probably right.
And you'll be able to say, that's why I wanted to change my hand, Dave.
Slightly overplayed.
But he did that coming this way last time, and it really negated the shot opportunities for Snow. So, as everyone says, you're better to be over than short. Here we go, Dave.
He's gone back. Maybe he remembered. He might have heard me, perhaps.
Yeah.
he probably remembered. He probably thought, "Oh, why did I send that down on that hand? I went so good on the backhand last time." So he switched back to the backhand and just overplayed it a little bit as well. But he's drawn the shot. He'd probably go, "What a wasted first bowl, silly Snow! I should have been on the backhand."
Wayne McCarthy staying on this hand. He's looking for a weight correction, really. He's put 2 well over. There we go. So that zipping through. Well narrow. Now chance here for Snow to pick up a couple or 3 if he's warm to the
big
task.
bowl here from Snow. If he can draw another handy one here, draw another shot here, really puts the pressure on Wayne and gives him the opportunity to get a number possibly. He's not too big, just a little bit wide. That's coming this way. That's a little bit tighter than that, but he's going to be in the count. Just has to beat that wing bowl of Wayne's to count. Interesting to note, next time Snow gets on the mat, you can see that he lines his wheelchair up in the direction that he wants to go. He doesn't just plant it straight down the rink. He lines it up in the direction that he wants to send the bowl, which is so vitally important as we see a pretty good bowl here from Wayne. He's made the adjustment with his grass, and this is it going to stop in time to get the shot? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. But you can see now Snow lining himself up on the mat so that his whole body is aiming in the direction that he wants to send the bowl. He's not just aiming it straight down the centre of the rink. Vitally important that we do that, and for even able-bodied people, it's vital that we get our alignment on the mat right. Just on that high line again.
We flick there. No, it doesn't quite get it.
Beautiful speed. He'll be disappointed with that. It's got the speed part right, but not the line. So it'll be another one to Wayne McCarthy, and he now edges out to a 7-1 lead.
This is the final of the National Open Disability Singles. A couple of South Island players here, local in Snow Reardon from this Burnside club, and Wayne McCarthy from the Methven club in Mid-Canterbury. And here we just take you over to the adjacent green where 4 rinks are in action in the men's peers. See Tony Grantham there, who's playing with Gary Lawson in the blue and gold. He's just delivered his first bowl of this particular end, and like Grantham usually, he's right on the cake.
Not bad is Tony Grantham.
He always performs well when the camera's on.
Even when he doesn't know it's trained on him.
He senses these things.
Is it going to stop in time? Look at this.
Yeah, just does. So if you're wondering where Snow's bowls are, they're tucked into the shelf underneath his seat, and he's just practicing in the background, just thinking maybe he's not quite happy with his delivery. Just as a wee practice as he wheels up to the mat. And of course he, like able-bodied players, needs to have part of that wheelchair on the mat. It certainly has to be on the mat with a wheelchair. That's a good starter there from Wayne McCarthy.
Good handy bowl. He'll be keen to take note of that line because he certainly nailed it. And that's it. I'm not going to go on about line anymore.
Well, the mat's out quite a way, isn't it, this time too? So he's dragged it up. Looks like he's having a wee run at this almost with that weight, is he?
Definitely played it too heavy.
Yeah. Stays on those, just tucked him behind the pinkish bowl of his opponent. So this is as far out as the mat has been so far in these 6 ends that have been played. So Snow Red and Big M well got a single as they struggled with their line, and then Wayne responded with a 4 on the second, and then 3 consecutive singles.
What about?
Yeah, pretty good.
Starting to zero in on things, especially coming this way. He's starting to get some consistency.
So if he uses that same line that he had last time and that weight, he's probably going to be in the area. He's pretty much in the area. If he gets a wee edge here, it'd be good.
Yeah, played it. Oh, he's very unlucky there.
Yeah.
Very unlucky. Just need, as you said, John, an edge just to roll the bowl off the jack would have been ideal for Snow there, but unfortunately onto the jack and popped it back, and he'll be 2 down there, I'd imagine.
But exposed the jack a wee bit. I think he won't be too concerned. He can see it. There's a track there for him now. And probably on the other hand.
Giving himself a little bit more room, that's for sure.
Oh, gee, he's packing them in now, Wayne McCarthy.
Beautiful bowls.
Yeah.
He's really starting to nail it now, especially coming in this direction.
So you'd think a change of hands here for Snow, and it gives him more options. A shot bowl, the jack, or to sit on that last bowl of McCarthy's. No, he's staying on that same hand. You can see it there. Push his own one up, would probably give him the shot, just with that nice weight too. Oh, desperately unlucky with that. That would have probably, might not have been quite hard enough, but certainly would have pushed his bowl up. Now he's facing 2 shots. 3 shots.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I think it could be 3.
Yeah.
And I think he'll probably force Wayne onto his backhand, because Wayne a left-hander. So he's had to change his hand to the backhand now. That last bowl of Snow's would have been right on the draw line, right in his eye. So safety first here, definitely to switch to this backhand.
Oh, the way he was talking, he wasn't all that keen about it. That's all right though. It's safe.
Now for mine, Snow's got to change his hand here.
Yeah.
He's got to play a forehand now. He's got some options. His own sort of 4th shot there out on the wing. He can use that just underneath that, land on the second shot or the shot bowl that's just in behind the jack. So he's got a lot more options on the forehand, and he's realised that, and that's what he's doing.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No,
I mean, that was a great
he's
piece.
not
That was
either.
a great piece of commentary and to
Right,
let the
yeah.
bowl go, Dave.
Yep. Yeah,
That's fantastic.
But and that's what I thought with this
Unbelievable.
previous one too, Dave. That coming on this other hand certainly gave him more options. Didn't he? Had a wick off that bowl to the right as we view it. You know, that would have been good. He could promote his own. He could get an inside edge off one. You know, he could take the jack. It all seemed to be available for him on the other hand and on the right as we look at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So yes, this is starting to get a little bit worrying now for Snow. We'll wait and see what the verdict here is, whether it's 2 or 3. It certainly looked like 3 to us, and puts Wayne on double figures if it's a 3.
He's picked up 2.
2.
And Snow has suggested if he wants it, he can measure it. Oh no, he's just picking it up. So that's 3.
3 it is, and that puts Wayne on double figures, as I say, increases the margin to a 9-shot lead, 10-1. And it's not super panic times yet for Snow, but he just needs to definitely start scoring to So the advantage of scoring as well is that it gives you the option with the mat to make a change that might suit should suit what you want to do with that mat, and make an adjustment and hopefully play a length that you feel comfortable playing to get yourself back in the game. But you've got to win an end first in order to do that. So you'll be wanting to do that in the next couple of ends.
Can also give some updates on the women's singles. They're both locked up. Leanne Paulson and Minna Paul, 9 apiece in the race at 21. And Sandra Keith and Briar Atkinson, 7 all in the race at 21. So some good semi-finals in the singles going on this rink. And we will, of course, be joined shortly, John, by Kevin Smith to have a conversation with him about the open disability grade and also para bowls in New Zealand. Looking forward to that in about 5 minutes.
Wayne will be wanting to keep the pressure on here. He's not quite so successful coming in this direction as what he has been going in the other direction, but that's a handy bowl, just gone through a metre or so, but pretty good opener.
Well, Snow's going to play that backhand. Remember going this way last time, he threw one down on the other hand, and you expressed surprise, and I think he was surprised himself at the choice. So this is a better line from him. The way he played yesterday, he's just as likely to put up 3 within half a metre and, pick up a 3 and suddenly bounce back into the game. But a long day yesterday for these players. As we mentioned earlier, the match that he played against Linda Bennett, which went to 21-20 and went 28 ends, I think, from memory, and was close to 3 hours on the mat. So, long day. Nice correction all round here.
Oh, he got the little assistance from the short bowl, but you're right, it was a pretty good correction. Well, it was going to be a little bit narrow until it got that little slip off Snow short bowl, but it's ended up in a perfect home for him. So same line needed here from Snow, and just another metre of weight. Oh, a bit of a grimace as he let that go. He might have overcooked this one, I think. Definitely overcooked it green-wise.
Yes, well, you can see, Dave, we're talking about the wind, and it is certainly having an effect there. You see the floppy hats and jackets and that, and dresses and that, just feeling the effects of the breeze. And it's up to the bowlers to react to that, as Wayne McCarthy sends one deep.
Really starting to master the line though, Wayne. Those 3 bowls all very well grasped, and so big bowl here from Snow. He really needs to start hitting his strap soon.
Well, camera moving a bit, so that's an indication that the wind has picked up. Particularly going in this direction, I just glanced out to where the women's singles are playing, and a bit scattered over there too, heading in the same direction. So it might take a lot of concentration to make sure you counter whatever effect it is having.
Just Just one observation I'll make here with Snow. If we see him getting prepared on the mat, the one thing, if Snow asked me for any little tips that might be able to help him, the one thing I'd be asking him to try is to keep his head up when he delivers the bowl. You see now he'll look up at his line, then he goes back down and he puts his head down. I would like to see him try and keep his head up, looking at the target that he's trying to send the bowl to. And I think that would be a big assistance to him if he is able to do that. It's something that as able-bodied people, we definitely coach it that way, as finishes narrow, so he's going to drop another shot here. But yeah, definitely keeping your eye focused on the target down the other end. It's the same as when you're throwing a cricket ball from the boundary. You're looking at the wicket-keeper's gloves to throw the ball to. So even though the bowl's going to turn, we know it's going to turn, we still keep our eye focused on that line that we want to send it down. Pick a point that we're going to aim the bowl at. And I think that's the one little bit of advice that I'd give Snow, to try keeping his head up. Physically, he may not be able to, but that would be something I'd be getting him to have a crack at.
And my last update for a minute or five before we get Kevin Smith to hop on the commentary for 3 or 4 ends and provide his dulcet tones, is that in the men's pairs, the Lawson-Martin game, 12-9 to Lawson after 7. So that's 21 points and 7 ends. It seems a bit ridiculous. The other quarterfinal, the Leaves trailing 3-6 to Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor. The Callahers are trailing 6-10 to Graney and Zumi after 6 ends, and Pascoe and Hill trail 2-7 to Ryan Bester and Dale McWhinney Shillington, otherwise known as Dale, after 6 ends. You can find all the live updates on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, but for now that's me, and I'll be back at the conclusion of whenever you finish talking to Kev.
Thanks, Alex. And you might have just noticed while Alex was chatting that Ray Martin's combination put the mat down, so they'd picked up at least a single to close that gap from 12-9, I think he said, to at least 12-10. So we'll keep you posted on those. And yes, it is a warm welcome. Kevin, how are you this morning?
A bit cool, John.
Yeah, what's it, tell us about down there. We were just talking about how maybe that wind is having an effect down there.
Well, we see the Burnside flags out there. They're nearly stiff out there, coming in from the south, and it was a bit unexpected because the temperature's supposed to get to 25 today,
yeah.
But it's chill in the shade on this end rink down here. At the present time, of course, the direction they're playing at the moment is a backwind and into the headwind, obviously, in the opposite. And so it's a little challenging, but the players working hard. I mean, of course, Wayne has been particularly consistent here this morning and dominating at this stage. I want to take a moment, though, John, and tell you about the Lawson game, because and the listeners, with that scoreboard, I turned around for a moment and it was 8-6. And I thought, 8-6 after 3 ends. And you might have already talked about it. I haven't hit the...
Well, we just mentioned well, you tell us. You were there watching.
Well, as I understand, I was standing there and it was 8-6, and then somebody went up and I thought, the wind's flipped the numbers around and that's what's happened. But somebody then scored. Ray Martin scored a 1, and so they went up and Gary flipped it over to 9-6. And I said to the people sitting in front of me, please tell me it wasn't a 6 and 2 4s. And they said, no, it wasn't. It was 2 6s. It opened with 2 6s.
Yes. Oh, extraordinary.
It was extraordinary at this level. It wasn't a meat pack tournament. It was here at the National Championships. But the heads were like a tea towel.
Yes. Well,
and that's what they were getting.
We all expressed surprise when we heard that had happened. So
I understand that Gary had missed 2 drives on that first end, and then but made amends with, must have drawn some close ones there to get the 6 on the second end. So remarkable start. But this is the game of basketball. Let's get back to this fantastic
Wayne's
match.
really settled him better than Snow, who played exceptionally well yesterday, and you would have seen that match against Linda, where he really showed great determination and resilience to hang in for nearly 3 hours and win by 21-20. But it's not so much about the bowls that we want to talk about. It's about the para bowls and disability bowls within New Zealand. And I talked to Wayne beforehand, and I said, so what's your disability? Because people looking at it would say he looks as though he's got no disability.
Of course.
He basically said, what did you say? And he said that you'd talked to him and you said to him, you're not hearing a word I'm saying. You have, there's an opportunity here for you to play as a hearing impaired player within Bowls New Zealand. So there's so many categories. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. Snow plays a great bowl, gets a touchy, moves it a little bit, but stays with it, so he's going to score one there. Look, that's exactly how Wayne came into the para bowls community. He actually beat me up in the centre singles in the wind, and I turned around to talk to him on the second end. He didn't answer, and we talked about. I asked how deaf was he, without being invasive about it, trying to do it diplomatically, and he said a lot. But so for people to play para bowls, we have people with any physical challenges, any challenges at all that impedes their capabilities to play bowls, can enter this open disability events. We're not interested in classifications. People can get assessed in the para world for physical challenges, and there's very specific classifications required. They can get assessed in the visual impaired, various classifications required, and the deaf players have a specific classification as well, where they have to have 55 decibel hearing loss. Mm-hmm. That's about 55% hearing loss as well. And then there's a whole classification for people with intellectual disabilities or psychiatric concerns, cognitive challenges, head injuries, so forth, that can still play in the disability sector. And anybody with any challenges that impedes their ability to play bowls or their capability to play bowls could play in this event. The one group that's missing here this year is interesting, John, that we had, here's another great reply from Snow. He's fighting in here. I think he looks like he's got two. Yeah.
And he sets off down this outside rink without any assistance at all. He's enthusiastic now.
He's going to fly after those bowls. Yeah. But last year in Auckland we had 4 bowlers, for example, who played with a bowling arm. Mm-hmm. And so players who need to use a bowling arm because they can't get down to deliver a bowl, their structure of their anatomy, their pains, or whatever's going on for them, might not play. And this is the thing for disability bowls. Right. Anybody who thinks they can't last a full national championships, or we play 2 games a day only because for some people, if you have a prosthesis leg, for example, standing on that for more than 2 games a day, and internationally that's the same. Yep. So we try and be considerate about that, and we manage the program. But so this year we've had no players with a bowling arm. Oh. So any players in New Zealand or Australia or anywhere in the world who use a bowling arm for medical reasons can come and play in the Open Disability Nationals, and they might not think about playing in the national championships. And this is, you might not know, John, that last year we had 30 players playing in this inaugural event in Auckland, 42 this year. Well, so that's 30% growth straight away. Bang.
And what you've said today will encourage a lot more. And I think of, the club that I'm involved in Raumati, we've got 4 players who use arms, and none of them would be playing bowls if they couldn't use an arm, just because of their inability to get down. So they're bowling upright, basically.
Exactly.
Ability to use one arm to swing, and a lot of us think they should be banned.
I'll come in here, gentlemen, because at the moment I'm actually using an arm to play bowls. I had both my hips replaced, and slowly but surely I'm coming right, and I think eventually I'm going to be able to get back to being able to dispense with the arm, but at the moment I'm using one.
Yeah. And they're a great tool,
Fantastic.
Dave. There's no doubt about it. As I said, as we said, sometimes we think they should be banned because these guys with the arms are playing far better than they did when they were fully able to get down and bowl. But it's keeping them in the game. Otherwise, as these guys have said, would just be sitting at home.
That's the message. And that's Bowls New Zealand's position, and that's why this Open Disability event happens. Bowls New Zealand is interested in keeping people playing, getting people having opportunities, and here we have, in this community we have, and if you talked, I don't know whether Wayne talked to you about it, this is his first time in the para community, the wider para community, and his wife Glenda is here, and they've already booked their tickets virtually to go to Auckland. They're saying, we're coming to Auckland. I mean, we've got 4 Aussies here as well, have come over and played from the para community, played in this tournament, and they're saying they're all coming back next year, and they're going to bring some others. And so this para community, the wider para community, is a supportive, caring community.
Yeah.
They enjoy each other's companies. They've got each other's back, and it's just fun.
I think there's probably some sort of feeling out there. I mean, even Wayne said, he said, I don't feel as though I've got a disability because my hearing's so bad. But when I look at the person I'm playing against, but in fact there are as you say, impairments of any sort enable people to play in open disability matches.
Absolutely, and he plays another very good consistent bowl. Wayne just drawing past the jack, beautiful, holding two probably there. Look, the reality is everybody's unique.
Yeah.
And people have unique processes, and one of the key words we use in coaching and teaching people to play in the para community is we adapt the game, we adapt people's deliveries. We see Snow's position on the mat with his chair, for example, so we adapt what we can do to help the person play in their game. And perhaps one of the greatest adaptations we made was at the Blind World Championships in March this year, when Sue Curran, 77-year-old now, 76. Sue, don't slap me.
Get a
close.
Inside edge here, mate. You're right.
Yes.
It
You
might be the
rest
shot.
that out.
Might not.
Close. Sue was due to play off for the gold medal in Tweed Heads. Fell over in a metal plate that was around the green surrounds and broke her foot in the morning, and could not play off, and then she ended up getting the bronze. But in the afternoon, she was able to come back with her boot on. I happened to be the manager of the team. We put her in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
She'd never played in a wheelchair. I pushed her up and down the green a couple of times, let her bowl a couple of bowls. She went out with Kieran Wheeler, who lost the semi-final yesterday, and they won the bronze medal. Had they didn't play, they would have lost the bronze medal, but they won the bronze medal. So we adapted to what people can do. That's the secret.
Yeah,
adaptation.
Cool. So there you go, Dave. You might be able to play in the Open Disability Singles next year, and then the year after you'll be back into not being able to play if you're not using your arm. Yeah,
excellent.
I think that's great, Kevin. I know we've had. I noticed with having someone like Snow here in a wheelchair, not every club has a facility, or they can easily adapt, I suppose, to getting wheelchair access and.
Well, it's a challenge,
Yeah.
and I guess we use that word adapt again, and Snow's
there's just a couple of ramps here. I'm not sure
Yes,
whether we might be able to
there's-
see them down on the far corner behind that camera. You can see just the usual planks.
Yes,
Yeah.
so they're the ramps that bring the greenkeeper's
Yes,
roller
yeah,
down onto
yeah,
the green,
yeah.
and that's all that's required to get Snow down onto there. But historically, a number of people were not keen to have wheelchair players on their green because they thought they might mark the green and so on and so forth. Bowling greens, of course, are incredibly resilient.
Yep.
Repair quickly if there's any damage. Dumpers, who are a large proportion of bowlers around the place, can make marks and so forth on a green. And clubs, if they want to try and work with us to try and help you understand what you need to do, ramps are available. Players in a chair, they have a minimum requirements as well for their width. Flat wheels, smooth surfaces. Smo's got a specifically designed bowling chair. And we should throw in a little call out here for Melrose Chairs as the big supplier there on the back of Snow's chair. Here in Christchurch, Melrose have been a huge supporter of wheelchair sports in New Zealand for a long, long time now.
He was
Well, that's what
most
they do.
impressed with what they've done and how they've helped him. And
Yes.
I think
sort out.
so. Now we've got a situation where a club might be looking at extending their welcome to bowlers with disability. You're available for assistance.
I'm a phone call or an email away.
Yeah,
Kevin
great.
at bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. Please contact me. I mean, I'm going to give a call out to the Balclutha Bowling Club right now because they don't know I'm coming to visit them sometime in the next six or 8 weeks. But we had some have a go days for a woman with disabilities that was funded by the Ministry of Women following the success of the Women's World Cup. And New Zealand Blind Lawn Bowls, we got some funding. We were able to support Taylor Bruce and Val Smith to do have a go days in Nelson, Christchurch and Dunedin. And when we went to Dunedin, there was this woman came who'd never played bowls from Balclutha, and she's totally blind.
Yeah.
And we started her off. She's very interested. She shows some ability to play. She wants to play. And I'm coming down to talk to Belclutha and say, please invite this lady into your club. You will be enriched by her presence.
Yep. Oh, that's good. So bowls is an all-inclusive sport. There's no doubt about that. There's no barriers at all. So Kevin at bowlsnewzealand.co.nz.
That's it.
That's great. Kevin, thanks very much. That's been absolutely brilliant, mate.
That's very good.
Nice to talk, and you can...
Are
you still there, Dave?
Absolutely.
Good.
Sorry, Dave, we've taken over the show for you this morning.
No, brilliant. It's awesome to hear, and good to catch up with you a couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks ago when you were up in Nelson. And it's a great work that Bowls New Zealand and you especially are doing, Kevin, in this area for sure.
Oh, that's very kind, thank you. Look, I'm inspired by this community of the para community because they are inspirational, and perhaps I might finish with that little phrase that John Wooden, the basketball coach from America, a wonderful coach there, talks about don't let what you can't do stop you doing what you can.
Yes.
And that's an ethos for everybody. Don't let what you can't do stop you doing what you can. And that's what this group of people are about. They get out there, they're competing on an open stage. Here they are competing in front of the television audience.
Yes.
Fantastic. Papanui Club, we need to give them a shout out yesterday. I understand when Snow was playing Linda Bennett yesterday, there was crowds watching at the Papanui Club. The bar staff came out and watched. The punters were there watching.
Isn't that good?
Because they know Snow well there, the member of the Papanui Club, and they were having a wonderful time there. So thanks, gents. I'll leave you to this wonderful match we got with Wayne still in front there, 12-3.
Yep.
But if anybody wants to be involved with para bowls, any clubs want to be finding more about what can they do, please just contact myself, Kevin, at bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and we'll help you with that easily.
Great. Kevin Smith, everyone, thank you very much. That's absolutely spot on. So Snow, that time, just grimacing. I think he's just struggling to find everything at the moment, Dave, isn't he? You just sense that it's one of those days where it's not working for him, but certainly the conditions aren't helping. That breeze is interfering a little bit, but he gets a wee break here and gets a shot just to get a couple of scores in there would help him.
Yep, look, he is struggling compared to yesterday, and it's funny, we talk about, and it can happen from game to game, as you well know, John. 1 minute you go out there and you think you could beat anyone in the world because you're playing so well. You go on and have a cup of tea and go back out and play the next round, and you can't get within 60 feet of the damn thing. It's just and we wonder why, and we try to analyse why that sort of thing happens. But there's no rhyme or reason as to why it does happen. But what we've got to do is have some things in our toolkit that will assist us to try and get back on song. And one of the first things that I tell players is that one of the first things we tend to do when we're struggling and we're spraying them around a little bit and we're struggling is we start over analysing, and we start putting all sorts of thoughts into our head, and it just creates more and more jumbled information up there in the computer upstairs. And so I think the first thing I try to tell people is, go through your pre-shot, your routine and your process, but after that just trust your body to deliver the bowl. Don't instruct your body on delivering the bowl. I need to make sure I'm getting there, I need to make sure my foot's going there, and we start over-analysing, overthinking, we just get worse.
Yes.
So the less information we can have running around up in our head, the better.
Just going to the women's singles, Leanne Paulson is leading Minor Paul by 14-10 now, and Sandra Keith and Briar Atkinson, it's Sandra Keith leading by 11-8. So they're in fact I just see it's gone 11-9 now. So close games with Paulson and Keith leading in them.
The name of Minna Paul, been around for years and years and years, and she's it harks back to the days of Millie Khan even. I know that Minna used to play a lot of bowls with Millie Khan back in the day. Absolutely lovely lady too, Minna Paul, and a very, very good bowler, as is proved by the fact that she's into the
Yes.
semi-finals of the singles this year.
Gosh, there have been some big names, as always happens, dropping out. We see Selena Goddard, the national defender, defending the champion. I think she was beaten by Sarah Scott late yesterday afternoon, but then Scott in turn got beaten. So big names have gone. The world champion isn't here, of course, at her home club. Taylor Bruce, she's overseas at the moment. But as you'd expect, her parents are here, putting in plenty of hours. So here we go. It looks like we might have got that at least a single there for Snow, maybe two.
Could be two. Yeah, they're having a good look at that second shot.
I think two it is. Yes, it
Let's
is.
have a look. Yep, two it is.
Now marker is Bridget Kitching from Timaru, so she holds up the two. That's now five, so very rapidly Snow has gone from having scored a single on the first end to not scoring again for another 7 ends. Has now scored 4 on the last 3. So just one an end to be good for him. That's all you need, isn't it? You don't need to score
Absolutely
a handful. There's no time limit. There's no end restriction.
The big thing here, John, get consecutive ends. Try and score again now, just to get a little bit of a momentum going. So he got that two ends ago, and then he just, if he can just get on a bit of a roll, get a momentum going, and just try and score on consecutive ends. So let's see if he can score on this end to really get himself up and running.
So he sends it pretty much maximum length. Matt's way back. He's just thinking about this.
He's trying to decide which hand to play here. And I hope that he sticks with his backhand, because that tended to be the hand that he was he's still humming and hawing.
I think, as Kevin Smith said, that the wind is quite tricky. Well, he might be going the other hand, is he?
Oh, no, looks like he's playing the forehand. Let's see. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I'm just looking down at him here. He's looks like a backhand setup now, doesn't it?
Yep, it is backhand, but it can be confusing with the angles of our camera. I got caught out earlier on when we thought he was going to play the forehand, and he did.
Yeah. Now there's just that.
Good line with his first bowl.
There's a leaf or something out there that was not a bad sight for him, because that's where the jack went over and it bounced. I could see it. And he's well short.
Got the line right, but miles short with that one. That could be the effect of the wind, because going in this direction, they're actually playing into the wind.
Yes.
The other thing the players will be pleased about is slowly but surely the shadows of those trees are disappearing off the rink as well as the sun gets higher in the sky. And that's a great opening bowl from Wayne there, because that can be annoying, the shadows. The bowl goes in and into the shadow, out of the shadow. Not so much when you're playing from this direction, but when you're actually down there in the shadows, it can just put you off, just be an annoyance.
He looked a little bit happier with this. He still goes over that leaf or whatever it is, or just around it. I'll see what that line was right. Yeah, that's not bad. Brings it into the 2 metre mark, so he's got the green right.
Got the green right perfectly with both of those bowls. It'll give him a lot more confidence.
Leanne Paulson now leading 16-10 over Minna Paul.
looking to get another handy one here, Snow. He's one down, but if he can get another, he might draw the shot itself, but if he can get another very good second, that gives him options with his last bowl. He might have underdone things here with his green, definitely.
I think from what we saw from him yesterday, Dave, this is certainly, there's something at play there. Something's just affecting things, and that can only be the wind, I think. And once it gets into your head sometimes too, it takes a while to get out of it. So he's going through his pre-bowl routine down there, but shaking his head a little bit, and it's almost as if he's saying, I just can't get it. Can't get it today.
I just wonder physically if the big day yesterday might be slightly taking its toll on Snow, but
oh, you wouldn't blame that. No.
Definitely not on song compared to yesterday.
Okay, now he's try the other hand, see what happens. Tracking well.
How much speed's he got here, John? He's just going to duck underneath again.
Now we'll see what hand he plays coming this way next time, because that wasn't bad, was it? He quickly onto the line, but missed the weight, so he might just believe that, seeing as his opponent is playing this hand all the time, that maybe the ditch hand is the way to go. He's thrown it out a big wide there for Wayne McCarthy. And so he'll pick up a single here again, and we get into alternate ends of scoring. A 2 to Snow, a single to Wayne, a 2 to Snow, and now another single to Wayne.
And that'll be annoying for Snow because, as I said, just try to get back-to-back ends just to get some momentum. So he'll be disappointed he hasn't scored on this end, but the good news is he's only dropped a 1.
Yep.
Still definitely not panic time for Snow. There's, he's still got plenty of time, and Wayne's still got to score another 8 shots to get out, so he's still got some time to get back into this game. But he just needs, as I said, if he can try and get on a roll.
Well, we've seen...
Looking at... sorry, John.
You go.
Looking at Wayne's delivery here, very, very compact, nice, neat, tidy little delivery. He's got no major issues from a coaching perspective here. So he aligns himself well on the mat. And just, you can see the nice step and straight back, straight through swing that he's got. So just a few little minor things that we might look at, but generally very tidy delivery.
And when you get all that together, and you end up with bowls like this.
Sounds so simple, John.
Yeah. So we've had a good chat with Kevin Smith, Alex, and really advising clubs of how they can further encourage and accommodate people with all sorts of disabilities.
Good stuff.
Yeah. And we've had an update on the women's singles.
Oh, that's good. I was just about to give one. So,
well, you can give another one, because I see there's been a change in the scoring in both of them since I gave that.
Well, I can tell you that Sandra Keith leads 13 points to 10 in her race to 21 against Briar Atkinson, and Leanne Paulson 16-12 up in her race to 21 against Minnepool. So plenty of life left in both of those singles matches that you can see to the right on your screen. And I think a really nice, if you look at all four, it's going to be a really nice story regardless of which one of those comes through and is named the champion in a few hours' time, John. Yes. It's a lovely 4 left.
Yeah. Now, can you go back to what happened late yesterday afternoon on your system there, Alex, and tell us who beat who? I saw that
Yes.
Sarah Scott beat Selena Goddard, didn't she? But then played another match and obviously got beaten. So the national champion, defending champion, was beaten late yesterday afternoon.
Sarah Scott, of course, from Dunedin, the North East Valley Club. Very, very good player in the New Zealand system. And daughter of Terry, of course, who got a fantastic record in the sport himself as a player and as a coach. Just recently retired as the coach of the Canadian national team.
So Sarah Scott was defeated 21-20 in an epic game against Minnepaul last night, John. I believe it went to something like 34 ends.
Wow. Some
ridiculous number of ends they played. 21-20 she lost. Leanne Paulson got through to the semi-final courtesy of defeating Lindley O'Callaghan 21-18. Sandra Keith defeated Kerry Bond 21-14, and Byra Atkinson defeated Lisa Mundell from the Central Cambridge Bowling Club 21 points to 15.
Right. So they would have finished up quite reasonably late. And as you say, Minnepaul had an epic long match and then is back on the green at 8:30 this morning, which doesn't mean she got up at 25 past 8 and got here. So probably up at 6 o'clock or something.
Goodness, she is a great bowler.
Yeah.
Such a long career, which I think is one of the really cool things about our sport, is if you have the will to compete at that level, you can have a career that spans literal decades and be just as good at the end as you were at the beginning.
Well, Snow's given himself an opportunity here, Dave, hasn't he, I think he's got the shot.
Well, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Oh, is it maybe Wayne with that bowl behind? The marker's just having a look now, actually.
Yeah.
We might get an indication.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah,
Wayne.
she favours Wayne's bowl.
Yeah.
I think, see what Wayne does with this one, but there is definitely opportunity there for Snow to get the shot on that, his...
Unless this one is the perfect bowl.
Unless
It's not far
this
away
one
from
is
it, is it? If it
That's
takes that
very
jack
good.
back. Yeah, that's good.
Very
Really
good bowl.
So a couple of shots there for Wayne McCarthy, from 69-year-old from the Methven Club. Been living in Ashburton for 20 years or so, and in his 7th season of bowls, and like so many who take up bowls at an advanced age, he said, I just wish I'd started this years ago. Giving the chewing gum a good working over throughout.
See, they've gotten rid of the Airwaves chewing gum, John. Tried the Airwaves chewing gum before?
Probably.
It's the one that gave a real...
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's gone. It's been removed.
Oh, that's unfair, Alex.
Oh, it's very sad.
And you come Snow.
Oh, he only needed to land that bowl square and he'd have got the shot. He's unlucky there. He's going to drop another 2, though.
First player to reach 21 shots. No time limit. No end restriction. And it looks as though Wayne McCarthy will move on to 15 and have a 10-shot buffer.
Now it's starting to get a little bit desperate times for Snow. Not completely yet, but you're just starting to get a little bit edgy at this stage. Only 6 more shots required by your opponent to go out.
I can just quickly report that the huge scoring game between Lawson and Martin continues at 17-12, so they've now scored whatever that is, a lot of points. 29 points and 12 ends.
Wow.
Gary Lawson leads Raymond Martin. And then from the sublime to the ridiculous, we've got Lance Pascoe and Ryan Bester's teams locked at 8 apiece after 10 ends. The Callagher's trail Graney and Zumi 10-14 after 10 ends. And Chris Lalieve trails Seamus and Paul Pryor 4-9 after 9 ends. So some tightly contested men's pairs quarterfinals going on the far green here at Burnside. of course, free admittance, John, to come along and watch this finals day. If you're in the Christchurch area, just come down, and it's going to be a great day of bowls as we see a great bowl here.
It's just looking in the background there, and lots of people watching, and down the roadside seating as well we can see, and at the other end, and in the clubhouse, and those are just the ones who are watching these games, the women's singles and the Open Disability final, and there are others watching the men's pairs as well. So it's a good thing about the Canterbury region and Christchurch, I suppose, in particular, they do get out and support. They're not just bowlers who want to bowl, they're actually interested in watching top bowlers play. So a great start here from Wayne McCarthy, really just turning the screws.
Has he what? That's an outstanding opening bowl. Back toucher, 15-5 up, really throws the pressure on Snow. And interesting to note that Snow decided to play his forehand, and he switched from that backhand. Even though he was sorting the line of that backhand out, he just decided to have a go on the forehand and left it way out wide. And in the meantime, Wayne just lobs another one in.
One thing about Snow Reardon is that there's no way in which he's flying the white flag. He's played enough bowls to know that you can be in a hopeless situation which can change dramatically over a couple of ends.
Absolutely. No one would know that better than Snow, as he looks to be very, very close with this one. That's a very good reply.
Yep.
Probably just the one down now. And it's a bowl that will probably force Wayne to switch his hand as well. Yep, onto the backhand.
That's quite good for Snow here, because he knows his line is, he's got to be under that red ball. He's sprayed them a wee bit out there with his green has been a little bit erratic.
Good little shot option here for him. Yeah. As you said, John, he can use his own yellow bowl if he's underneath the shortest red bowl, onto his own yellow one or just underneath it to land the shot bowl. Has he sent it? No, he hasn't. He's going to pull up short. He'll be disgusted with himself there, because he got nothing for being short there. He had options if he had a little bit of arriving speed there. Not ridiculous speed, just arriving to his own yellow bowl, just underneath it, land the shot bowl, pick the jack up. There were a number of options open to him there if he had arrived.
And the green, when he looks at that, he'll say, that's exactly the green I needed, or pretty much to it. Instead, he's going to see, now Wayne needs to be careful. Oh, that's a perler, isn't it? Now, that shot is still on, though, for Snow. Just need to get there, mate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, there's a real good shot opportunity for him here. Just arriving with a yard of weight, looking to be just underneath his own yellow bowl. He might have cut the green just a bit too much here. He had the right idea, good speed for it probably, but just
So another couple, you would think. So now it'd be fair to say that this match has slipped away from him. He's really struggled throughout. Snow Reardon, such a competitor, and he'll be hurting at the moment. He'll be saying, I'm better than this. And we saw that yesterday. So an update on that Paulson-Paul match. It's now closed up to 16-15 in favour of Paulson.
Isn't it interesting that this game has been going for the same amount of time as Minna and Leanne have been playing?
Yeah.
And in this game, the score is 15-5, soon to be a little bit more than that.
17-5, I think now. Yep.
17-5. And we've got another game where it's 15-16. So they've been going for the same amount of time, and Leanne and Minna are both well into the teens, and in this game only one of them is. Just an idle thought, John. Doesn't mean anything.
It was quite idle.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, John. It's been a long week.
Yep.
Well, we've had 7 ones scored in this game, and so I think that's probably contributing to what you're alluding to there, Alex. That there's obviously been more regular numbers scored, perhaps, in that women's game, and also the other thing to take into account, they're probably playing the ends a bit quicker than what. Remember, we've got Snow with the wheelchair issue, so they're probably playing a little bit quicker, but it's also shows to me that I think probably they're scoring a few more numbers than what we're seeing in this game.
Oh, thank you for turning my idle thought into something that was actually meaningful in commentary there, Dave. It's much appreciated.
I'll send the invoice.
It was good because I couldn't think of much that was positive.
Thanks, John.
No. So now Snow playing from the end, which has the wind behind them, down at the far end with the big fences. Neighbours over the back, I quite like. It'd be a good place to purchase. I think you'd have lots of noise coming at you, but a lovely viewing deck. Did they play each other recently? Did they?
Yes, they did. Yeah, in the semi-final, Atkinson defeated Sandra Keith comfortably. It was she was in the 20s, and Sandra didn't get past 10 of the pairs. And I know Sandra well enough to know that she'll be looking to make amends for that, John, today.
So we look forward to 2 fantastic finals to follow this one that we're watching now, the Open Disability, with Wayne McCarthy well advanced, 17-5 over Snow or Graham Reardon from the local club. Following this, there'll be a break, but you will then see the women's singles final, and following it, the men's pairs.
That is correct. Yeah, looking forward to it. It should be 2 great matches after this one. See, this head's a little bit scattered.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell who's got the shot. Does look even from me standing up here having a look out that, maybe that yellow one of Snow's to the left could be the shot, but where I'm standing it's quite deceptive as well, as we see McCarthy, left-hander, playing on the forehand. Looks to have judged his pace reasonably well with this.
He's got the weight right. It's a beauty. Oh, great try.
So Dave, one good bowl here from Snow, just tickle the jack slightly to the left as we look at it, and picks up a couple, and he'd be feeling good.
He would indeed.
Oh, have you had coffee delivered to you, have you? Hey?
You got a camera in the back of my room.
It's going to be a point to Snow, we think, maybe.
Desperately needed, that's for sure. For his sake, hopefully it is. Let's give some big kudos here to Wayne, though. He's really kept the pressure on, just not with every bowler, but he's just always had one that has been quite telling each end, and that's kept the pressure on Snow right throughout this game. So he's played a pretty astute game, Wayne. There's no 2 ways about that. Let's see who has got the shot here. I know they're handing the map to Snow, so looks like he's definitely scored.
So 17-6 4 away for Wayne McCarthy, and for Snow Reardon, it's just that competitive spirit that he has, and that's saying to himself, right, I'm not going to let you get this easily, mate. This is going to be a fight.
That's the beauty of the singles format too, John, is that it's to a points target, not a set number of ends, so you can have a slow start. And they've been
shots target, to a shots target.
I did this yesterday as well, and Joe told me off. I plead stupidity. that's all I've got. That's all I've got. To a shots target, you're right. So you've got all the time in the world. Someone needs to get to 21. I'll get there one day, Dave.
Yeah, we'll educate. We'll get you there. We'll get you across the line. Perhaps you could start a campaign on the indoor circuit to start calling them shots.
To fix it, eh? Yeah, that's probably the best way to do that. I'll see what I can manage.
So first bowl there from Snow, not what he wanted. It was a sort of situation now where he's 11 shots behind. He wanted to put one right on the jack and then see how Wayne responded to that. But he's given Wayne plenty of room in which to draw.
You're right, we talk about first bowl effectiveness, another one of those familiar terms in the sport, and just how it immediately gives you the ascendancy if you can get one really, really close, and just puts the opponent on the back foot. And if you can consistently have good first bowl effectiveness, you're definitely going to win more than you lose.
Wayne forcing Snow to go on the other hand. Oh, perfect.
Lovely
green
line.
Snow. Yes. His chair in reverse, goes back, picks up another bowl from the nest. Just has a look across at those women's singles matches, and we'll update those again for you shortly.
Yeah, it's getting to the nitty-gritty in one of those singles semi-finals matches, John, with Leanne Poulsen and Minna Paul at a 19-15 stage.
Might be 16 actually.
19.
Is it?
Just see it there, picture in picture. We'll picture in picture it for you. You can see it top right. So Minna Paul with the blue bowls, and Leanne with the bowls that are not blue.
And in the other game it's 15-14, and I think Briar Atkinson might have just hit the front in that. This is better from you, Snow. Up you come, and you go.
Good shot.
Yeah, might well be shot.
Yep, that'll be the shot. He'll be happy with that. Can he score on consecutive? He hasn't done it in the match so far. He can roll.
Oops, it sounds like coffee might have got into your microphone there, Dave, just for a moment, so we'll sort that out. Wayne McCarthy just slipping through the hole. So that's his third bowl. He's got one to go. So too is Snow Reardon. Good bowl with his previous one. Just get that same situation again. Grab a couple here. Get back into this game.
Yeah, grab a couple here and just get. That'll be the first time he's achieved back-to-back ends that he's won.
Will it come in from there? Will it come in from there? Not enough. I can
Don't
hear him
think
moan
so,
as he let it go, actually. Dave, he knew it wasn't quite right. So still here, one bowl for Wayne to play.
He is on his forehand side.
I've just got that top of your screen there. That's the Minna Paul and Liam Paulson head. Blue bowls for Paul, but I think the grey bowl might have the shot, and it might. Oh, Paul just about running the jack back. So I think she was down.
That means Leanne will now be on the hill, 20 points. And Snow Reardon's picked up another point here, so continues chipping away. 7-17, 10 the difference.
And as I mentioned, the first time he scored on back-to-back ends, can he get a bit of a roll going here and keep this going now?
I see that Sandra Keith has now got the mat, so that's probably a tied game at the moment, or maybe she's gone into the lead, depending on what she got on that particular end. Well, we can just see the scoreboard from where we're standing, so Alex keen eyes, which won't be able to distinguish the colours on the board, but
I can see the right and the left.
Yeah, that's good.
So that's good enough. We'll see what the marker puts up, but we will keep an eye picture the women's singles semi-final between Leanne and Minna, seeing as Leanne is on 20 and Minna is on 16, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Big change of length here from Snow. He's brought the mat up quite some distance, which is a good idea. Try something here to see if he can latch onto a length himself, and probably more importantly, just issue some challenges for Wayne.
Not a bad line if he gets up there, Dave.
Not too bad.
Good ball.
Not too bad at all.
Yeah, good starter. There's nice applause from all those watching this particular match. We'll see how Wayne responds to this, because he's been dictating the length of these ends.
He's not too bad. He's not too bad at all. Just going to run past it a little bit. Very nice spot, though. Could be shot, measure for shot, probably.
Yeah, I think it might be the shot there. Just a shadow makes it a little bit deceptive. The second bowl now.
He's in the area here too.
Just doesn't want to
very good bowl here.
Oh, he's what a pearler. That best bowl of the day, Snow.
Great bowl.
Just quickly shifting focus to that ladies singles game. It looks like Leanne Paulson's got one right on top of the jack there. So she's holding game as we speak.
And in the other game, which I've just managed to look at, they measured to make sure the jack was up from Sandra Keith.
Look at this.
Short end. And she's drawn 2 against Briar Atkinson, who was well short with her first, but knowing Briar, she'll make the correction.
Remember, there was a year Sandra won the New Zealand singles in Auckland, I think, and played Mandy Boyd, and I think just about the best exhibition of draw bowls. That was staggering, John.
Yeah. So Minna Paul has played her third, you can see there, and she's 3 down, so the game is there for Leanne Paulson. As we see Snow coming in with not a bad line again.
It's all happening here at the Burnside Finals green.
Just missed that, mate, and you're in. You have. That'll do you.
Boy.
Might well be.
Close for second shot. I think he might only have the one, but what it says to Snow is that if he can hang on to this end, this is the length he should be playing because he really nailed it.
If we look at the thumbnail at the top right, Minna Paul has her final bowl to play. The jack is in the middle of those 3 bowls in the middle of that thumbnail. So Leanne Poulsen holding the win, holding the berth in the New Zealand singles final. As on this televised rink, Wayne McCarthy has a little nibble at it, gets a bowl square. Oh,
that'll be second shot. And can I just tell you that Sandra Keith is holding at least 3 on the match against Briar Atkinson. She changed the length. She shortened it up dramatically, and Atkinson has to bowl a beauty to save this one. And she might well have just drawn second shot, or
there we go.
Keith got 2.
There we have it. Leanne Poulsen is our first woman through to the New Zealand Women's Singles Final, to be broadcast live on Sky Sport 4 on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel a little later on today. Congratulations to Leanne, and we will follow the progress of Sandra and Brian now as we just see this bowl.
Oh, Snow. Well, that's Snow's best end, really, I think, of the entire game, although he has picked up a couple of 2s. They were from scattered ends, and now what does Wayne do here? Just says, well, is it just a 1? And I'm sure it is. Yeah, definitely 1. Oh yeah, he's got show us your skill here, Wayne. Come through that gap, tickle the jack and bring it back to yourself for 3 and go to 20. There you go.
The challenge is to get through that gap. He probably needs more speed than just a tickle on the jack.
Yeah.
That's the trouble. It's a pretty awkward head for him to play at here, actually.
It's not bad though.
Big inside it. Oh, he's just going to hold.
Flick his own out. No, that's
drift fast.
So a single there to Snow, and it's now 17-8. This is the first to 21. It's the final of the National Open Disability Singles at the Summerset National Championships here at Burnside and Christchurch. Activity here on the second green is the men's pairs semis or quarters. Now what are we getting down to? 4.
Quarterfinals, and I'll give you updates as well, John, while we're talking about it. Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham are playing Ray Martin and Will Bennett. Remember, 6 all after 2, 17 all after 15 ends.
Gosh.
I want to hear a story about that game. It feels staggering. And then we've got Chris Laleeve trailing Seamus Curtin 6-11 after 12. The Callahers 12-14 down against Graney and Matheson after 12 ends. And Pascoe and Hill 12 apiece with world champion Ryan Bester playing with Dale after 14 ends. And we'll see if we can get a picture-in-picture of the women's semi-final as well to you. Going on between Sandra Keith and Briar Atkinson. 16 all the score on that game.
Getting back to our televised game here, we can see that Snow has brought that mat up again and thrown that shorter length that he does that after having just played superbly on a similar length end going in the other direction.
Yeah.
He's got a run of bowls now.
Oh, wow. He's suddenly found his touch.
Very, very good opener.
Yeah. That's what we expected of you, Snow. All day yesterday you were doing that. 17-8. So Wayne McCarthy pushing this wide and long.
So tactically, an outstanding move here from Snow. The last end, he thought, right, I've got to try something here. And he brought that mat way up, played the shorter length end, scored on it, played 4 very, very good bowls. That would have given him a heap of confidence, and he's managed to throw the jack, do exactly the same thing coming in this direction. And Opened with a very good opening first bowl. And this one's just going to be around the back. Nothing wrong with that, though, as long as it stays on, which it doesn't look like it's going to.
Yep, it is.
Yes,
There you go. Holding two is now what I'd say if I was skipping a Piers game there. This is the head over on the other semi-final for the women. So you can see that little touch of chalk on that bowl in the middle of the screen. That second shot. The shot is the toucher, the red toucher of Sandra Keith right in the middle.
And to get there, she just nicked her own bowl and it moved in a fraction to get that shot. So
very good shot there.
She got a bit of luck out of that. It was a very good shot. So now, Snow, you've bowled two. You're going to stay on that hand. But it looks it's so appealing, isn't it, Dave, to change hands and sit on that or beat that second shot. But gosh, she's played it so well.
Yep. No, I'd be sticking to the same end, and because he's played it so well, staying there, and he is. Might have just pushed this one out a little bit wide, though, unfortunately for him.
Oh, what great weight. I mean, if he'd had the right green, that was the perfect weight, wasn't it? Because it would have travelled
Not too bad.
the same distance and it would have popped in there.
Nice shot on here now for Wayne McCarthy, though. He can play with confidence underneath that short one of Snow's and look to land the shot bowl or onto the jack and trail it to his own bowl for a couple. And he's in a pretty good area here to do this.
Yeah.
Just lacking a little bit of weight. He needed another metre of weight on that to have held it up to land on the shot bowl or trail the jack. He'd be kicking himself that he didn't reach with that one.
See, Sandra Keith has been standing at that head for about 20 minutes. Decisions. You can see she's only got one bowl close. It's a toucher. Draws another bowl close. It creates. Well, it's actually. Well, no, it's all bowl. I don't think she'll play this bowl, John. That's the decision, right?
So either.
4 bowls have been played by Bri Atkinson. I think Sandra's just going, is there room for 2? is there something I can do here? And I think the answer is you take your 1 point. But I'm also not in the national singles semi-final, so we'll just have to wait and see on that head.
You know, if there wasn't that wind involvement there, or a still calm day, she might have said, yeah, I could just play that. I just need to just feather my own and grab 2. But
when you need to do it,
yeah.
Sometimes you can. I'm just not sure if she needs to do it. She'll make that decision. And we'll keep an eye on that head because it would be an impressive shot if she does.
Here comes the shot going
Bit
out.
of
Look at this. This is a bomb. Great shot. Beautiful.
Very, very good shot. 2 seconds, all sorts of options on there for him. And, yep, he's plucked the shot bowl out, given himself a 2. And now he's very close to being a national champion. Just 2 more shots required.
Just for your information, Sandra did throw that bowl away. She just drew a short bowl. So she'll take 1 point and move to 17. Briar on 16. We know one of the New Zealand women's singles finalists already, and Leanne Paulson. Did we say it was 2 to Wayne McCarthy there?
Yep. So we go back to that men's pairs. Look, that's a really good crowd here today at Burnside. Both greens have lots of spectators, and inside the clubhouse as well. So we're just getting those updates coming through from Alex.
And
shortly.
When we do go off here, which is likely to be before the conclusion of the men's pairs and perhaps even the women's singles, you can find the live results on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. There is a link that's been posted onto the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and the Bowls New Zealand website. But for now, 2017, the score, Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham, the defending champions over Ray Martin and Will Bennett after 16 ends, 2 ends to go there. And it looks like a measure going on. We'll see if we can... How do we get to the measure?
No. Oh.
I've got all these cameras. There we go. That'll do.
Yep.
Thank you, Sarah. So there's a measure going on, and Sandra Keith has scored a point over there.
Spectators not knowing where to watch, really.
Oh, there's just too many good bowls happening. We need to get them to play the games one at a time and be here for 7 weeks. There's also Chris Laleeve trailing John 7-11 to Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor. They've played 13 ends now, 5 to go. Kelleher's are now 1 down, 13-14 against Rodney Graney and Zumi, who are one half of the current New Zealand Fours champion team, incidentally, after 13 ends. And Ryan Bester, the current World Singles Champion, playing with Dale McWhinney Shillington, leads 13 points to 12 over the winners from Carlton Cornwall, Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill, after 15 ends.
And it's a good opener there from Snow, down by 19-8. So Wayne McCarthy will be possibly not thinking, I only need 2 here to go out, but that's exactly his situation. That red bowl up in the top corner is the first bowl from Sandra Keith, who now leads 17-16 over Briar Atkinson. And there's Wayne McCarthy. That's 1 that he requires.
Very, very good bowl.
Snow can't afford to be short with any of his bowls now. He's to just reach that, sit on it. It's a couple for him if he can move that red bowl.
And he's done what you said he can't do, John. He's dropped one short. That's the last thing he wanted to be doing there. Not horribly short, but still short.
Yep.
Forced Wayne onto the other hand, though, probably. Let's have a look whether he has changed his hand.
Up in the top
Yes,
corner,
he has.
you can see that Briar Atkinson has now drawn a couple. Here goes Wayne, yes, changing hands. That weight looks pretty good. That's the sort of weight that Snow was looking for.
Yeah, nice home there. Nice home. The head's set up very, very well for Wayne at the moment.
Sandra Keith has just drawn shot there. Snow. This time. Gosh, if he could dislodge that shot, Dave, he'll be starting to grin because he's not a mile away, is he?
He's not far away here. Look
He
at
played a
this,
bomb.
what a ball!
He played a bomb.
That was quite good.
Yep, quite good.
I'd be happy.
Absolutely outstanding shot there from Snow. There is a very good opportunity here, though, for Wayne. He can play with weight to right to his furthest back bowl, right down here in front of us. He can play for looking for the jack or looking to sit that yellow bowl through and stay there for a match-winning score. So an opportunity here for Wayne. Just doesn't want to be short with this one.
Well, that's a good line
On
if he's
that
got the
good
weight.
attacking line.
I think he's just short of a gallop here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He didn't have the speed. Yep.
Briar Atkinson attacking in your thumbnail, but just removing one of the bowls. So Sandra Keith is going to score another point in that semi-final and go 18-16 up in the race to 21. As our attention returns to this Open Disability Singles Final. Snow Reardon hanging in tough here, just battling away, as you said, John. He's not going to go away, is he?
No. You know, the perfect bowl would be sit that pink one back a metre and you've got 4. Gosh, it would be a great bowl if he did that, but he'd love to get 2 at least here. So he has to be careful of his weight, of course.
He'll be looking to miss wide.
Yeah.
What Joe's nugget of gold is don't
Uh-oh.
cross the centre line when you're holding.
Oh, this will be all right. This will be a
Well,
right
if you cross
pink.
the centre line like that, you'll get 2 points.
There
no.
you go. You'll be measuring there. Looks like the pink one, but that was almost a sensational bowl from Snow.
More courage than me. I wouldn't have been playing that. Very risky shot to be playing, but it nearly came off for him.
Yeah.
What could be gutting here is he's just played a very risky shot, as you said, and is possibly going to only score 1 point out of it. So he's taken that risk, and it has got the reward.
What's she holding
Just
up?
the
Bridget's
one.
holding up one. So Snow setting himself self targets first of all, double figures, and then go through lunchtime. Right.
Bringing that mat up again. Good to see. That was what got him some success.
Because on a windy day like this, with the longer the bowl goes down, the more impact the wind can have, and maybe he's just decided that shorter end is suiting me. Because he certainly was struggling earlier on, wasn't he? Right throughout until he decided to shorten the mat.
He's thrown a good jack.
Yep.
The challenge always when you bring the mat way up like he has, you've still then got to throw the jack to a legal length. And so that can be a challenge, but he's achieved that. So he's ticked both the boxes as far as getting the length he wants.
Now in the thumbnail at the top right, I know we've got Snow in the foreground, but in the background you'll be able to see that end of the women's singles semi-final. 18-16 to Sandra Keith. Remember, she's playing with the Red Bulls.
Right, following up a really good jack throw with a, oh gosh.
Just battling away.
Yeah.
Snow Reardon.
Keith still holding a couple on that singles match by the looks of it. The red bowls are hers as we come back to McCarthy on the mat. Just 2 away from victory in this open disability singles final. The disability of these players.
Very good shot.
One is obvious, Snow Reardon, wheelchair bound since 1973 after a motorcycle or motor car accident, so tetraplegic. And Wayne McCarthy with hearing impairment. And if you didn't hear, we had Kevin Smith from Bowls New Zealand on talking about all the sorts of people who can qualify for disability events such as this. And I was intrigued in that he said that even people who play with, the arms, the artificial tool that you can use for delivering, and Dave Edwards piped up and said, I'm doing that at the moment because I've had double hip replacement and can't get down. So people playing with arms, and there are hundreds of them around the country, could enter the National Open Disabilities Championships. So keep that in mind for next year. They're in Auckland.
Yeah, it's pretty loose entry requirements. It's if it feel like you have a thing that affects your ability to play bowls, you're entitled to enter the open disability. Of course, a different conversation when it comes to the more serious parabowls world, where there's the goodness gracious me, the B1 to B8 classifications. Open disability, go for your life.
Yeah, I thought that last one of Wayne's was a wrong bias for a moment, Dave.
I don't quite know what it might have been just one that got away on him. I think just to forget that one, park it in the rubbish bin.
Sandra Keith is now 20-16 up in her semi-final. We found one finalist already in Leanne Poulsen. Sandra Keith on 20.
Snow
Good
just
attempt
ducking.
there from Snow.
That's his opportunity, and he's certainly made his mind up, Dave, not to be short on this. He needs to dislodge, really, or just sit on that shot. Grab one. Just needs to score one. Doesn't need
And
to
conversely, it's a big bowl for Wayne here.
Yeah.
If he can draw another one, he'll be holding game.
Wait.
Oh, he'll be disappointed with that. Could have put all sorts of pressure on Snow. Mind you, he has got last bowl on the end, so Snow really needs to get, if not the shot, he needs to get a really tight second.
Well, and as he looks down there, he sees the yellow jack, and behind it, two of his yellow bowls. So he needs to be in that zone. He's got the opportunity of the shot to dislodge or move that jack back even, a few centimetres while playing that hand. That's interesting. So
He is playing your shot though, John, and he's
yeah,
close.
yeah. Oh,
he's
he
close. Has
is.
got the
Touch
jack?
that
Needs it
jack.
to
Touch
hold.
that.
Oh,
Gosh.
thought he had it.
Oh, that would have been 3 to Snow.
Picture in picture. We just saw Briar Atkinson's bowl enter and exit it. Sandra Keith holding the win. She's on 20 points. She's got 2. Briar has 1 bowl to go. Leanne Paulson already in the final. Are we about to find our second one?
And Sandra Keith with her final bowl. She already has the back bowl.
And are we about to see the bowl that's going to win Wayne McCarthy the
Yeah.
Open Disability Singles title? Is it going to stop? I think that's
He's
it.
done it.
I think so.
He's done it.
No, we might be just measuring that bowl that we can see, the closest one on the right of the
Briar's had a
Snows.
miracle on her semi-final.
Gosh.
And congratulations to Wayne McCarthy and the Open Disability.
Yep, they're shaking hands. Bridget Kitching was the marker throughout. Snow says well done, and well he should too, because it was a convincing performance there from the hearing impaired Wayne McCarthy from the Methven Bowling Club. Has lived in Ashburton for about 20 years or so. Wishes he'd taken up the bowls a lot earlier, but he wins it. Wayne McCarthy is the champion, having beaten Graham Reardon of the Burnside Club here in Christchurch by 21-9. So the champion, the National Open Disability Singles champion for 2024 at the Summerset National Championships is Wayne McCarthy of Methven.
I'll do one more round of updates. John. And congratulations to Wayne McCarthy for his win on the Open Disability. One more round of updates, and we'll just watch this end of the women's singles, and then we'll conclude this broadcast. And if the game doesn't finish in this end, we'll give you an update when we can. Keep an eye on the holding screen. So I'll just switch to that one. So that's Briar Atkinson's bowl there. Remember that she is trailing 16 points to 20. My eyes aren't very good. It might be 18 points to 20.
I think it's 18.
18 to 20, Briar Atkinson with the speckled bowl. And I'll just find some updates from the men's quarterfinals. I can hear some of them have concluded outside.
Sandra Keith plays a bomb again. That's lovely. Fantastic applause, because she's, I think her original club was Dunsandel, or that's where she came from. Went to school in Ashburton, so having a bit of an association there with Wayne McCarthy, who lives in Ashburton, but he grew up in Timaru region. At the moment then, it's Sandra Keith, former national representative and several national titles, particularly I think her last was the Peers with Bev Morrell.
On these greens at Burnside Bowling Club, that was too.
She's enjoying playing in this direction too.
And of course, you would know Sandra from the indoor days. She's a fantastic indoor player as well, Alex.
Yes, she's one of the very few players to have represented both indoor New Zealand with indoor and outdoor bowls, and has won an indoor national title. So just a classy player.
Oh. And Briar looking to drag the jack back. Oh, she does too. That's a pretty good shot. That'll be hers. Or what do we see from the marker? Is she... Oh, Sandra Keith can see exactly what the situation is. Doesn't need to ask. The jack is just behind that centre black and white bowl of Briar Atkinson's.
Can report that one quarter-final in the men's has been completed. Gary Lawson defeating Ray Martin and Will Bennett 20 points to 19. So Gary and Tony through. Well, that's gone well.
That's the luck of bowls, isn't it? You get your bowl was slightly wide, but managed to get a piece of the action on your opponents and trickle in for the shot. It's a toucher as well. Atkinson turns around and shakes hands. Oh, she delayed it for a moment because it looked as though her bowl might have flicked off a short one and come in for shot, but in fact she now concedes that that's it, and it's been a very close match between the rising star of New Zealand women's bowls, Briar Atkinson of Taranaki, and she has reached the semi-finals but been beaten by Sandra Keith. And it'll be Sandra Keith playing Leanne Paulson in the final of the singles when we next go to air.
Yes, it'll be at about 11:15, John. So you've got time to I don't know, I put your wash in. I said that yesterday, I think. But
and no one did.
No. Live results coming through on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. Check that out for the men's pairs. But yes, we'll see you back here 11:15 for the women's singles final.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Coverage. Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals, being hosted in the beautiful Canterbury region. We've had nearly 800 people descend upon the Christchurch area for the last 8 days, and we're up to the final day where we have already seen an open disability champion, and we're about to see the women's singles champion as we watch this game between Sandra Keith, who is going to take on Leanne Paulson in the final. The first bowl has been delivered. The jack is up. What a game this is going to be, John.
Well, I can't wait for it really. Well, I have to, of course, but not now. It started. This quality of the players in this has been extraordinary, and some of the results that we've talked about throughout the few days just indicates the strength of women's bowls without a doubt, with champions being knocked over and sort of unknowns staying in the competition until the late stages. And now we've got what I think is a real classic match between two players who had to work very hard to get here. We've got both New Zealand representatives at various stages of their careers, both experienced, And, both got their teams of supporters here.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup. Dave, if I was to put you on the spot, which is exactly what I'm doing on live television, and you were asked to pick a winner, who would you be picking and why?
He'll sit on the fence as usual.
Oh, 1 second.
I'm not going to this time. Gotcha, John. No, I'm going to go with Sandra, and I'm going to go with Sandra because of that experience of having played in finals before, and not saying that Leanne hasn't played in finals of other events, but finals of national events. Just that little bit of experience, I think, might just give Sandra the edge in this game. That's where I'm going.
Well, they both had battles in that semi-finals, or in their semi-finals, which we were able to keep a watch on towards the end, and they both beat quality players, and both had to show great temperament to withstand top shots coming from the opposition. So they've had not much time to rest, and certainly wouldn't be able to switch off totally, I wouldn't have thought, Dave, but just enough to be in shape for this.
No, you're right. It would have been just a quick freshen up, a little snack of some sort and a drink just to rehydrate or keep the hydration levels up and definitely fuel up a little bit, but straight back into it. And you're right, they've both had some epic battles along the way. If you go back and look at the results, there's been 21-20s all over the place.
Yeah.
And that includes these guys being involved in games like that too. So, yep, it's been some fantastic standard of bowls obviously on display down at the Nationals this year.
We do know too from watching the previous match, the Open Disability Final, that this rink was posing problems for those players. And I know talking to Snow Reardon afterwards, he just said, "Oh look, I just couldn't get it at all right throughout." He said, and it wasn't until I took the mat up that I was giving myself any chance at all. So he found it difficult. These players are of such quality that hopefully it won't take them long, a couple of ends maybe, to just get in touch with what this green is doing.
They already look to have started pretty well. It's been a pretty good head of bowls to get us underway, that's for sure, as we see it's Leanne that's going to be opening the scoring.
The marker there, Kath Thompson, indicating 1 to Leanne Poulsen in this race to 21 points.
Leanne Poulsen, the ex-horse trainer.
She hasn't actually been playing bowls for that long, Dave, comparatively. I think it's something like it would be no more than 10 years, maybe 11, but just threw herself into the sport and the training. Sandra Keith, by contrast, comes from a bowls family, and so I imagine she's been playing indoor and outdoor for some time.
Yes, but interesting, Leanne Poulsen, a thoroughbred horse trainer, but has foregone that trade because she did, as you said, she did dedicate herself to the sport. She wanted to see how far she could go in the sport, and she's reached the pinnacle by representing New Zealand on the world stage at the World Bowls Championships, and done it with a fair bit of class too. And so she's achieved a lot. She really did dedicate a lot of time and effort into achieving what she could, or trying to go as far as she could in the sport. And so she's a fine example of someone who's really put in the hard yards and got reaping the rewards.
Sandra Keith here with the red bowls she's been using for a while. All that will go into the computer, won't it? And okay, my weight was fine playing that hand. I've got to give it a bit more green. Poulsen, on the other hand, green not too bad, but just the weight. And she's made a correction.
Well,
So first end playing in this direction, just the second end of the game, they'll be feeling out the rink exactly as you said, John, just feeding the information into the computer about the lines that they need to take here. And you can see already that Sandra's made the adjustment, send this bowl out a lot wider than her first one, and she's going to reap the rewards of that, because here it is coming home nicely now. Or maybe just hanging out a little bit wider than I thought.
It's always interesting when you see these top quality players to note the changes they make. If you remember what Keith's first one was like, well, we saw it finish narrow, then she went extra wide, and this next one you would imagine that she'll bring it in slightly. Paulson's gone out wider because she had to. But unlucky here. Gosh, I went down and chatted to Gary Lawson briefly in the breaks, because as we talked earlier about he and Ray Martin playing each other in the pairs and dropping a 6 on each of the first two ends. Lawson dropped the first 6 and Martin the second, and as Lawson said, well, better to drop a 6 on end 1 than on end 15. He said we couldn't believe it though when we both did it. So starting afresh after 3 ends, basically, they were.
As Lawson and Grantham continue their march in defence, they've made 2 consecutive New Zealand Pairs finals, and they'll be looking to make it 3. At the conclusion of this end, John, I'll let viewers know who else is through to the men's pair semis.
My word, this is a very, very rough second end we've got here, but as I said, you've got to cut the players a bit of slack, the fact that it's the first time they've played coming in this direction, and no doubt they'll work out the vagaries of the rink and things will improve as the game progresses. But yeah, certainly a pretty rough head, this one.
It does probably indicate, Dave, though, that when you consider that this is rink 2 and Paulson played her last game 2 rinks in, and Keith was a further 2 rinks in from there, and if they were using the same sort of guidelines as they had in their previous games, then it just shows there's a big change or a big difference in the rinks that are being played here. So do you think that's
I'd only be the 1. Let's see what the damage is when the players.
Keith will be disappointed. That was a big open, or both of them will be, but big chance to get a couple out of that at least.
Opting to go for the measure. So this would be a perfect time if I had the results in front of me to read them out. And that'll be the case in a second. Here we go. I've got the quarterfinals results on Bowl Sub Aotearoa. Very easy to use, John. And we've commented already that Lawson and Grantham are through, but also Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor are through to the semi-finals. They defeated Crystal Eve and Nick Cahill 17 points to 10. Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill are through to the semi-finals. They defeated Ryan Bester and Dale 18 points to 16. And in the last game that was outgoing there, the Callagher's, Ethan and Hamish, defeated Rodney Greeny and Paul Matheson 19 points to 18 on an extra end. Sure. And Rodney missed his last bowl by half a bowl. He was half a bowl wide from perfection. So the Callagher's through to the semi-final where they'll play Pascoe and Hill, Lawson and Grantham taking on Curtin and Pryor. Exciting times here at Burnside Bowling Club.
And one of those semis has started, and it's just in a rink a couple away from us here. So here we see Sandra Keith with her first bowl, having picked up a single on that second end. Of course, it's shots just 21, first to 21.
That's a good story in the men's semi-final with the Callagher brothers, hailing from the west coast, and good to see them making it all the way through to the semis. That's a real feather in their caps.
And Pascoe's from over there too, isn't he?
Yes, originally from there, not so much nowadays. Based in Wellington more so,
Yeah.
but still playing a lot of bowls in Christchurch too. So Lance is a New Zealand rep too now, of course. But yeah, originally from the West Coast, so they can definitely produce the bowlers from out of that little centre over there in Greymouth, headquarters or the main city of the West Coast centre is Greymouth, of course.
The home of the ham and kiwifruit sandwich, as we discovered yesterday, John.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Well, what about the whitebait sandwiches? That'd be more popular.
That's better.
Now we're talking.
Much fonder memories of whitebait sandwiches.
And the Skelton brothers, Dave.
Absolutely.
So Keith now looks to just wants half a metre on. She's been quite consistent. Well, she is a very consistent draw player anyway. On her day, of course, she can beat anyone around.
She's proven that consistently for 20 years, Sandra Keith, as we see this other bowl here.
Probably holding 3 shots there. Leanne had the speed right with her last bowl, just needs to make that line adjustment. Still might be out a bit too wide here.
Not too bad, I don't think.
Oh no, here it comes, here it comes. No, she's not. That's a very good attempt. In fact,
great effort.
So it is a big turning hand, that one. I thought that was going to be wide, but it came home towards the centre line quite rapidly.
Yeah, so get to about there and you think, well, that's going to stay out. But again, Sandra Keith's found the same track.
Is it going to stop in time? Oh, just one bowl past.
Well, look, that's good centre line stuff there. 4 of 5 of those bowls pretty much on it.
Big
Olsen
bowl
with
here
one
from
to go.
Leanne. Yep, she's 3 down on the head. Needs, and funnily enough, if she cuts one out, she's more than likely going to cut all 3 out. They're similar distance away from the jack, the shot bowls. If I was her, I'd be aiming to beat that bowl out there on the wing, the one that hasn't hit the centre line. If I'm beating that on the inside, then I'm more than likely going to end up with a shot.
Yeah, well, that's the tighter line than she'd used.
If she gets a clear run here, she's going to draw the shot.
Oh, she has to. Oh. Well, it might have done it.
That'll
Of the women's singles, the Summerset National break. The clubhouse was pretty much full upstairs where the bar area is, and downstairs where the eating area, and of course outside too. Everyone waiting for the coffee cart to arrive, and it didn't. But still, let's see. That's not a major black mark. The coffee cart operator apparently is off sick.
Say la vie. Sandra on the forehand. Gets the ball away very consistently. I wouldn't call it a textbook delivery, John, but it comes out the same way every time.
The pressure, does she, Sandra Keith?
Oh, got fantastic. Bowl's brain, as we would say.
Yeah.
three pretty good open bowls on the end. Marker just leaning in to see who's got the shot. Yeah.
You know, you saw Sandra Keith this grimace slightly when she let that go. So she knew immediately that she was probably just a bit overweighted, but not much. Still a handy position for it to be, with Paulson changing hands.
Close here.
Yeah.
She's close here.
Yeah. She deserved to, warranted the run down afterwards.
Great shot.
Interesting to see what shot option Sandra goes with here. There is an option down on the backhand
Yeah.
underneath those short bowls of Leanne Paulson's to land the shot bowl or trail the jack, playing weight to her back bowl.
Or coming down on the forehand as well. That's what she's going to play, isn't it? That forehand and punch the jack back
She's
as well.
Playing my shot.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Underneath it. She's close.
Oh,
She's close. What a
Close.
shot.
Oh.
My word, I early called it.
Yeah. No,
Sorry,
I think.
my apologies, Sandra. I called that early. That was my
I thought
fault.
she had it perfect.
Yeah. No, I think my shot was the one to play.
Oh.
Gee, that was pretty impressive, wasn't it? I thought up until about a metre out, it was all the way clean jack. A clean shot out, which would have meant the jack would have moved slightly in her direction, in her favour.
I think if she'd made contact with the shot bowl, it was definitely sending the jack back. So Leanne now will be looking to cover that. She'll be looking to make sure she's past the jack this time. Whether she goes right past and sort of splits the two back bowls, or whether she just tries to draw another counter, but it is make sure that it's in behind. No, she's going right back, which is not a silly not a to-do with the speed that Sandra was playing her shot.
I don't think it'll make her change her mind, though, will it?
No, she will still play the same shot. See if she can make the adjustment.
Oh, she's underneath the line on this one.
Yeah, she knew it way from the
She took
start.
I think she took the speed off.
Well, how many
It's
is
one of
that?
those scenarios when you've played a shot like that and you have to make an adjustment, make sure you only adjust one thing. Either go a little bit quicker to hold the bowl up or make an adjustment with your line. Say, right, I'm going to play this with the same speed as I played the last one. I'm just going to play it a bowl wider. Don't make two adjustments. Don't adjust both your line and your speed. Otherwise, that's what can happen.
Oh, this might be 3 here.
2 conceded already.
Sandra Keith watching closely. Changes her position just to check, wanting to make sure that the measure is right up against the jack without moving it. That's a 3, I think. It is indeed. So a good end there for Leanne Paulson.
3 points scored.
And we had a lot better quality head coming back down that way than what we did the first time. So the players have latched on to the lines that are required going in both directions now. We should see some very, very good heads in this game.
Sandra last won the New Zealand singles in 2012. She was playing out of Leaston. Went on to win the New Zealand Open Pairs in 2013, Open Fours in 2020, and the Open Pairs again in 2022, as well as 2 club championships, New Zealand club championships. They were colloquially known as Pathways events. The club championship pairs and the club championship triples, both in 2012. So a great year in 2012. That's 3 national titles.
Yeah.
Singles were a late inclusion into the Nationals in the women's game. From 1952 through to 1956, it was pairs and fours. Singles included in 57. And the first ever winner of a New Zealand singles title for the NZWBA was Ella McGuinness from the Manurewa Club in Auckland in 1957, the host centre being Auckland on that occasion.
Now that looks wide, doesn't it, Dave?
It does, yeah, definitely. Quite often that bowl of Sandra's might have just got in her eye, and she sort of said to herself, I've got to make sure I'm round that, and then consequently you push the bowl way out wide. There's no need to adjust your line. If you got the speed right, she would have come round that bowl of Sandra's, but it's just one of those things that you see it in your eye, and you think, I've just got to go a little bit wider here, when in fact you don't. Really.
Just like this, that's what she needed to do around, as Sandra has. Overcooked it. So here we go, scattered heads so far. Change of hands.
Good decision here. Good decision here from Leanne to change of hands. Look, I've seen two rough ones down there. What's this side of the green doing? Let's have a look.
Well, I think she'll play this a bit more often.
Oh, I think she will after this bowl.
What a shot.
Right, John. Yep. Very, very good.
Now, if Keith plays the same shot as previously, she'll just about sit that out. Looking for a back door.
Dropped it short.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing about singles, though, well, the one good thing about singles, one of the good things about singles, it's quite great commentary, is that you get 4 bowls, Dave. So it's interesting, Sandra's gone over and then under but narrow. At least you still go, well, I still have a bowl where I can find the sweet spot here. Often in fours where you get 2 bowls, or the 2-bowl triples game, you go over and under, and then you have to twiddle your thumbs for an end before you get another go.
I think the other good thing about singles is you don't have to talk to anyone.
Oh, well.
You don't have to take instructions from anyone. You just play it yourself.
I absolutely talk to myself during a game of singles, John.
Yeah. I had a query from someone during the week of championships saying, how come some of the singles players were going up to the head after their second bowl? What's the rule? I mean, they can ask the umpire, can't they, of course?
I think it's an exceptional circumstance.
Yep.
You're allowed to go up. So I would argue that could be anything. The exceptional circumstance could be that I can't see what the head is.
Or you've said it's a measure I really want to check for myself or something, I don't know.
3 hours, first to 21. People are pretty reasonable with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, she's on that track again.
Has she got the legs to get
Oh,
around
not
that?
this time.
Oh, no, not quite, no.
Sandra will be saying, I wish I'd hit it a bit harder. She got one to play, she has.
Just asking if she's 1 or 2 down. One and a measure down.
Yeah, she had a finger up, but I think Sandra knows it was down. Meant down. Up means down.
Well, it was up.
Yeah.
She might have been looking to play weight to the shot bowl if she was only 1 down, but with the doubt about second shot, she's decided to just try and draw it, and she hasn't made a bad job of it either.
No, that might
Is it
just
stop in time.
not quite.
Well, it's very,
measures
very
out.
close.
Yep. So now rather than 1 down on a measure, it's a measure.
I think Leanne favours hers.
Yeah. Yep.
I know, they're going to measure it.
Yep. And Sandra Keith's got a pretty good eye.
Of course, last time Sandra won the New Zealand singles, she went on to win the World Champion of Champions singles as well.
In Cyprus.
I was just going to say, where was it, Dave? It was somewhere
Yes.
different.
Was it in Cyprus?
Exotic in
Wow.
Cyprus.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
Yep.
Another single there to Leanne Paulson, who now leads this final against Sandra Keith by 6-1. It's the women's singles final at the Summerset Nationals. Both players now at a stage where they've got to grips with, or are not going to get probably any better to grips with, the rink they're on after 5 ends.
We had a pretty good head coming in this direction last time. Let's see if we can have another goodie. Very good pre-shot routine there from Leanne Polston. You saw her standing behind the mat, looking down the line that she's going to send. Then she makes her routine on the mat and delivers the bowl.
Lovely weight. These players are figuring it out, aren't they? It's just it's not a challenging rink. It's just you take a few ends to learn which hand does what.
Yep. As they found quickly, that hand there was taking a fair amount of green. Oops, they've both forgotten that.
Yeah, they haven't quite fed that into the computer yet to go
No,
a little
no.
bit wider. Start believing your eyes.
Gentleman walking past stopped to have a look at the scoreboard and realised it was 0-0. Nothing was happening. Oops, no game on here.
Wrong scoreboard.
Yep. So we made the correction with the green here. Now there's the second thing that's important, and that is the weight. So who's going to be first to sort it out? Needs to be around that grey. Still needs a lot of... Oh, gosh, that's even narrower than her first.
Pressure on the last 2 bowls now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if Leanne draws one real close here.
Yeah, chucked it out a bit wider this time.
She got the weight again, though. I don't think she has, John. No.
She gets a front push. Push might put her... No, that's still nearly 2 metres short, those bowls.
Better grass this time from Sandra Keith.
Yeah.
Look at
You
this.
take it to the green, you'll get the shot.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll be, well, it depends how long this game goes for, actually, but they'll be in progress for at least a couple of hours, I would imagine. And you often find at the very pointy end of these national championships, the games slow down just a smidge, John.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Sandra Keith playing that hand, which I don't think she's played that hand coming in this direction at all. But would have noticed what Leanne Paulson was able to do on that hand, and Paulson continuing to do so. Obviously, often when you're playing bowls and you're playing one side of the green, you're taking the same sort of green no matter which way you're going. But in this case, they're not. That was a wide green going in the opposite direction to what they're playing now. And coming back, looking at taking a similar sort of green and finding that it's just holding out. So the wind having an effect down there. So she's just fined it up a little here. And she needs to too, because she sees herself 3 down, but she'll be 1 up here.
What a shot.
Yeah,
Very
great
beautiful bowl.
Very, very good bowl.
So Keith has dropped
down to 1 up.
Yeah, and she's dropped a 3, a single, and a 2 on the last 3 ends, Dave, and that just, well, obviously isn't getting at her at all, but it's not a comfortable situation to be in. And then with those two wide bowls there to the right as you see them, where the bowls didn't come in at all, to make that fine tuning and get inside Paulson's closest. So it's so important, Dave, isn't it? Yeah, it's so important, isn't it, that players remember what's going on from end to end and direction to direction and hand to hand. Because Keith hadn't played this direction, this hand in this direction at all. So, she won't, you would imagine, won't make that mistake again going this way.
Yeah, you're right, John. You've got to learn from your opponent's bowls as well as your own. And, whilst we don't want you sort of really, really fully concentrating on every single bowl that the opponent plays, you've still got to notice what they're doing and what they're getting away with as far as...
Look at this. Look at this here.
Close.
Gee. That's 4 shots.
What a bowl.
Very, very good bowl. She was a bit unlucky that she actually planted the shot bowl onto her own, and otherwise she'd have stayed a lot closer. So what I'm alluding to here is there's a fair bit of room for Sandra to draw herself out of trouble on this end.
But she hasn't.
Is she going to reach?
No, she's nowhere near it.
Oh, the cardinal sin.
Yeah. Having played the perfect shot previously, she again went wide, and again, the worst thing was that she dropped her weight. So a 4 here. Big end for Leanne Paulson. She's gone 1, 3, 1, 2 and 4 in the last 5 ends to take a sizable margin at 12-1 over Sandra Keith.
Well.
And what a great shot it was to get the 4, sitting that shot bowl through of Sandra Keith, getting rid of it off the head and hovering about herself and making the full count of 4. It was a great shot.
She's going to stay with that 3/4 length mat right back. About a mat distance out from the 2 metre mark down the other end. See this great, excellent crowd here. Packing both sides, or all 4 sides of the green. $12-1. Well, I don't think when we go back to predictions, Dave, I don't think you expected, none of us did expect to see that sort of score in this match, a 12-1. Far from over, of course.
But no, you're dead right. I didn't expect this at all, John. But yeah, Sandra will show her fighting qualities. Don't worry about that.
Yep.
This game, as you said, it's far from over. But I certainly didn't expect this scoreline.
So now it's remembering that coming this way last time, each of the bowlers had bowls swinging across the centre line too early. Not this time, no, from Keith.
Very deliberate, Leanne Paulson.
Yeah, excellent pre-shot routine. Her whole delivery is almost out of the textbook. It's superb. Very, very nice delivery.
Gets down low, doesn't she? Low, and the hand finishes up almost in front of her nose as she follows through.
Oh, that one got away too smooth. Just running past a little bit.
So you've got contrasting deliveries, and yet these two players are in the final. So, oh gosh, Sandra. That was back to where she was on the first couple, the previous end coming this direction. So that's going back to... Players get tired too, don't they? Of course, it's very important that mentally you're on top of the game, and if you're physically tired, then you're mentally tired. But this is only their second game of the day. They've had a big week. They've got to be on top of it. Paulson short, and so Keith still holds 1.
Should be able to make it 2 here. Just needs
Yeah.
that adjustment with the line, and she seems to have done it this time. How's her speed?
Not bad.
Just a little bit quick, but that should be counting.
She'll feel like she's beginning to settle down a bit here, Sandra Keith. That's all you need in this situation, eh? Just settle down, score a couple of points.
And what we've got, well, it looks ugly, doesn't it? If we take into account the conditions, I suppose, an ugly head like this is not a bad head. Well, let's see, because we haven't had really compact heads, have we? Apart from the first couple.
I think the players will be disappointed with the standard at the moment.
Yeah.
It's a lovely green. The rink's fine.
Yeah, and I don't believe it. I mean, the wind is there, and I don't think it's having a big influence on the bowls, though. So we would be expecting to have better heads than this. Is she going to turn her own one up? No, but she's going to run away now. She hasn't taken that green again.
That was always narrow.
So this is a very loose end from both players, but it's 2 to Sandra Keith. This is going to get her on the springboard of getting back into the game. It'll be interesting to see if she makes a change with the length, whether she does something to try and throw Leanne Poulsen off, but more importantly, get herself into the game.
Look at this
looks
here.
Like she's drawn another one here.
Like, it's a loose end, but the score, the numbers look the same on the scoreboard, don't they? It doesn't matter if it's a loose end or a tight end that you've scored the points on. That's going to be some points, some shots, Dave. Some
Good
shots
boy.
Onto Sandra Keith's side of the board. One day.
3 it is. So Sandra Keith, having scored on the second end, returns with a 3 on the 8th. So it's now 12-4, this final of the women's open singles at the Summerset National Championships.
He hasn't done anything dramatic with the mat. Yeah.
No, just a little subtle change though. Just brought the mat up a little bit. So it's slightly shorter length that we'll be playing here.
I think she was short with 2 or 3 bowls coming this way last time, so maybe she's just saying, right, I've been short, now I can put the jack where I was with my previous bowl. Oh, having said that, shut up, John.
Well, there's an irony.
Yeah. Short with a longer end and short with a shorter end.
Good opening bowl here from Leanne Poulsen. Going to finish a little bit short, but nailed the line.
So I just see my good mate Grant Nisbet, grandfather again yesterday, and one of his daughters, Kirsty, is here watching the bowls. She's at Christchurch base. She's been here, keen bowls follower. Of course, Grant has been a bowler for many years and loves the game. Poulsen now with that pretty good first bowl.
So when's the Nisbet-Macbeth pairs combination going to be back in action again, John?
Well, we thought we'd wait, till 40-year anniversary. So we did it. We got together in about 1990. I don't know now. Grant might be able to tell us 1992 or something like that. We played the Nationals when we'd both first started dabbling in the sport.
How'd you go?
We got a lot of publicity.
Well, that's good.
Stu Scott, who was doing what was then Sports Roundup, gave us, we got more publicity than Scogland or Bellis or Brassey or any of those bowlers. And always, I think the final comment was, and they're yet to win a game. So we enjoyed it. And we've played together since, National Fours and things like that. And in fact, we played in the same competition at the weekend. So yeah, we might just do that, Dave. It'll be, we're still able to stand. We'll do
Good
it.
to see.
You had quite a successful National Fours run at Mount Maunganui, didn't you, John?
Yeah, we did. We Grant and I and Poppy, Simon Poppleton, and Terry Shaw, I think it was. We had 4. We got to the last 16 or something. Bloody Morris Symes beat us twice.
And a big end here for Sandra Keith. Look, she's coming down to have a look. Leanne Paulson's placed 3 right around the jack, and it's not even set. Oh, it's not pretty. It's not pretty.
I still think I'd be attacking this, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if she gets contact with those front 2 bowls, she's going to clean at least those 2 out. May not get the 3rd one, but at least it's going to reduce the count. So I'd be attacking here.
The best thing she could do is almost to hit the second bowl, the bowl to the right of the touching one.
Yes.
There's almost half a chance that could get some jack moving if she gets it square or peel a couple off and follow through. But absolutely, she'll just be in that area. You just want to be in the area, don't you, with enough weight that you can move stuff.
And, having picked up a 3 and had the mat and put the jack down to where she wanted it, she was so disappointed with that first bowl, which is the closest one, her closest one. Oh, no.
Just trying to draw it.
Sitting the shot, do you think? Yeah. Oh.
She's in the area.
Pretty good shot, Sandra Keith.
Look at that!
Wow, you could not
Great bowl.
wish to see a better bowl than that. That was fantastic.
You couldn't have paid me to make that shot selection, which is
No.
why I've never won a New Zealand singles.
Wow.
What a shot that was.
Well, I
Wasn't
think
the shot I would have had in mind either.
No,
but
well-
she's played it expertly.
well, most of us couldn't play it, so it wouldn't enter our calculations.
Not even for a second.
It's in a horrible situation for Leanne too. She can't really get at it, so probably the only option she's got is to try and draw the shot. Little touch on the jack to make 2 of it, but all she's got really is the draw. There's no way she can get at that shot bowl, even though she's got 3 seconds there.
Could she look at promoting her own 2 that are short, or? Yeah, well, that's what she's going to do.
She is playing with speed. Yeah, she's
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
get something through to the shot bowl.
Oh, and it's going to be
Oh, she
Sandra's.
might make... Oh.
No. Oof, it might still have worked even with a wick onto that. So, one outstanding bowl. That's got to go in the highlights package from Sandra Keith. 3 down, draws to perfection, and picks up a single.
And we're going to watch a replay of that bowl for Sandra Keith's executed to perfection. Look at that. That's millimetre perfect. Hit it in behind the group of bowls. Great stuff.
Outstanding bowl. And the key aspect of it was the speed control. She didn't overplay it. Just enough to rest the bowl out and hang around herself.
So this time the mat's mid-distance or closer to the shorter distance than midway. So about 4 mat lengths from minimum distance, and then she puts the jack down to almost a 2 metre. And playing on this hand, hey, she's mixing it up a wee bit, and I think we saw that in that disability singles final, Dave, where the players didn't really settle into a side that they preferred. There was often a change up with the first bowl, I mean, just wondering what was going on. Here's Paulson playing the same hand.
That first bowl of Sandra's looked to be on a good line, because remember, we've noticed them really swooping back from out there.
Yeah.
And when she let it go, I thought that's on a good line, but it didn't really swoop home like those earlier ends have been, as we see it. And this one also has just taken a more direct path to the centre line than. So maybe this length is not being affected by the wind or something as much, and they're not swooping back from out there like they were earlier.
Well, she's taken that similar green again. Bit more weight this time. Oh, there you go.
Holding one, Leanne Paulson. I'll get an update at the completion of this end of the men's pairs.
Leanne Paulson looking for just another couple of feet of weight on her first bowl.
That's a narrower line. She got the weight all right, Dave.
Yeah, consequently it runs right away. You did right. It's out of the hand, you could see straight away it wasn't as wide as her first bowl.
So Keith looking to come in between her shorter bowl and the shot bowl. She certainly find this up. Looks like a good
This
track.
is a much better line.
Oh, she's just going to make
Inside,
contact.
outside half of that one.
Oh, that'll be the shot, I would say.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yep. So Sandra's got the shot there.
On the jog is Leanne Paulson. Is she going to push her own up? Is she going to backdoor this?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
No change here for Sandra Keith. Pushing it out.
Probably needs to get it.
Oh, yeah. Is she going to come in?
Needs to get another shot here, though, because if she doesn't, then her shot is exposed.
Oh, just draw
But
the
she's
shot.
drawn a roaster here. That's a great bowl. Well played.
Great bowl.
And her three bowls are all, you know, you'd say that's pretty good weight, eh? Three of them
Yep.
perfect weight. Paulson wondering whether it's two. I'd say it would be the indication from Kath Thompson earlier. Looking at that green that she's had with those two centre bowls, she doesn't have to change much to get round and play a perler.
The green of the first two with the weight of the third
Yeah.
one should
Yeah.
have a toucher.
Yep.
Sounds so easy. Very deliberate.
Well, she'll be lucky. She might push her own up. Maybe that's what she was trying to do. Oh.
That's right.
So there we go. That's probably two, but certainly one and a measure for Sandra Keith, who has now scored on the last three ends. One goes out. And Sandra, if you want two, you measure. Doing a finger measure first of all. Two. It is two. So two shots there to Sandra Keith, who moves from a situation where she was 12-1 down to now 12-7 down.
So Dave, what's it like for the the friends and family of these players? Because obviously, you've been in the position where you've had Jo have a lot of success over a long time, and she's won New Zealand singles titles, etc., etc. What was it like for you when you've got I suppose you can't go out and play the bowls for them, so you have to sit and watch these people that you care about participate and be up for winning these championship titles. What was that like?
Look, it's tough. To be fair, it is very tough. And also, I mean, obviously my coaching as well, coaching experience and being the coach of the New Zealand team, and Jo was in the New Zealand team, and just watching her. But when I had my coach's hat on, it was probably better than when I was just casually watching, when I wasn't the coach. As we see a great opening bowl from Sandra Keith here. But you're right, you can't do anything. You can, if you're there at the event, it's just a matter of being supportive, smiling. So, even if your player is struggling, it's just a matter of trying to stay as positive as you can. But internally, man, sometimes I was tied up in knots. Not so much when I was coaching, but definitely when I'm just watching as a devoted husband.
Mm. And it doesn't help if you leave early if she's down, eh?
Would that be separate?
Where's
cars
Dave
home?
gone? Oh. That's Dave walking down the stairs, heading off to the pub. So, great start here. Did you update those pairs?
Oh, no, I
results?
didn't.
No,
I didn't.
okay.
No, it's a great question. Next in, John.
Yeah. Sandra bowled the perfect opening bowl. Leanne, her line indicated she was looking to just sit it off. She's gone a bit wider this time, but it's probably a better line, but she might just still cut under it. Or a bit of luck, and that's the danger of those short bowls. They can turn against you.
Right there, John. I was just going to say that, you know, Sandra would be extremely disappointed with her second bowl.
Yeah.
She's absolutely nutted it with her first one, and then the second one had to be up. And I'm sure she knew that, and just a bad bowl, and she internally she'd have been a bit frustrated about that.
So seeing the danger, she'll punch this out wide and try to bring it in at least to cover those couple of grey bowls. I don't know whether she's up far enough, is she? Let's see, we can't quite see through Kath Thompson. No, that's not a very good bowl either from Sandra Keith. Although, you never know. Jacks do squirt all over the place. So Paulson
Should be just looking to play with a riving weight here, just looking to sit the shot bowl. If she's underneath, can get the jack. She's got a couple of catches out the other side of the...
She's having a
playing
proper
with
go.
lot of speed.
Jack.
Got the jack!
Good shot. That's a lot of weight. I mean, if you look at from the player's end, Leanne got underneath that short red bowl.
Yep.
And didn't touch the red bowl to the left. So she had enough weight to literally hold it up on a bowl's width. That's a sign of intent, isn't it?
Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
John, I'm going to give you some updates
Thank
because
you.
we're on a crossover.
Yep.
And you very subtly asked me about 4 times. So I can tell you that Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor, who are taking on defending champions Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham, and you can see them in the middle of your screen there. Seamus and Paul 4-3 up after 4 ends. And in the other game, the two Callahers against Lance and Jamie Hill, 5-1 up to the Callahers after 4 ends as well. Those two semi-finals taking place all on this green, this front green here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
Actually, I saw Neville Hill, and you'd imagine where he was, Dave, sitting upstairs here. Gosh, you know, when I first had a game of bowls when I was living in Napier, 1979 or something like that, Neville Hill and a guy, Peter Budd, invited me along to play in an LVA tournament. Probably not the first one that Neville had been involved in. And but anyway, that sort of piqued my interest. And I'm always intrigued that Neville Hill is still playing bowls and playing bowls very well.
He is in my humble opinion, the best bowler to have not yet won an Open New Zealand title.
That's interesting because he knocked over. He said to me, I got my $50 worth, mate. We played some good bowls and we were, taking on the top guys, and so he's still there and competitive, and very good. He was always a very good bowler.
It's amazing. There's a number of guys around the country, very, very similar to Bones, as we call him.
Yeah.
Neville Hill. And yeah, lots of guys that have just been around the traps for years and years, and they're always a threat. You can never take a match against them for granted.
Well, you could, but you'd lose it.
Whoa! Now we're seeing.
Could get a fortuitous.
Yeah.
You're happy enough with that, but that wasn't the plan.
And of course, the Hill name has continued on for a long time, hasn't it? Since Neville. There we go.
Jamie, his son, has played for New Zealand, and obviously a very, very good player still.
This might be the best weight of the lot.
Yeah, good bowl here from Leanne.
looking for correction. Doesn't look too bad either from Sandra Keith. What's her weight like? Doesn't matter if she sits that, she'll be happy. Yep.
Try.
Getting their line sorted out coming this way now.
Still gives Paulson something to target. That's that left-hand red bowl of Sandra Keith's. Sitting on that will give her the shot. So replying with kind. Oh, no, doesn't quite make it.
Just a little wobble on the bowl there, just as it got handy.
So I want to jump up and down and see if you can get the bowl to sit. It's on that angle. You think, go on, sit down.
So
Isn't it amazing some of the angles those bowls get on? You think, how do they still stay up? Sometimes they're almost right over, but sometimes the bowls have got little dimples on them, and sometimes they settle in the dimple and they won't fall over. But it is amazing the angle that you do see some bowls sitting.
wow,
Might be a nice little shot for Leanne now. She could be one down to the red bowl, but she's got 2 very good seconds. So whether she plays with all sorts of weight like she did last end to look to get rid of the shot bowl, or whether she just plays arriving weight to sit and stay.
Yeah, and sitting on that red would give her 3.
Yes.
From what I can see from here, that looks to be the case. So I lean out, not out the window, but looking through the window. That would be enough, I think. So she's started with a pretty good line here. Oh, it's going to come under that red one. Oh, a wee feather of the
Maybe
jack.
just-
Hey, that might do it for her. Might not.
Oh, just passing through.
So
Surprised she didn't play with a little bit more speed there, looking to get rid of that red bowl.
We're going to see Leanne measure for shot. I can tell you just quickly that the Kelleher's picked up a number. They lead 8-1 now over Jamie Hill and Lance Pascoe after 6 ends in their semi-final. Yeah, the semi-final's still close, 4-3.
Now, Alex, I don't think you'll be able to help me, or John, you might. It's always been a conundrum. Why do we play singles to a number, but all the other disciplines are a certain number of ends? I like the fact that we play to a number in singles. Don't get me wrong, but it's always sort of baffled me as to why that happens.
Good question.
and I can't answer that, mate, and I've often wondered it myself. You know, it seems odd, doesn't it? I suppose, does it make it more exciting when you're going for a number? I don't know.
I don't know.
No.
I've done a bit of research
No.
into bowls as well.
Someone will send us a text or...
Well, we know that the number of ends in the older tournaments are usually odd numbered because we used to just count ends won. So you didn't score really in points. You go, you've won X amount of ends, and if you win more ends than the other person, you win the game of bowls. But first to 21, I'm not sure. I know that in New Zealand, it's recent-ish. For a long time, we played 25 or 21 ends of singles, and then we adopted the first to 21. But I have absolutely no idea, Dave, why that is the case. That's all I've got.
Thank you. That's fine. I mean, I'm the same, but I do like it. I like the fact that we play to a number, that we chase a target in singles, and yet we play ends for all the other disciplines. But it's and you know there was, as you said, that used to be singles was a certain number of ends as well, but then it switched to chasing that magic number of 21 or 25 in some instances.
Yep.
Even in Australia, sometimes they play to 31 over there.
31.
Yes.
Goodness,
there
there'd be
are
some long
tournaments.
singles games.
Absolutely. They go on, some of them go, as you can imagine, if you have a real close one like the 21-20s we've been talking about, imagine a 31-30.
I just can't believe these ends we're getting Dave. Hey, look at that spread there, and then eventually we
That's
get
a
one
lovely
close
bowl. That's a lovely bowl.
from Leanne Paulson.
You're right, John. So look, maybe we're being a little bit disrespectful to the players on that wind is having
Yeah,
more effect
I
than
think
what
so.
we think.
Yeah.
It has to be that because they haven't really been able to have those tremendous looking heads that we thought we were going to get.
Sandra on the backhand. This isn't far away here, this bowl.
Yep, nice handy bowl there. Leanne desperately needs to get another one close, otherwise there is the opportunity for Sandra to play with some weight.
Just under that bowl of Sandra Keith's. Oh no, she's going to come round it, is she? Or onto it. Under it is.
She came round it with her last bowl, but she's
Yeah.
underneath it with this one, and it's going to be another counter, is it? Does it run far enough?
Just watching the marker to see what she indicates to.
One and a half.
Yeah, it's too close to call for that second shot.
So now she just is with looking for that weight to just rest that shot bowl.
Yep, rest the shot bowl or touch the jack.
Not far away.
Clears her own one here. She's close. She's very close.
Oh, another bomb. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Beautiful bowl.
Yes. Yes.
You'd be gutted to be one down after that because she absolutely timed that to perfection.
Right, options here for Leanne. She's got a back bowl. She might be just checking whether she has got 2 seconds here. Remember before the marker couldn't decide whether she was holding 1 or 2 before Sandra's bowl came down. So if she's got 2 seconds, she might be playing with quite a bit of weight, looking to just drive that red shot bowl off the head.
She certainly looked to be looking down her forehand and the left hand side as we look at it. So beware the red bowl, or be ready. Red bowl, you could get smacked here.
She's not backwards and coming forwards when it comes to her weighted shots, as we've already seen.
Definitely looks like the way she's lining up on the mat, she's going the shot bowl.
Yep.
Good shot option here.
And she might get lucky by hitting that red onto it, and she does.
Oh, she did.
Yeah. So takes it out. It was another option, though, Dave. You might say it was lucky, but it was another option there, wasn't it? It's with those 2 bowls of Sandra's there.
Absolutely.
Yep, take it, have a go. So she stopped the rot. She went 4 ends without scoring, and now picks up a 2, and leads by 14-8. After 12 ends, it's the first to 21. Confirmation there on the scoreboard. Left-hand side is, well, no, it will be. Left-hand side is Leanne Paulson. I'll move up to 14. And Sandra Keith on 8.
So
Right,
that'll be good for Leanne. Otherwise, another end that Sandra would have scored there would have just really started to sow the seed of doubt into Leanne's mind. But she's just opened up another little gap again now, and that'll give her a lot of confidence going into this end. Going back to her length or lengthening the length of that they're playing, which she obviously feels a little bit more comfortable.
Leanne Paulson sending the jack up almost exactly down, directly down the centre line. Just a slight amount of straightening needed by Kath Thompson, the marker. Comes down that forehand side, which, if she remembers, requires a bit of green, and she remembers. And she threw the jack up and
remembered.
puts the bowl up exactly in the same place.
She's remembered very well. That's a great opener.
So she's searching for this Sandra Keith, playing with intent. Ooh, just enough weight to stay on. Yep. It's just stayed on about half a metre from the edge of the ditch. Olsen not wanting to be short. It's another beaut one in there.
Very good bowl, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's okay. She's been a wee bit unlucky that she's dragged it away from her first one, but still a very, very good bowl. Sandra Keith making the decision to change her hand as a result of that. She can see the jack clear out on this side, can arrive to sit the shot bowl or pick the jack up.
It's not a bad effort.
Area.
Oh, gee.
And we're shortly going to be joined by the Vice President of Burnside, John Hamish Wilson, just for a few ends. And you can have a conversation with him about the duties of the host club and what it's been like for Burnside to host yet another national event here. As we see Leanne Polson persist with the forehand.
Oh, this
She
could be
needs this bowl to be up.
Yeah, and it is.
Oh, yeah, nice bowl. That's tidied it up quite nicely. It's made it quite difficult now for Sandra. She can't see, well, she can probably just see the edge of the jack, and visually she'll be, she can play a similar bowl to her last one, actually, and she can look to land on one of the two shot bowls. See that red bowl at the back there? That's the last bowl she played. If she plays a similar speed to that, looks to land on one of the two shot bowls or even get the jack. So, similar bowl to last time.
Well pointed. I don't know if she's up though, is she?
No. Oh, big mistake there. Needed to be up for sure.
Holding 3. Leanne Polson. 1 to play. Just looks... Yeah, she's just asking about that last bowl of Sandra Keith's. Says, how far out is it? I'd say to be even further than that. Yeah.
So she now just has to play and ignore that bowl. Just play the normal line. Chances of running into it are reasonably slim, but it could happen. But look, just ignore it and play your normal line, draw another shot.
Tracking well. If she's up, she's got another shot in here. No, she's not up. Oh, yes, she... Oh, no. Ooh, he says. Looking at it from up in the window here. Yeah. It may well be.
Sandra's quickly on the mat playing this shot, not mucking around. She hopes she's got more speed this time.
Not much more speed.
She's going to duck underneath it.
She might cut out. Oh, well. Gee, that was a great weight from her, but the line might mean that she has dropped to 4 here. I'll see, certainly 2 will go out, 3 will go out. And we'll see what Sandra Keith indicates. 1, 2, 3. If you want 4, you measure, Leanne. But, gee, that's a pretty good end. Yeah, she will measure 2.
So, yeah, look, those last 2 bowls of Sandra's, she'd be very disappointed with those. She really needed to be up, reaching any one of the target bowls or the jack that were up there on the head. So she'll know. Doesn't need anyone else to tell her. But yeah, very disappointing that she didn't reach.
Now, the big question. Was her closest one closer than... No, it's a 4. It is a 4 confirmed. And a great end for Leanne Paulson, who moves to 3 from taking the match and picking up a 4 just when it was so important. And for Sandra Keith, a disastrous end, which was the 13th end they'd played. So 18-8 with Leanne Paulson seeking this Summerset National Open Women's Singles title. Happy to be joined by Hamish Wilson, who's, as Alex mentioned earlier, is the Vice President here at Burnside Bowling Club. You'd be pretty chuffed with the way things have gone, wouldn't you?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I am. I actually played in the tournament myself, so I'm sort of holding 2 caps here today.
Yeah. You played the singles or you played both?
Both. Played the singles and the pairs.
Yeah. Who did you play with on the pairs?
Local fella,
Yep.
Brad Sinclair, here at the club.
It's dreadful when people ask you who you played with and you can't remember. Hey, and for a moment I thought you were going to say I can't remember who I played
I passed
with.
that test, didn't I?
Well, there's been so many positive comments, Hamish, about the organisation, about the standard of the greens, about the number of spectators that have been here. So it must, make you and the rest of the executive here extremely proud.
Yeah, it takes a lot of organising, as you know. Pretty much got the president, Richard Bruce, is here every day. Sorry, that's my phone ringing in the background.
Oh, is it? Oh.
It's probably, I hold a cap of bar manager here as well, and I'm currently trying to chase down a couple of kegs of beer from the local liquor lads. So that's my guess of who that was ringing.
Yep. Well, there's quite a crowd out there at the moment, or was after this morning's games, and it is a really well set up clubhouse here, isn't it? So the bar facilities and the social facilities are fantastic. Yeah.
So I say I've got Richard Bruce and Alan Bryce doing a lot of the organising because they're not playing in the tournament. I did a lot of the pre-organising with the bar and stuff, and a lot of staff on board to run that kind of thing. And then, of course, we've got Jamie, who's our wonderful greenkeeper. I'm sure you've spoken plenty about him.
Absolutely. And you can say what you like about him right now, if you like.
Oh, yeah, he's put a lot of hours in here. He's here when nobody else is here. After all that rain we got earlier on, he was here at 4 a.m. in the morning to mow the greens and get them ready for the next day.
Yep.
And it's a lot on here for this club because it's got the Nationals, which is 8 days of solid bowls. And then we back it up straight away with the Burnside Pairs, which is another 3 big days.
Just seeing, and you would have heard the applause there and seen that shot by Sandra Keith, who's really under the cosh at the moment, but she's played a pearler there for the shot on this particular end, down by 18-8. Yeah, so busy. Your greens haven't got much time to recover, but the way they look, they don't look as though they need much time to recover.
Yeah, he sort of has a philosophy of, feed them and give them lots of water, and if they have lots of cover, then they will survive the multiple days of play that they have on them in the hot weather. And I think those that watched the commentary possibly on the first day would have seen this green that's being finalised now. It took a wee bit of a hit.
Yeah.
But boy, as it bounced back, you look out there now and you couldn't even see that damage that occurred on that first day.
Do your club members get a bit upset about the fact that Burnside is used so often for major events and therefore at times, I suppose, depriving them of their facility?
Yeah, it's always a topic of discussion. The Nationals are not so bad. They fall in a very quiet part of the bowls calendar, with a lot of people being away, around Christmas, New Year. But we have had, bigger events here like Trans-Tasman's and some of the World Bowl stuff, and that can have an impact on the local calendar.
But on the other hand, it's if you're a member here and you know that It is so highly regarded as a facility that it holds World Bowls and Asia and Pacifics and Oceanias and everything, then, it's a bit hard to be grumpy about it. And also with 3 excellent greens, often at least 1 green's available for
Yes,
club members.
I think the tough one for the club members is that all greens are closed tomorrow as a recovery day between this event and the next.
Yeah.
And I know the greenkeepers had a lot of requests to play tomorrow, but it's been a firm no just to get these back up to speed for the next event.
What's your membership here? Can you?
About 260.
Yeah. And full playing members?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but it's...
But 260 includes social or social...
Yeah, it's mostly playing, to be fair. We don't have... Our social membership's about 50 people, so it's very much a playing club.
And not only do you have wonderful facilities and great volunteers, and I know a lot of the people who are working here are volunteers from the club, you also have players who play exceptionally well and compete at the highest of levels. As we see, it looks like Sandra Keith might get a couple out of this end with 1 to play.
Yeah, we have some very good players at the club. We're very competitive in the Canterbury region anyhow.
And you just happen to have a world champion.
We do have a world champion. She's actually on holiday at the moment, taking the opportunity with a sort of a bit of a gap in the international calendar to actually have some life.
Yeah. Well, we did see one of your members, Snow Reardon, playing in the final of the Open Disability singles. So, and we talked about, the players with disability, people with disability. Have you got a few of them? Is it something you encourage or support, obviously?
Yeah, we support. We have got a couple of members. Bruce Wakefield used to be here.
Yeah,
He also played out there, and Ross Bell has also joined that category recently.
That's right.
With the amputated leg he had a couple of years ago. So this was sort of the push. The aim was for him to be able to play in this event.
Yep.
And he's been able to meet that goal.
I saw him performing well. I caught up with him, and again in his favourite position, just out next door here.
Yep.
So that's really encouraging. So we see now that it's great publicity for Burnside. The club is healthy. The greens are fantastic. Jamie does a great job. You and your crew and your president and the rest of the group work really hard for this. And even though, as you say, you get the odd grumble from people saying we can't use our own facility, it's a major positive, and I think your reputation has been enhanced by this event here this weekend. So well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I say that I think the rain on that fifth on that Friday just showed how much work
Yeah, absolutely.
the club does to make this work.
All right. Well, thanks very much, Hamish. You answer your phone now and organise those couple of kegs.
Thank you.
Just before you go, Hamish, how's the piloting with Air New Zealand going? Dave Edwards here, mate.
Oh, good afternoon, Dave. Where are you sitting? You're at home, are you?
I am indeed. Something else.
Pilot world is going good. I have to. Yeah, that's been the tricky part with organising this and also playing in this is trying to make work fit around my bowls life as well.
Yeah. I must say,
so New Zealand are duly obliged, have they?
Yeah, it's interesting, Dave. I was going to say that most clubs administrators are those who've retired or find themselves coerced into doing these jobs. But Hamish is not old or retired, and probably hasn't been coerced, but has done it willingly.
Oh, probably coerced, but
okay.
definitely not retired.
Yeah.
35's a bit young to retire.
Yeah. Well,
but that is a fair point you make. Actually, most of Burnside's executive still work full time.
Wow.
So even the president, Richard Bruce, he works for the police. He's full time, and it's a tricky thing. We get asked a lot of us, and we have to deliver.
Schedules. Sometimes families don't appreciate that either. Hey, thank you, mate, very much, Hamish.
No, thank you for your time.
Just back to this final, which is at us an interesting situation again at 18-10. So Leanne Paulson holding shot here, Dave, and she's just capable of pushing this even further away from her opponent.
Yep, look, there's a good head building up here. Nice bowls early here. Just that one slightly short one from Sandra, but it's a nice looking head building up. But you're right. Leanne's on the springboard, as we call it. She can go out now with a 3.
Here's
So
a 2.
Sandra has to be cognizant of that. Here's the second one coming in.
Yep. Pretty sure that's 2. We'll just see Kath checking it. 2, yep.
2, yep. Yeah, so it is now danger time for Sandra. She has to be aware of the scoreboard, and you can see she's playing with a lot of speed here, trying to reduce the count. And she's just running her short one.
Oh, I thought she was going to clip the edge of the left-hand bowl as we look at it and take both out. So 2 down. She's got to go for the 3 now and say, righto, I've got the match. You ruin it if you can, Sandra. Extend it if you can. Here she is. That nice, smooth delivery of hers, sending it out wide. Pushing it over the back. Okay, so out of the target area. But, of course...
The good news for Sandra was she did get rid of that bowl of her own that was in the way. So whether she elects to play a similar sort of shot or goes back to just a draw shot now. Yes, she's gone back to the draw now.
I think the danger was that she could take her own out, that second shot, if she'd gone heavy with, oh gosh, you know, she'd be thinking, why didn't I do this earlier? Oh no, not quite reaching.
Okay. So, Leanne coming down to have a look, and rightly so too, because she's got the match in her hand. She's got the New Zealand title in her hand, holding 2 at the moment, got the final bowl of the end. Let's have a good look at this. Where do I have to come underneath Sandra's bowl there, or can I get another shot round it? So, big decision here for Leanne.
She's just checking to see that she's got 2, is she?
I think that's the first thing she's doing.
Yeah,
we did get the word from the marker that it was 2 earlier on.
Well, you'd certainly think underneath Sandra's bowl, underneath her own even, sitting on the second shot, Sandra Keith doesn't even take any notice of it. Has head down now and thinking to herself, do I get to play another end? If I can play another end, I can still win this, but right now it might be that we're watching the final bowl of the Summerset Women's Open Singles here at Burnside 2024. Leanne Paulson holding 2, looking to get 3. And has she done that? She has not. She had a great line, so Sandra Keith lives a little bit longer with a couple of shots here probably, and Leanne Paulson moves a step closer to this title. Goes through the routine herself again, just saying another metre of weight would have been great. 1. No, I think, will she measure? Will she measure?
Can tell you that the score in the semi-final between Lawson's team and Curtin's team, 6-5 to Seamus Curtin after 8 ends, and the other semi-final between the Callahers and Pascoe and Hill, 10-3 to the Callahers on the 10th end. So one close semi, one less close, but both still anyone's game.
2 shots. She's on match point, is Leanne Paulson. 20-10. Decisive so far, and certainly Paulson has been the more consistent of the 2 players.
Definitely had more bowls in play.
Yep.
A lot more either on the jack or just behind, whereas Sandra has been guilty of playing far too many short bowls in this game. You know, a couple of times when she should have been reaching a target area, dropping short. So when she sits down and analyses the game afterwards, whether she's won or lost, I'm sure she'll still say that she's played too many short bowls in this game.
So Gary Lawson tipping his cap to some applause from his mates out there. Must have played a bomb to win that end. So here we see Paulson looks to have a nice first bowl. So a lot to do for Sandra Keith. Yes. Yeah, very, very close.
When you need one to go out, that's not a bad bowl, not a bad starter. Another short one from Sandra.
Into the breeze going that way. But that goes into the computer, doesn't it?
Yep.
Paulson again, so she's got the shot. Now she can play tactically. Just getting one over. So she's got the shot she needs. There we go.
If she stays on, she's played a good one.
Yep, she has stayed on.
Beautiful.
So she's can look to protect that shot, and Keith must get the shot to keep this match going. Well, her bowl's coming a long way, but yeah, not
going
much.
to come back that far. So now the ideal bowl for Leanne would be to sit another one close right on the centre line in front of the jack. Would be the absolute pearler of a shot for her. It's going to be in front of the jack, but it's a bit too short, this one.
Yeah. And she was didn't have quite the green she's had so far. So, you know, really Keith's line is inside that one of her own, it would seem.
This is better. This is better. This is in the area. Can I land the shot bowl?
Yeah.
Oh, she has, and she's hung around for shot.
Making
Very
it
good
hard.
bowl.
Making hard work of it. So now Paulson with that pretty ordinary third bowl when she was looking for something shorter, but in line with the jack. Now she loses that bowl, of course. Keith would be, and Keith would have a go at that, I'm sure, which he would just keep it going with another draw. See what Paulson does here. Surely she's got to go that shot bowl, does she? Just it doesn't need to run at it, but just outdraw it. Get the shot.
I think that's the thing. Just arriving to it. Yep, just arriving. Good, nice couple of feet of weight, just arriving to it underneath the short red bowl of Sandra's.
Yep.
Looking to arrive to the shot bowl. If she does happen to be a bit tight, there's the option of getting the jack, even though it's only a very small target.
Yep. So, can sit the red, can sit the jack, can push the jack to herself, all sorts of options here.
Is she playing the forehand here?
Oh, okay, so maybe she is
She's
running
full,
a shot.
Full bore at it.
Well, she
And
might
she's
take
in
her
danger of
own.
taking
She
her
doesn't
own.
want to take her own out. She has. Oh, wow. That was the only danger of playing that shot, and she picked it. And she might have dropped 3.
She's got one at the back that might save her from 3, but it's definitely 2 down at the moment, I'd say. But she's left Sandra a heap of room to draw another. Poor shot selection there from Leanne, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, gosh, yeah.
So the back bowl there, I think, is going to be third shot.
Yep.
So she's 2 down, but she's left a ton of room to draw another one. Yep, wrong shot option there for sure from Leanne.
So I think the question was, do I have third shot? So, wow.
That was quite incredible.
Oh, I don't think she's going to be here either.
Oh, this is when you
No.
need to rub the salt into the
Oh,
wound.
goodness me.
This is when
Yes,
you
it's
needed to
not-
make this bowl count.
Oh, she made sure that she hasn't got 3 now. She might only have 2, has she? Oh, yeah, I think she might only have 1. The only bowl that she didn't need to touch was that one, and I think she might have handed Paulson a bit of a lifeline here. There was an opportunity for her to draw 3, but I think it might be just 1. Two? Oh, it is 2. Yeah, it is 2. Whew, what a climax we're having here. It's all over the place. Paulson having the game in her grasp. And I think that's about the first time I've seen them chatting openly to each other, and they're both saying, bowls is a funny game, isn't it? You know, that's under
What
pressure.
happened there, they're probably saying, what was going on there?
Yeah. I took my own bowl out. You couldn't draw within 20 feet. We're not doing very well here. Well, there's some driving going on in the other games too. We can see it look like Seamus Curtin having a drive out there. But we'll be picking up and keeping, if Alex can sort it out, just keep updating those scores.
Yeah.
We'll be going over
Yep.
to have a look at
And
those for a moment when this game's finished, just to see.
yeah, so when this game's finished, it depends when this game finishes,
Yeah.
but we'll endeavour to continue the coverage if we can with the men's pairs semi-final. If the camera angles are unsatisfactory, there is, of course, the live by live, what does that mean? The end-by-end live coverage on Bowl Sub Aotearoa that we do have running for the men's pairs semi-final as well, but we'll endeavour to see what we can make happen. The challenge we have is our broadcast rank. The cameras are more static than you would think. We can't move them when it's sort of being broadcast, but we'll try and see if we can get some footage from the closest semi-final, which would be Lawson and Curtin. And what a bowl from Leanne Paulson there.
And she must have been uptight about that last bowl she played on that last end. But what does she do? She just brings in a perfect front toucher.
Yeah, very good mental strength there from Leanne, because you're
Yeah.
right, that could have upset her that last end, but no, she's just refocused. It's gone, nothing
Oh,
I can do
watch
about
this. Watch
it. As we
this.
see this here from
Oh,
Sandra.
great
Jeez.
try.
She's made it better for herself, definitely, by springing the jack away from Leanne's bowl. It does give her the option, a couple of options when she gets on the mat for her next bowl. But the ideal shot for Leanne here is to play the same forehand and just tickle the jack round the corner so it's hidden from view.
What does she play here?
Yep, just plays the draw on the forehand, try and tickle the jack round the corner. That's just to hide the jack away from Sandra. Just on the draw, dead draw to the jack. Might be on the high side here.
Might not be.
Might not
Gosh.
be either.
It's actually given a bit of a shoulder for Sandra to use if she does miss a little wide.
You're dead right. It's just given Sandra something she can use now. So not a good bowl from Leanne there, really. Sandra needs to now look to play weight to her back bowl.
Half a chance if it
Looking to
doesn't
pick the
turn.
jack up. She's close. She's close here. Very close to the
Jack
jack.
perfect.
She's got it.
What a shot.
Great bowl.
When you're on the mat and you look at that, there was hardly a bowl width that you would see, and she played that to perfection. That's the touch bowls that we know Sandra Keith is capable of, and we've seen, for the last 15, 20 years, she's really been classy in that regard.
This is close, team.
Paulson coming to put the bowl back, and she might well just have done that. She gets a touch Carts it back a little bit, stays with it.
Will be holding the win here.
This could be the final bowl of the championship. If she doesn't draw the shot, then Leanne Polson will shake hands, won't need to play her last. Well, I think she might have to play her last.
Giving it
if
the
she
right
can run it
green.
out.
Well,
Yep.
No.
is she going to stop?
I think she has.
Oh,
has
I
she?
think that's the shot.
The crowd doesn't know whether to
no.
clap or not.
No, looking down from here, Dave, that camera angle is very deceptive.
I think it's one to Sandra. I think Leanne's going to have to go up and draw the shot to win the title.
I don't think she is.
It would be better television if she did. If she did, though, wouldn't it, John? If she had to draw the shot for the title.
She's not convinced.
She's not. She's undecided a little bit here. I mean, just get up
So
there.
she's going to play the
just get
shot,
up the other
obviously.
end.
Yep, just go up and play it.
Well, the bowl's fallen in now, so that should make it 100% certain. She's having another look. Sandra's bowl just fell in.
Yeah, she's going back to play it now.
And this is where she just needs to take a little bit more time. Not something stupid, but take a little bit more time. Really go through the pre-shot routine, couple of deep breaths, and just say, I'm just drawing another shot on another bowling green. Forget that it's for the New Zealand national title, and just go through your process. Mentally block all those things out and just stick to the process.
And that's so
Very
easy.
for me to say sitting here.
I was just thinking, oh yeah. But that's what she has to be thinking. Now she's pushed that out nice and wide. That's her arc.
They're
Bringing it
optimists.
in.
They'll come back.
Has it got the
She's
weight?
It'll
close.
come back.
It has. It has got the weight. She has drawn the shot, which will give her the championship.
Absolutely brilliant bowl. Had a fair bit of room, and but she did exactly what I said. Took her time, went through her process, and drew the shot.
Wow, what a great finale. What an outstanding performance, particularly from Leanne Polson. She got that situation on about the fourth end where she scored plenty. She went from 5-1 to 5-1 up to 12-1 up, and from then on it was always difficult for Sandra Keith. But it is Leanne Polson from the Papakura Club who has won the 2024 Summerset Open Women's Singles title from Sandra Keith by 21 to 12.
Yes, and congratulations to Leanne. And we are going to stay broadcasting and bring you the coverage that we can from the semi-final between Gary Lawson, Tony Grantham, who are taking on Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor. I can tell you that the score there on the 10th end is 10-6 to the defending champions, Lawson and Grantham. The other semi-final, 11-4 to the Callahers after 10 ends against Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. So we've just seen Leanne Polson become the national champion. What are our thoughts about the four teams that we find in the semi-finals of the national pairs, guys? We'll start with the defending champions Gary and Tony playing Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor, who've come over from Australia to participate.
Well, there's no doubt that they're a class act, aren't they? The Lawson and Grantham combination, defending champions, Grantham and New Zealand team, Lawson more titles than you can shake a stick at, and playing very good bowls at the moment. So they are hardened, aren't they? I like the fact that, you know, nothing is too big for them. They dropped that 6 in the first end of their quarterfinal match. So those two are form players, they're proven. And then we see the talent of the other two. Younger, fearless, as you often say, Alex, and with so much talent. And to get this stage, you're in with a chance always. So I think this is a very close game, very close to pick. But and you looked at Dave when you were talking about the singles, that the experience of finals play by Sandra Keith would see her through. Well, that ended up to be, no disrespect to you, but it ended up to be not the case, didn't it? So there's no guarantee that that experience that Lawson has got will get him through. The other game, of course, is, with Lance Pascoe, it's New Zealand team. They played a lot with Lawson, of course, too. That game too, I just don't know about that.
So the Callagher's, Hamish and Ethan, well known in the South Island, but perhaps not well-known names to Joe Blogg's bowls follower. They're having a good nationals, aren't they?
Oh yeah, and they've won Canterbury titles, haven't they? So really, really very impressive. So we'll see as we have a look there at. Don't take any notice of that 0-0 score behind them. In fact, it is 10-6. The scoreboard should read and that's the scoreboard that belongs to this team. So they're playing on rink 13 or 12. 12. So Gary Lawson there on the mat. Or no. Gary Lawson.
It's Seamus Curtin.
Yeah. I thought it was Gary Lawson to the left there. I have to change my screen around a wee bit so I can see Tony Grantham. Seamus Curtin, one of those players who was dynamic as a secondary school player and went on to better things.
So Tony Grantham's kicked 3 out here, so it could be a number here for Seamus Curtin. Might have been a 4, was it?
I think so. I'll keep an eye on that board over there as Tony Grantham goes over to change it. They were 10-6 ahead, Lawson, and now it's 10-all.
A 4. Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got, 7 ends to go?
They've played, let's have a look. They've played 11. Yep.
7 ends to go. So all square. Righto. Game on.
Yep.
Big discussion amongst Team Curtin about what length they should be playing here. Taking their time making their minds up, that's for sure.
A very interested bunch of spectators that you can see behind there in the middle there. Look at that, that's well packed. All the seats taken down the far side, even though the rink they're playing on is now in the middle of the green. So you see Alex Reid going down to make out he's working, standing up there on the green.
Okay, so now they've called the umpire to check the length of the jack to make sure it's legal.
I can never remember the distance. What is it?
23 metres. The jack has to be from the front of the mat.
Oops, now the umpires are having an argument. Or not an argument, but one umpire starts to bring the tape out and another one goes down and says, no, use this one please. So now the tape is placed at the front of the mat and held securely. Indication from the end is that it's well up. So Paul Pryor on the mat, ready to go.
So South Australia, I don't know much about Paul, obviously, but Seamus, obviously a fantastic New Zealand youngster who now has relocated to Adelaide. And so I suspect, obviously, that's where Paul's from as well. And they've come over to have crack at the New Zealand Nationals and made it all the way to the semis of the pairs, made the trip very much worthwhile.
So is Curtin making bowls a full-time occupation over there, which you can, can't you, in Australia?
Yes, you can. Yes, I believe he is attached to it. I'm not sure whether it's a full-time occupation for him, though. I know he has got a contract, as we call it, for a club over there, but I think he also works, from what I can glean. But yeah, it's definitely an option in Australia. You can get contracts with some of the bigger clubs over there, because the big clubs in Queensland and New South Wales, funded by those poker machines, you can make a very good living out of the sport over in Australia.
So Paul Pryor, we're getting a glimpse of him really. He's got drawn a couple of shots here. Grantham, his forte really is draw bowls, isn't it? He's almost a professional lead. He loves playing that. He's very calm under pressure. Here he shows, look at this, draws the jack, almost.
You're right, though. He's an outstanding lead, Tony Grantham. He loves the role, and that's important. You've got to enjoy it, and he really does. He loves leading, and he's a very, very good exponent of it.
Just in the other rink.
Played for New Zealand for a number of years.
Yeah. You see that scoreboard behind them, 13-4 is the Callagher's leading Pascoe. That's the other semi-final. So Pryor just changing his hand. Pretty good weight again. Now Grantham marches down. So we'll keep an eye on this game, and now we'll cross over to Alex, who has our national champion, women's singles champion, Leanne Paulson, with him.
As well. All good? Right, we're all good apparently. So here we are. I'm here standing with the New Zealand singles champion for 2024. How does that feel to hear, Leanne?
Yeah, that's a nice sentence. That, you know, like you only dream about winning a national title, and to see it come off, you're just so happy.
So talk me through your journey through to the New Zealand singles final today. So we've had 2 days of section play, a day of section play yesterday, and then today. Were there any tight tussles that you had?
Yeah, the first game of section play against Denalda Scott, that was a real tight game that went down to the wire. I qualified in 4 games, and I didn't have to play any extras, so I only had to play the 4 games. So it was pretty smooth sailing after the first one.
Very good. And how have you found the greens here in Christchurch, the Canterbury district?
Oh, the greens are beautiful. You know, you can't go anywhere else and find greens like this, I feel. They've been a pleasure to play on, even though I did find this rink a bit tricky. But I'm the one letting the bowl go, so it's my job to get it right.
Yeah, fair enough. And we saw you out of the stops real quick in that final. Was there any point at which you stopped? I think you were like 12-2 up or 12-3 up or something. Did you stop and think, goodness gracious, I'm up quite comfortably in the singles final, or did it not really sink in?
No, the process was just you have to do your next bowl. You're just trying to get the shot in the next end. Sandra was very good on the shorter ends, and I was struggling to get it there on those short ends, and she was very good at converting when I did get a shot on. But when I was able to get back to the longer lengths, it seemed to suit me better. Yeah,
fair enough too. So you're relatively a new bowler. You haven't been playing the sport very long. When you took it up, did you ever think that you would find yourself standing here talking to me having won a New Zealand title?
No, of course not, and I never thought I'd be a blackjack either. So, you just don't know what's going to happen. But I have a lot of people to thank. My partner, Roger, who's taught me how to read ahead well. Gail Melrose, my Bowls New Zealand coach. Margaret Davies, my coach from the club, the Papakura Bowling Club that supports me all the way, and my family are right behind me. You know, I couldn't do it without them, without their support. My sister put me up while I was down here staying, and just to have the family with you when you're playing the sport just makes you lift. So there's just so many other people to thank.
Oh, that's great stuff. So my last question, Leanne, what's next for you in the bowling calendar? I know we have a busy one this year. What's coming up?
Taranaki Fours, in a couple of weeks' time, and then the Trans-Tasman down at Nainai, and then I think it's Intercentre.
Oh, it sounds about right. Thank you anyway, Leanne, and congratulations on your national title. Back to you in the commentary booth.
Very interesting, and thank you, Alex, and congratulations again, Leanne, and deserved applause from your support there, and encouraging that she talked about all the people who help. It's not just Leanne on her own doing this. There's lots of support from family and coaches and others around. So well done. It was a convincing win by her. As we go back to this, I've been keeping an eye on this, Dave, and you wouldn't have been able to, but look, the jack's in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'll just yeah, help me out. Where is it, mate?
Well,
where is it?
It's to where the left foot of Paul Pryor is. That's where it is. It's hidden by those 2 blues and 3 blacks. And there's a black bowl that has the shot, but I'm not sure who that belongs to. So what we've got is I just saw Curtin play the most sublime bowl where his weight was perfect, and he just got the slight touch on his own bowl to flop it in for shot, and then up stepped Lawson and played another cracker to move the jack slightly. So whether it's gone back to his bowls or not, I'm not sure.
Curtin playing with weight would say that.
It's gone to Lawson. So
yeah.
So Grantham's playing with black bowls, isn't he, or is it a dark blue as well? And I can't work it out.
Grey. I think it's a black speckled bowl.
Yeah. So there's 3 of those around the jack, as you can see, and one of those, and probably the second shot, is belongs to Curtin. So the shot may well be Grantham's. So they were 10 all, having dropped that 4. Or gained that 4, whichever way you're looking at it. On the 11th end, we're playing the 12th, 10 all. Lawson, familiar sight on bowling greens for 30 years. When as a youngster he started scorching things up with his ability. Just what would you say, half a metre short of being a perfect bowl. But Grantham picks up the jack, so a single anyway. To the Lawson-Grantham combination, the defending champions. Lawson goes back. I'm just checking as he turns the numbers over. It was a single, so a single to Lawson on end number 12, and it's 11-10. As I say, one of the semi-finals. The other semi-final sees 13-4, the Callagher's leading Pasco after 12 ends.
Interesting that Tony Grantham's just overthrown the jack there.
It wouldn't happen often.
No, I would imagine he could probably count on one hand the number of times he's overthrown the jack in this event. Yeah, Paulson absolutely chuffed, I can report.
Yeah,
John?
Yeah, she looked
buzzing.
It, sounded it. And as I was just saying after you'd finished that, how, you know, it's not just about Leanne Paulson, it's about her partner, husband, her sister, her coaches at the club and elsewhere, people who've supported her, so, and helped her, I suppose, manage things while she spent a lot of that time practicing, training. And
it's the thing with any high performance athlete, isn't it, John, is the sacrifices not only they make but also the people around them, and therefore it's always a shared success, isn't it, when the successes do happen.
Now that's Grantham leading at his best.
There's always a massive support crew around the top athletes. You're dead right, and it's good to hear Leanne acknowledge all of those people.
Paul Pryor, just await his bowl on your screen from the left to the right. Very Australian bowl.
Yeah, and not a wasted one either. Even though he missed the target, he's nicely placed behind by 1.5 meters, almost at Lawson's feet. Lawson applauding here.
I think Tony Grantham is one of those bowlers that I think is capable of just playing unbelievably tight draw bowls. You know, I've seen him on enough occasions that I've paid attention to it. Put essentially 3 touches around the jack. I recall watching him play an inter-centre singles game at Browns Bay maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like he just didn't miss a shot.
Curtin's interested in this. Oh, gosh. Now, what does Lawson do? He knows that Pryor is close to... He doesn't want to move the jack now because that last bowl of Pryor's is settled in good position.
I think he's just looking to get past, definitely. If he's, as he said, run into your own short one and punch it up, or just miss. If you're just missing it, you're going to finish in a good area out the back here. So, looking to get one past, definitely.
Be disappointed with
Might
that
not
bowl.
have achieved that.
No. Right, let's watch this from Pryor.
Got an interested spectator directly behind the rink there in the pink hat. I think that's Rachel Curtin. I think that's Seamus's mum, who is a very, very fine coach in her own right and has a lot to do with Seamus's success over the years.
Yep, very
Good bowl there
enthusiastic.
from-
Mum, she is very enthusiastic about Seamus. That is a good bowl. Not perfect, but still, when you're asking for more, aren't you? You're asking for them to knock the shot ball out a bit further and grab a couple. So I'm not sure. Have they got shot there, do you think, Dave? It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell with the angles. I
Probably.
think they may have. I think.
I'll see by the way Lawson plays. Here he goes. Steps across to his left to follow his flight. Playing with a bit of weight.
A reaching bowl.
Oh yeah. Stays on. Stays on. Teeters on the edge. Curtin. Played a lot with Finbar McGuigan, didn't he? And there's a couple of the hot-shot youngsters a couple of years back.
Came through the ranks together. And last time the Nationals was held in Burnside, Seamus was a champion. He won the pairs leading for Andrew Kelly. And my recollection is that they defeated Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham in the final.
13-5 after 13 ends in the other match. Callagher's leading. Oh, Lawson. Just slightly out of it.
Pulls up short. I think that last bowl of Curtin's would definitely be the shot.
I think I saw Tony Grantham put one finger up, so I just wonder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's stalking after this as well, watching it come on. Let's see. I mean, this is a pretty good hit, isn't it? Is he inside or... Oh, it was too much. Pretty much saying to Lawson, you can play it with confidence because that last bowl is, or that blue bowl is half a metre out or a metre and a half out or something. 3/4 of a metre out.
He's always had that a very methodical delivery, Gary Lawson, and not a very big step, which I've always found intriguing. I'll wait for his bowl to enter your screen from the right.
Ooh, whose was that he pushed up?
Well, that's
That's
Grantham's
theirs.
bowl.
Yeah,
Pushed
Grantham
up.
bowl, yeah.
So he could be holding 1 or 2 there now.
Decisions here for Seamus Curtin. Going to make his way down. Here we go.
Don't you just love this? So intriguing. Dave, this is a tight match, tightest of games. 1 point in it.
Yep, and this is the beauty of the pairs game. You know, the 3-bowl pairs game is when you got 4 outstanding players on the rink like we have here, you can have some tremendous bowls and some fantastic heads.
Curtin stopped on
Look
his
at this.
tracks. Yeah. Oh, he's done it, I think. Has
What
he?
a shot.
I think.
Applause from the
she's got-
seat.
Getting a clap from mum and behind, that's for sure. It's very close. Got the measure out.
No one conceding. That was fabulous. And Curtin, he followed it halfway up and then just stopped and watched. He knew it was close. 1 down, so a great final bowl there from Curtin. Brings it to 11 all.
As we enter the 14th end. Exciting stuff here. And it's not too late to pop down to the Burnside Bowling Club if you're in the Christchurch area.
Yes, because we've still got the final of this event to go. This is Paul Pryor, based on an Australian who's teamed up with Seamus Curtin. Intriguing match. 13-5 in the other game after 13 ends. Callagher's in front.
Wee bit more one-sided than what this one is, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And nice to see. Well done, Alex. Too many buttons, John, but nice to see a crowd gathering here at Burnside and the seat being well used, having a chat about the game or something. And the Selena Goddard to the right as well. I see the 2023 New Zealand singles champion.
Yep. It's good to see she's got a drink in each hand.
Oh, fair enough.
The 0 and a lemonade. So here we go. Pryor again. Quite short. That's probably the worst bowl he's played in this match.
Let's watch for Paul Pryor's bowl from the left of your screen here. There we go. To make that correction, which he's done so. Well, I suppose if you're going to play a bad first bowl, it's not a bad...
and also
not a
playing
horrendous
it
correction.
when that other bowl was pretty much in. Most players would say, it's in my line, I'll come the other hand. He didn't. He treated it, Dave, as you often say, as if it's not there. Got round it nicely. Grantham, of course.
Absolutely, if you don't-
Yeah,
if
Grantham,
you're
of course, can
confident of
use
your
it.
Line,
Yeah. Yeah, quite right. And he was. He was round it perfectly. Still there from, I think, with that bowl of Grantham's just finishing to the side. And fortunately just a little bit jack high, but not likely to be whipped in with the pace that he bowls here. Nice draw shot again. Oh, he wants one over. That's a handy place there, down to the 2 metre mark. It's Grantham takes off after it. So following it down, the two leads have done their job.
He's playing with a bit of weight, trying to get rid of the shot bowl or change things up a little bit in front of the head, perhaps get into his own bowl just to open things up a little bit.
And probably for Grantham and Lawson, the most disappointing thing about that last bowl was that it didn't stay on. If it had gone, it was weighted just enough to reach the ditch, but it then fell into the ditch. And it's quite often very important, Dave, isn't it, that even those weighted bowls are treated as a bowl that you might use later on.
Absolutely, it's a very, very important part of the game for sure. That and you'll quite often hear when someone's asked to play with weight, that they'll say, "Can I lose my bowl?" And the skip will say, "No, want you to play with enough weight so that you stay on." Or, yes, happy for you to lose your bowl, know. So, but it is a key part to play with controlled weight that for those sorts of shots, so that your bowl's still in play because it's on the rink.
Now, was Curtin deliberately going short because he thinks that Lawson might have a wee nudge at this? Lawson playing with weight.
Tony's
what a shot, eh? That's killed it.
Has he?
Yeah. Hey, that's why some of these games can go on forever. Nicely controlled weight from Lawson and accurate. Having said that, they were only one down, I think, weren't they? That's
only the one down.
Yeah.
I think just from the angles, hard to tell 100% from here, but it looked like it was a pretty ugly head for them, though. They couldn't really. So I think that was why he opted for that plan.
See some chalk being added out on their far rink. The Pascoe combination and the green shirts, Pascoe Hill. McCallagher's holding a good lead at 13-6. 14 ends gone. So we're replaying end 5. Oh no, we're replaying. We played 13. Well, yeah, this is end 14. We're replaying the 14th. Paul Pride takes the mat back.
I just love the tension that you get when we get to this stage of the Nationals, and it feels almost unique to the Nationals. I know we've got other big events, big money events, but I don't think anything can beat, being crowned a national champion. Well, a world champion would do, but on the domestic scene, nothing can beat that. And the tension that builds up in these semi-finals, we're 11 all. Everyone out here is playing to win. They want their name on the shield, and you can just feel the tension in the air.
Doesn't matter what sport you play, there's no two ways about it. Being a national champion of your sport is probably right up there as one of the big things in any sport.
Still people coming through the gates here at Burnside to watch these two games, and then the climax to the national championships being the final of the men's peers. So if you have just joined in, the first match we had today was the final of the Open Disability Singles, which was won by Wayne McCarthy of the Methven Club, who had a hearing impairment, and he played and beat Snow Reardon of the Burnside Bowling Club, who plays from a wheelchair. So that was the first of our finals. Then we saw Leanne Paulson win the women's final by beating Sandra Keith 21-12 in the final. So all that remains is for these two games to be completed, the semi-finals of the men's peers, and then we're into the final of that. and we will have completed a fabulous 2024 Summerset National Championships.
Both players just struggling with their speed here. One short and one over from both of the players.
And coming this way, last time, Dave, you were asking where's the jack, so that was really packed. Again over. They seem to be pushing it a bit, don't they? You know, just watching their action, it's not as if this is lightning fast.
I'd expect Tony Grantham to draw the shot here.
Or give it away.
Yes.
No, there it goes. Yep, so that's a good shot there. That is definitely the shot, and a low five to each other as they go back. Got to keep it up.
A crowd gathering in the background. Wonder if anyone sells. Do you sell bowls sunglasses? Do you remember in the old days, John? They had those.
Why say that? The old days,
I said,
John.
do you remember? I recall my grandmother was a big fan of the sunglasses that wrapped around. They had like lenses on the side.
Oh yes,
and in the front to make sure the sun couldn't get in the side of the sunglasses. Do they still make them? Is that still a thing?
Well, I'm just looking at that chap there with a light brown cap on under the 600. It looks like he's got something like that.
Some pretty good sunglasses.
Yeah. I suppose so, because they make those ones now that I was looking at not long ago, actually, that fit over your spectacles. I mean, they look hideous, but, you know, I thought that'd be easier than...
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And quite good camouflage as well. See those ones here? The chap...
Yeah, like that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They had the side lens.
Yeah, but I think those are just arms on those, black arms. But yeah, I know what you mean. Here's the bowl, which is from Lawson.
I bought a...
Might be a second shot.
I bought a sun hat recently, John, because I thought I'll try and play some outdoor bowls. I'll buy a sun hat for sun safety. And then I discovered, much to my dismay, that the sun hat brim was actually obscuring where I look.
Oh yeah.
I tried to play a game of bowls and was like, oh, I actually can't. I don't know where I'm aiming here.
You take your hat off to bowl, yeah.
Most disappointing. Look at that. Oh, just through.
So Grantham indicating to Lawson that they're holding one.
I wonder if he was trying to sit the shot bowl there with that one, Alex. It looked like he might have been, because he definitely had plenty of steam up to Seamus.
So this is a replay of the 14th end. Lawson sets off after this.
Close.
Yeah, looking for that second shot, isn't he? And I think he's got it. Or has he? Yeah, tips in his way.
Yep. Well, I think that would be second.
So that maybe takes out that previous shot selection of Curtin.
Taking his
A little bit of
time.
room there.
Yeah. Get an indication from his face. I don't think he likes it then.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Don't think he likes it much.
He's going to get tied up with that short bowl. He is.
Not funny
up far enough.
how quickly you know.
You're right, Alex. It's amazing the number of times that you hear people as soon as it's left their hand, they know exactly what they've done, whether it's wide, narrow, heavy, short. You can get that feel of exactly what it's going to do.
Like Joe was saying yesterday, and I agree, it's a good sort of a thought experiment, is to, what am I trying to say? It's always good to think about what you're saying before you open your mouth. That's okay. If you think you know what you've done when you let it go, and that is true, you're in good touch. Whereas if you don't think you know what you've done, and it's not true, you're not in good touch. So if I go, I'm narrow, and I am narrow, that's actually a good sign because it means I can correct. Whereas if I go, this is perfect, and it's narrow, well, what do you do then?
Yeah, that's right. You're right. It's something. It's a drill we used to do a lot with the New Zealand team and New Zealand squads, and I still do it with some other people that I coach locally. And that is, I ask them when they've let the bowl go exactly what's There's two ways of doing it. What's going on with it, but on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being poor and 10 being fantastic, how good is that bowl that you've just let go? And they give me a rating, and then we see where it finishes. And it's not so much what they've got to do is give us a rating and then perhaps say, right, it's a 6 because I think I'm a bit heavy. And if it's a bit heavy, then you say, well, that's great. That's fantastic. You actually have felt the delivery. You know the feel of your delivery. And so, you're right. It's a good drill to do with yourself even, but even with a coach. Just call where you think it's going to finish. And if it finishes where you think it's going to finish, then that's good.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good thing. The other thing I used to do, I think it works now. I haven't tried it in outdoor, but just when we talk about learning where bowls are going to go in collision, or if the jack's touching a bowl and you hit the bowl where the jack's going to go, if you put down a $2 coin or some marker where you think the jack or the bowl's going to end up, and then play the shot from a short distance and see how accurate you are, that can help. If you've ever sat there and been a bit sort of like, well, how do they know where the jack's going if this is hit? That can be helpful if you just actually see it and set up some situations for yourself. Put a mark where you think the jack's going to end up. Play the shot from a couple of feet away. If the jack ends up where you put the mark, you figured it out. If it doesn't, you can learn from that.
So just a check there of their own scoreboard. Shows 13-11 after 14, so it was a couple on that end. I thought they indicated only a single, but Grantham and Lawson now playing the 15th end.
A pleasure to be able to bring this coverage to you live on Sky Sport. Apologies that we're restricted on the number of cameras, but we figure out some coverage is better than no coverage, and you're going to get the best results you can from here.
No, it looks good to me. So Matt way back by Grantham, playing almost the maximum length here.
To be fair, I can remember tuning in to watch the coverage from Dunedin, John, when it was one tablet pointed at an
yes.
entire green, and I watched that. I enjoyed it.
Oh,
It was
gosh, I
fine.
remember bumping into...
Look at this.
Kevin Hicklam was down there doing commentary down in Dunedin, and who was the Bowls New Zealand young woman who
Tamara?
was... Tamara, that's right. First time I'd met Tamara. And Kevin interviewed me, I think, and I said, what equipment are you using for the coverage? And he said, this phone. So, and it was great. It was the start of it, really, with Tamara and Kevin and the team at that stage.
Of course.
And it's gone to, what we've got now.
Yeah, Kevin is going to join us for the last 5 ends of the men's peers final.
Yeah.
John. Now, Tony Grantham on the forehand.
So there's...
Tony played a very, very good bowl with his second one, and he's handy again.
Look at that.
Running into his own. Oh, that's tidied things up nicely.
Yeah.
Another good lesson there for us, and that is not to be afraid. When like Tony was already holding shot there, and sometimes people, I can't go near that, I don't want to knock my own bowl out. But if you're playing with just the draw weight or just slightly over draw weight like Tony did there, and you land on your own bowl, he's actually made it even better. He's tidied the head up really, really nicely. And so I think sometimes we're afraid to play to a head when we're holding, when we shouldn't be.
Mm.
Yes, and all he did there was, touch the shot bowl. It moved nowhere. His own one stayed there. Got 2, not a target. He's got 1 over the back. So he's won this battle, even though Paul Pryor hasn't they're not bad. 2 of his bowls are in reasonably good position. It's the 3 that Grantham can walk back and have a look at and feel quite happy with, and Lawson, of course, knows the situation. He'll look to play the backhand, maybe even just tuck that jack up a little bit to make life really difficult for Seamus Curtin, who stays down on the head to watch what eventuates. Tracking well here from Lawson.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's going to be right in that area.
Playing with his light blue bowls today.
Oh, he just pulled up short.
Yeah, all he wanted was another, 10 inches or something, didn't he? And flop it in there, it would have turned the jack around the corner, would have had 3. But Curtin now has the task of, well, hasn't got the back bowl. His ability to draw is well known. Backhand 2. Trying to play Lawson's shot pretty much. What's his green
Oh, I
like?
don't think he's there, is he?
Oh, he's going to be there. I don't think his green's very
He is there.
Oh,
He's there,
oh,
all
he
right.
was there.
Oh, and it's set out.
Very poor shot. Only got second shot. Gee. Well, that's a terrific shot, Dave, isn't it? Not much to get around. His weight had to be perfect, and it was.
Yep.
And so really good stuff. So just one shot in it now. Lawson playing. So they're playing the same shot pretty much. And he can sit out that shot. No, going deeper.
There's an option there now for Seamus, though. He's given himself a shoulder. That bowl, his last bowl, has given himself a little shoulder that he can use there. Just slightly over the draw, he can be arriving to his own bowl. Just on the inside of it, he's going to get a great result. So, giving himself a pretty good option there now with that last bowl.
Yeah, it's going to require a very good shot, though. I mean,
Yes,
plays the same as he did last time. He won't be far away.
I reckon we'll know the moment he lets this one go. We'll linger on this and see what his body language is like. Seamus Curtin, very particular with his delivery. It's been the same for a long time, actually. He's had a very grooved. There we go. Oh, I think he likes it.
He's narrow.
I called that well, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well, he might have liked it out of the hand, but then after it had gone a few metres, he might have changed his mind.
Just a smidge underneath the line. He's moving a bit quicker than I'd be moving on his way down the rink.
13-11, playing the 15th end of 18. And the other match, what do we see? Oh, 13-8 now. So a bit of a comeback from Pascoe. That's after 16 ends, so they're playing the penultimate end now.
It's a great word.
What, now? Or
Well, if you say. Always thought wheelbarrow is a surprisingly long word, John.
penultimate just beats it, does it?
Oh, I can't count that high, but wheelbarrow's got more letters in it than you would expect.
Yeah.
Last bowl now for
12 letters.
Oh, don't make me count. I'm focused on the bowls.
The last bowl on this end from Seamus Curtin. Nothing's changed down there since he played his previous. His weight, he knows it. The gap there, he he hears the applause possibly and says, that's a bit previous, but it wasn't for his shot. Here he goes, tracking well, tracking very well, tracking brilliantly well. Is he going to be up for it? Oh, goodness me. How close was that?
Very close.
I think just a single.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Three ends to go, a 3-shot lead. Persevering with these long ends. It's something that he plays particularly well, and also Gary likes playing long ends.
So watch for this first bowl here. Tony Grantham, they're leading 3 now. On whatever the word is for third to last. It's not penultimate. The third to last end. We're up a little shy. I'm pretty sure penultimate and wheelbarrow do have the same number of letters, incidentally.
I'll let you two sort that out.
No, you'll let Alex sort it out.
I get confused once I get past 5. Once I get past one handful of numbers, it's a little bit much for me. So you add that with spelling and I'm no chance. But I think it's about the same number of letters. Always felt wheelbarrow, surprisingly long word, as we see this one from Paul.
Pryor, yeah. Pryor he was a disappointment coming this way last time, and you could see in his demeanour, really, he thought, I just haven't quite got it there, and there was gaps. But he's nailed it first up, so that's encouraging. Puts the pressure back on Grantham.
Very, very good opener for sure. It's not quite a toucher, but the fact that it's right in front of the jack is...
Oh, well, what a response.
Good,
That's exceptional, isn't it?
very good response.
Must get depressing for the opposition skip with Tony, because he's able to draw the eye out of a needle so often.
Yeah.
And you'd think, I've got a good bowl here from my lead there.
And he's so casual too,
a few
isn't
inches
he?
away. Tony.
You look at him sometimes and you think he couldn't care less, but it's just the impression he gives. So Pryor now goes on his backhand.
And we are, in fact, playing the anti-penultimate end.
Oh,
Well,
anti-penultimate.
I tell you what, that absolutely has more letters than wheelbarrow. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
So the anti-penultimate end.
4 more. 4 more letters than penultimate anyway.
Yes, yeah. Which we think is 4 more letters than wheelbarrow. Oh, we're on fire today.
Grantham. Love this. I love this lead battle.
Needs it to hold. Oh, half a chance here for Paul Pryor. A nice positive bowl on the back end.
Sit the Grantham bowl or just touch the jack round the corner as Seamus Curtin pointed out there.
Yeah, yep.
Here to go with a bit of a dump. That usually means it's narrow.
Although Curtin goes in to have a close look at it. Lewison starts to walk. He knows it's going to be 4 inches short.
Oh, just a bit short. I like that from Lawson.
Yeah.
I think that's it's all part of the gameplay. Isn't it? I'll walk away and I'll let the bowl finish.
That's short. Yep. So there's the leads bowls. There's 3 short ones, but the other 3 are well in the play here. Curtin has that little shoulder to work off or push onto the second shot. That's Grantham's. The black one to the left as Lawson looks at it. But he knows that there's a perfect little track there through for him. He can push that shot bowl out or go with it, go with the jack, playing this hand.
It's where that positive bowl that Dave was talking about comes into mind.
You know, look at that. Oh, that's nice.
He'd be disappointed with that, because even if he was holding, there's no reason to not be reaching, because you're always going to improve the head.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it looks like Pryor's got the shot, but
Yep.
definitely reaching the Grantham bowl, even if you are Gary Lawson, is not going to be. By reaching, I mean with a couple of feet of weight, not horrendous weight, is going to give you a pretty positive result, I would have thought.
Oh, there's no negatives there, are there? As we see Seamus on the back end.
So just a tip out of that Lawson shot, and suddenly you're holding 4. You see those bowls there, the 3 blue and white ones are all curtains. I just said, need you come in a bit further. Oh,
Another short bowl.
yeah, short. Right, so that's the tracks there for Lawson. Short with his first, won't be short with his second, you wouldn't think.
Bowl comes onto your screen now.
He's gone a bit wide too.
Yeah. Oh, that weight, you like the weight.
God, this feels like an important bowl, doesn't it?
So
He
curtain.
can make a number here if he sits that bowl of Granthams through.
Absolutely, there's 4 there for him. He's playing aggressively this time. He really wants to reach that black one. The 3 blue and white ones are his. No excitement from Pryor.
Tight.
Nearly took
Right.
it.
Oh, he had the weight right that time.
Oh.
Yeah, he did. Very good speed for the shot.
And Gary Lawson will be mentally saying to himself, well, he actually won't be, but if he misses this bowl, he could easily drop a 3 or 4. That's more Seamus' logic, isn't it? Going, give me one more go at this, please.
Yeah.
I've got a big chance here. He wouldn't back
Lawson
Gary
will
to
be
miss
looking
3
to probably
times.
change this a little bit himself. He'll be looking. We think that they're 1 down, but he'll be looking to perhaps.
He's looking for the shot.
Tony's
He's
bowl
he's
himself.
going to
He's
take
close.
Tony's out. Oh, and he gets the shot out of it.
Oh, classy
Whoa.
stuff. Classy stuff. You can't give him 3 goes at the same bowl.
No.
That's a great shot.
Very, very good bowl, and there was no danger whatsoever. That was the perfect shot to play. There was options there, even off of Grantham's bowl, as we saw. So, even though it was the only bowl they had on the head, he played with just the controlled weight that meant the bowl wasn't going to go flying off the head and disappearing and being 3 or 4 down. He was always going to stick around, and he got the perfect result. Inside edge of Tony Grantham's bowl, onto the jack, and I think he's made 2 out of it.
Curtin comes down to have a look at this, even though Paul Pryor has told him exactly what the situation is. It's not easy to see from the mat, and also he probably wouldn't mind a bit of a conversation. Dropping another one here means they're 4 behind, and that's really difficult against Lawson and Grantham, even though they did drop a 6 in the first end of their quarterfinal match. So even playing with weight here, Davis, there's not much for them, is there? It's got to be a flick out of the shot if you can see it, but who are the back
it's
bowls?
a very, very difficult head to play to now.
Yeah.
You're right, it is. My option is to play with a little bit of weight to try and get the edge of the shot bowl.
Yes, yeah.
Which might just guide you back second shot as well. And so it's got to be not full-blooded weight, but a good sort of metre on weight to arrive to the head.
And he's playing at a bowl he can't see, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much, yep. He's in the air, he might...
Lovely weight.
One it was. So the Lawson Grantham combination have scored a 2 on the 14th, a single on the 15th, a single on the 16th. And now they lead
4
by
up with 2
15
to play.
Yep, tough stuff, but not impossible.
Not when you think about the start of that quarter-final game, which is going to go down in folklore, as we said earlier on.
Yes.
Picked up a 6 and dropped a 6. 6 all after 2 ends. Unbelievable.
I can't even. I mean, we say it, but I wouldn't believe it unless I knew it was true. Like, that's staggering, isn't it?
So the other semi-final so they're playing the final end there, and it's 13-9. Kelleher's against Pascoe and Hill.
Once again, Tony Grantham persevering with that long length, and putting his first bowl in a handy position, just a couple of 3 feet behind the jack.
In general, the bigger numbers aren't scored on the super duper long ends, are they? Because there's sort of slightly less room to build your head up at the back, and therefore less room for shot play to happen. Is a very broad generalisation.
Yeah, normally we get big numbers on long length ends. The heads are very spread. You'll never get someone getting a 4 or a 5 when the bowls you can throw a tea towel over them on this length of end. You'll normally see the big numbers that are dropped over this length are spread far and wide.
It's taking a fair bit of grass out on that hand.
Tony.
Yep. Just a fraction more green required here from Paul Pryor. He's playing that backhand. Oh, it didn't finish for him. Grantham again, his third and final of the 17th end. As usual, within the zone.
Oh, the crowd continuing to build here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
So Grantham Pryor ideally here would just like to beat those 2 black bowls behind the jack. Oh, yeah. Flick, no. Okay, so 1 over. Right, here we go. Lawson and Curtin. Curtin stays down at the head. So see what happens. Final end being played alongside them.
I think I saw a Lance Pascoe bowl coming down at a great rate of knots, the last bowl that he played, so I suspect they're trying to kill the end to restart. I don't think they've got a 4 there that they need to draw the match. There it is, another drive sailing past, and they're shaking hands over there.
And you mentioned draw the match. We've just seen Lawson draw a perfect back toucher pretty much.
Very good bowl, very, very good bowl.
So, from a strategic point of view, what have we got for Curtin? Well, a couple out to the left as he looks at it, but really I wonder if we'll see a bit of an enthusiastic go at this early on.
It's nearly at that point, isn't it? Because you're 3 down, so you need to score on this end if you're Seamus and Paul.
Yep.
3 down on the head and 4 behind on the board. Second to last end, yes, you do need to score desperately this end.
Okay, so perhaps packing them up at the back, is he? I don't know whether that was in his intention, but I haven't got the back bowl.
We're looking just to rest the bowl or the jack. Challenging bowl to play. 2 to go. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an attacking shot from Seamus.
Yeah, I thought he might have done it then.
I mean, it is only a bowl target, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah.
But you need to score, so something to weigh up.
What's the discussion about here, do you think, Dave?
Well, yeah, Tony's wanting Gary to put a position bowl in out here, but they asked him the question if we got 3, so maybe they... And Tony was putting the fingers on this wing bowl out to the left here of Paul Pryce and then going around and checking his 2 back ones to see whether they actually did have 3.
So it might only have 1, do you
It
think?
looks an obvious 3 from here, but...
Yeah. So sometimes those bowls to the side have a bit of an edge advantage, don't they, when it comes to who's got what?
I think he's decided to try and kill it with both bowls.
Yeah.
Good game management there from Seamus Curtin, just getting input from his lead and saying, look, I'm either having 2 goes at it, drawing, or 2 goes at it driving, and we've got the drive. Came out as smooth as silk, that one.
Oh, he
What
got
a
it.
shot!
First up.
What
Wow,
a bowl.
gee.
That delivery looked
Yeah.
absolutely effortless, didn't it?
Oh.
How good was that?
And it was a jack target, that's all, wasn't it? Mate, you hit the jack in the bowl. It was not much of a target there. He went for it and got it well, just as Lawson had done 2 or 3 ends earlier.
Sweet delivery, as you said, Alex. It was the timing, that sweet timing of the delivery. It looked beautiful as it left his hand, and so no surprise to see the end result was success.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And Paul Pryce just threw Tony Grantham a jack, which he successfully caught. Just for future reference, anyone playing me, please don't throw me the bowl or the jack or the mat.
Oh, you can't see it.
Well, I can't catch it. That's the main problem.
So,
It's happened before on the panic. It's more stressful than any game of bowls we've ever played, John. And this spherical thing heading towards me.
so
Not a chance.
maybe you could play in the open disability
Maybe,
singles.
maybe.
I'll ask Kevin if that's actually
Thanks, John.
a category.
Inability
You
to catch a
obviously never
ball.
played cricket growing up, then, Alex.
Oh, well, played would be an exaggeration. I'll stick to bowls and darts. I'm able to do.
Right, replay of the 17th end. The other finalists have been found. The Callahers have beaten Pascoe and Hill. First bowl here from Grantham is, as usual, within the zone.
The crowd watching on. Beautiful day, isn't it, for a finals day here at the Burnside Bowling Club?
Yeah, if there wasn't the wind there, you'd say it was perfect, eh? But you put up with wind all the time, no matter where you play bowls. Well, except in Raumati, but there's plenty of wind in that area too at times. But it's good temperature. We've raved about the greens here and the facilities, and these players have responded accordingly. Paul Pryce will be just mumbling to himself down there because he's allowed Grantham to get the edge again. Goes backhand.
Look at this correction here. Good shot.
Very, very good. Handy bowl. Good second shot. Nicely in behind. Yeah, Gary will be happy with this one. I think he did say that he wanted one past, and that's what he's got.
Yep.
Used to have a theory when we played 3-bowl pairs, and the lead's last bowl and the skip's first bowl should always be up. And it held us in good stead. We used that as in the New Zealand side as well. Very, very important little thing to remember. Lead's last bowl, skip's first bowl should always be up.
Oh, that's a poor last bowl from Paul Price.
Just want to see them as they walk past. Pryor apologising. Curtin will be saying, no, you didn't do it deliberately, but we've still got second shot. We've still got a chance here. But it's a lonely second shot.
Lawson on the backhand.
Or wouldn't he just love to sit on that and give them a 3?
It's at the pointy end of another New Zealand Championships. He's been doing this. Well, I think 1988 was his first semi-final, and it was in the singles. So work it out for yourself. It's been a while.
And an extremely good opener from Lawson there.
Big bowls coming from Curtin. They might be out of reach if they can't get something in here. Or nice weight.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, he's drawn the shot. Great shot.
Lovely bowl. Lawson's going to have a drive at this. He's just turned the mat over. He's going to have a go at this. This will go roughly the speed of light. Moved over on his mat. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. What a shot.
Wow.
What a shot.
Awesome shot. Great shot. Very, very good. Full of confidence when you can just play to just miss the jack and take the bowl out clean as a whistle. What a great shot.
Got him to come to our club and he gave us some instructions or hints on driving and what he does, you know, how he gets it. And he stood there and rattled off several shots like that. We were just in amazement, stood there and watched him. It was just after work one day and up came Gazza and freely gave his advice and talked about the drive, the run shot for us.
I can't remember the number, but I've spoken to a coach who coached Gary doing some driving practice, and it was some insane number in a row. Like it was in the well into the tens in a row that he was just able to hit.
And now he'll be looking to draw. From drive to draw for Lawson. This may well be shots that sew up the national semi-finals and a place in another final for him. He and Tony Grantham, a formidable combination. Look at this, eh? From drive to draw and a perfect weight.
Let's just quickly watch the replay of Gary's drive shot where he plucked the bowl out as clean as a whistle. Look at this. Look at this. Thank you for coming. What a bowl.
Spectators in danger there. Right, Seamus, you played a blinder with your last to kill that last end. You need to play a blinder here. I'm not sure. Is it they're one down.
One down on the head, I think,
Yeah.
and 4 down on the card. So this needs to be a good shot.
A little trail would be good. Playing to reach the shot bowl or a little trail to his lead's only decent bowl on the rink. But he's not going to get there, is he?
Yeah, yep.
He tried, not far away.
Not quite there.
Not quite. Grantham picks up the jack, and we move to the final end with the
And
score
it looks to-
16-11. Now they
Yeah, 5 shots might be
Yeah.
too big a ask against the quality of player that they're up against here. It's feasible, so I dare say that's why they're continuing to play. But actually, I saw Paul look down the rink at his skip almost to say, "Are we going to play this, or is it worthwhile playing this?" But they are going to give it a shot. But 5 shots is a big ask against the quality of player they're up against.
And the pressure goes on to Paul too, because if he parks up with 3 shots, beating Grantham with the first 3 shots, and they switch over, and that's the case, then your heart lifts a little bit. But you're right, 5 shots. Although, of course, we have to go back to the opening end of the quarterfinal when
Yes.
I
Lawson
suspect they'd say that their 6
6.
points have been scored. Interesting little bit of bowls theory here. Tony's thrown a jack to the 2 metre and put one right on top. That's the best thing you can do when you're 5 points up, because the challenge of killing that head for Seamus and Paul is huge.
Yep.
It's a long end. The gap between the jack and the ditch is the smallest it can be. Very hard to kill.
Yep. And Grantham talked about that last year, I think, and during the final. If you're playing a last end and you're holding a lead, go long. This isn't bad either, though, from Paul Pryor.
Great bowl.
Lawson Keane then stands up. Realises he's just going to miss it. Short. In Pryor's eye, though, and might get him to change hands. This is his preferred hand, though. He likes that backhand. No, go to the other side.
From right to left on your screen.
Stay on. Stay on. Yep.
Good bowl.
Between the jack and the ditch was the instruction from Gary there. So once again, 3rd bowl from the lead, make sure it's up.
Yep. Just matching that back bowl of his opponent.
Look at this.
He's going to take the jack. Oh, how could you?
Good shot. So a 5 now, probably the best that Seamus and Paul can create here, because we've seen the jack move back a little bit. And that bowl of Paul Pryor's, there's 2 of Tony's bowls between his one and the jack. So a 5 is what you try and build your head for.
Again, Lawson starts to walk.
Yeah. It's almost trying to find a way to kill it. Maybe you
Yeah.
could hit your front bowl of Paul's for a little planty thing, see if the jack squeezes out the side. So I don't really see a 5 here for Seamus and Paul.
Well, jack in the ditch. Got 2 back bowls, and your own one goes through, and his one goes up, and suddenly you're holding 3 and 2 to play.
Sounds easy, John.
And then you're going to win Lotto tonight as well.
Yeah. Well, you would, wouldn't you? You'd end up shouting the bar. Lawson's certainly not going to be short. He put something down there. Oh, look. There's another shot, isn't it? That's another shot.
I think he's
Kill.
got to attack this. And
Yeah.
Yep, he's got to go for the kill. Definitely got to attack it and open things up and try and kill it.
Hit the bejesus out of the front. Hope that something happens. So that's my technical thinking.
Not quite sure if I've come across that in the coaching manual. I'll have another look, but don't think it was there.
Here we go. First go at killing it.
Here we go. Oh, they've split off clean.
They're holding a couple of shots here, maybe. It's not what he wanted.
Imagine.
Still got 3 on the rink.
And there's one Lawson bowl in there still too, of course. Yeah.
Gary on the forehand. Challenge is those bowls are short enough. It's actually hard to find a way to kill this, but you've got to try. Just making the decisions here. Nope, it's decided to come up and have a look. That's fair enough. Now, doesn't that look at that? They've got ice cream or ice blocks. And where would ours be, John?
I did see enough come in, but I didn't get one. Someone had 2. I think this final end of a national championship match. And it's a semi-final. You're thinking to yourself, I'm going to take as much time as I can here. What do you reckon, Dave? Another go at this, or no? I don't think.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you reckon? Yeah. Can't get 5 out of it the way it is, unless it's Jack in the ditch, of course.
Yeah.
He's not playing full-blooded weight, but he must have seen some sort of shot
2 back
there.
bowls, so the Jack into the ditch would be good for them. Or he's looking to maybe get a side onto that shot of Paul's shaking. Oh, Paul was going to shake hands with Tony almost, I think. Tony's just said, wait on, mate. There's
One
still a
bowl,
couple of bowls
one bowl
to
to
go.
come. One bowl to come.
With 1 bowl each to come.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if Seamus's next bowl is short.
He's got to go for the kill now because they definitely can't get a 5 now that his bowl's gone into the ditch and one of the other. And his earlier drive disappeared into the wilderness as well.
Yeah.
So he has to go hunting for a kill.
And what's Gary doing? Have another go at driving this, Seamus. I'll sit right in your eye. See it just coming into
I
view
love
now?
that. That's great. How good.
Not a fan.
No. And
Not a fan of blocks.
Yeah, but won't you rock if Seamus hits it?
Close. Oh, it's not going to kill.
Not going to kill.
Now they
And
can
a
shake
fantastic semi-final between these 2 teams of the highest quality we've seen today. And it's Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham continuing to march on to defend their title in the 2024 Summerset Men's Open Peers. They have beaten Curtin and Port Pryor by whatever it was. Didn't matter anyway. 18 ends gone.
They're through to the
won it.
final.
Yep.
And we'll be back, we think, in about at 3 o'clock. We'll be back at 3 o'clock, so you've got half an hour, folks, before that Peers final. Thank you for sticking with us. We'll see you then.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times
Good afternoon and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals. We've had 8 days in the Canterbury region, beautiful Canterbury region, almost 800 individual entries at this event, and we've reached the final day. We've already seen the New Zealand Singles Women's Champion crowned. We've seen the Open Disability Singles Champion crowned, and we're about to watch the Open Pairs. And in that game, we are going to see the defending champions, Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham, take on the Kelleher's, Hamish and Ethan. 18 ends, no time limit. I'm joined in the commentary booth by John Macbeth, and what a game we've got in front of us, John.
Oh, I couldn't wait for this game to start, really. I was trying to hurry you up, Alex. It is going to be a fabulous game, I think, and it's not easy to predict exactly what's going to happen. But from what we've seen throughout the tournament, and particularly what we saw with the semi-finals, we've got two very classy combinations. Gary Lawson, of course, has played against the best. He's played with the best. He's a world champion, and he's playing just as well as he did when he won those world titles. So he's right on the top of his game. But the key, I think, to that combination is Tony Grantham. And if you're new to the game of sport, of bowls, and you want to know what it's about, and you've heard about people who lead in a game, then this is a man you want to watch. Tony Grantham, one of the best leads around. He's playing with those darker bowls there. The others are the skip Gary Lawson, of course, and they're against Hamish and Ethan Kelleher, brothers from Cobden, from the Cobden Bowling Club on the West Coast. And Ethan is the lead. So let's have a look and see. We've seen a pretty good bowl from Ethan first up, holding shot. I did say to them, Alex, that when we'd watched the other finals here today, that the players seemed to be struggling a bit on this rink, and they all just shrugged their shoulders and said, "Oh, it is what it is, and we've got to adapt." So that's the story. And at the moment, the Cobden combination, or also Hallsville Club, Cobden and Hallsville, have the best shot of the opening salvo. This here, Tony Grantham coming into shot now, having played his 3 bowls, and as was mentioned earlier, I think he's such a highly regarded and successful national champion. He's won how many titles?
4.
Yeah,
4. So this is a very important game for Tony Grantham, because in New Zealand, if you win 5 national titles, you get rewarded with what we call a gold star, and pretty coveted awards they are too.
This is the younger of the two Kellehers, 19-year-old Hamish. And haven't seen them play before. Hamish won the centre triples here in Canterbury with, as he said, Rod and Zumi, who partnered up here. I think they got through to the quarterfinals as well in the pairs, and they've pretty much won everything on the West Coast. Tony Grantham, good shot of his back.
A drive already. We're going to see Gary Lawson's turned the mat over. He does that before he's going to hit it. Starting off with intent here.
Underway. Lawson misses one and missed it well too.
Interesting. Swing and a miss there from Gary Lawson.
I think the call would be from Ethan. Get one down the back here, mate. They've got 4 short bowls. No.
Look at that, they're holding a few on this first end, or maybe just the 2 to be fair.
Well, that looks like 4, doesn't it?
He's going to attack it again.
Yep. Standing over to the left-hand side of the mat. This is more on target. Got something.
Good shot. We'll watch that again on a replay a little later on. blue stickers you can see on the Kelleher's bowls, and Gary and Tony have Elmwood Park stickers. They are playing for the Mount Albert Bowling Club. Recently celebrated its 125th anniversary.
I just have to get the umpires or markers down there to just remind the players about where they're standing in front of the camera.
Yeah. Can't have been on TV enough.
No.
So we'll just watch this bowl from the player's point of view. So you can see that the camera is obscured. So from the left of the screen to the right, it will come. Lovely line. Interesting to see what Gary opts to play here. I suspect just a draw on the backhand side, but just to the right as we see it, John.
He goes again, third
Another
time.
go at it. Looking to chip it off clean. He's got it.
So that gives them a number here, doesn't it?
No, there's a blue stickered bowl of
Oh, it is two, yeah.
Kelleher's at 12.
Yeah.
May have only just been worth the one there. Sign of intent there from Gary Lawson with his first 3 bowls being drive shots.
Don't let the other team settle. It is a single then to the Kelleher's.
And let's watch a replay of that second drive shot from Gary Lawson. Here we go. Well, chip the bowl out. It's okay. Very effective. And the jack throw in to say the shortish end, just past the medium length.
So throughout the day, the wind has been a bit of a factor, particularly on this televised rink. These players said they didn't have much problem with it on the sort of centre and outside rinks going the other way. So now they're on to the one that we've been watching all day. And we've noticed that the hand that Grantham's playing now was taking a really big amount of green. It took quite a while for the players to settle into. Grantham doesn't take long to settle into it. So it's Hamish Kelleher to the right there, the skip of this combination. He's 19 years of age, and his brother Ethan is 10 years his senior. And Ethan said, I think I was about 8 when I started playing bowls. So, you know, parents and grandparents sort of got them into it. They've stayed with it. Yeah.
Sure, there'll be a lot of people supporting the Kelleher team, the family team. Always nice to see families play together, isn't it, John?
Well, it's one of those sports where everyone can. Just looking to adjust that green. See how wide he's gone here. Might still come in from there. Not quite. Lovely weight. The advantage Grantham and Lawson have is that they've done this several times. They've been in this situation, winning national titles. As I said, with Lawson winning, you know, world championships. So for them, it's an important game, but it's one that they can go into feeling confident and relaxed about.
Winning becomes a habit, doesn't it? And if you think about Lawson and Grantham, they've both made more than a handful of national finals before. I think my recollection is that Lawson's first final was in 1988, the year before he won the New Zealand singles. And if you think that he's won 15 titles since 1988, there will be more finals in there. So it'd be safe to say he's probably contested between 20 and 30 New Zealand finals. Tony Grantham's been part of around 10 New Zealand finals. It's not a new space for them to be in, so they'll be feeling very comfortable out there today.
Yep.
Wilson lining up on the back end again. He's played 3 bowls and 3 drive shots in this final. And it's going to be for
Jack clean.
Look at that. Great shot. I'd say that's out.
Ooh. Yeah, might need to just check it out.
Umpire just getting the
Scope.
sorting something out.
Yep. That's out.
Just the bowls aren't going to be taken back. It'll just continue. The end will just continue. So it's a killed end. Our New Zealand Championships, John, if you kill the end, you replay it. Some events, if you kill the end, it gets respotted on the 2 metre.
Which is really good if you've got the closest bowl to the 2 metre, eh?
Oh, brilliant when you've
yeah,
got the closest
yeah.
bowl on the 2 metre mark. Absolutely.
So some big names have been knocked out, of course, out of this competition. We saw a fascinating end to the Lawson semi-final, which he played, whoever it was now, Seamus Curtin.
Yes, and Paul Pryor.
Really was a tense game. A couple of killed ends towards the final stages of it. They were tied up at 11 all after 13 ends. And then Lawson went on a bit of a spree, scoring on every end after that. Only singles, but enough to keep Curtin out of play. And Lawson went on to win that match to set up this final against the Callahers, who beat Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill in the other semi-final.
Lovely start from Tony Grantham. He's had a specialist lead. Which doesn't mean he can't skip. He's had success at skip, of course, but leads a lot and does so exceptionally well. Won the New Zealand singles in 2007, Tony Grantham. So he's been at that top level for a long time, John.
Oh, I like this line. Wee bit of Jack. Just a little bit. Been a big crowd throughout the day here. Possibly it's just, in fact, eased off a wee bit. A lot of people here to watch that women's final between Leanne Paulson and Sandra Keith.
Just quickly, Hamish is keeping a little piece of chalk in his sock, which is something you see a lot of bowlers do, but I find it quite amusing that he's got a little piece of chalk in his sock for a national final. Usually we move on to the spray chalk situation, but I like that he's just keeping it there. It's the danger of a new club member is the first day of a tournament. If you put new chalk out on the board, it's the worst thing you can do, John.
It goes.
You're essentially donating chalk to all of the bowlers.
So 2 of Ethan Callagher's bowls are about a metre over, so in not a bad position, but it will appear as though they're probably at least 2 down as the skips and the leads change over. As final of the men's pairs at the 2024 Summerset Nationals. First blood went to Hamish and Ethan Callagher, and he scored a single on the first. Second end was killed. This is a replay.
weight with his first bowl. A blue stickered bowl of Hamish. Lawson's played 4 bowls in this final. They've all been drive shots.
Looking to just sneak round or to sit on his Leeds bowl.
Good shot.
Yeah, nice. Lots of options there, weren't there, for him? Well, not hard to tell it. There's a bit of breeze down there now where the bowlers are standing.
Didn't seem to like it when he let it go.
I don't think he's up there.
You can see he knew it was short. Gary will just look to plot another bowl in, representing the Mount Albert Bowling Club. He's got the weight right. He's very close here. Good shot.
Yeah.
Hard to tell. I'd say he's probably holding 3, John. I think.
I think, yeah, it looks as it's certainly 2. Maybe that last one of his might just have been pipped by this side bowl here, but looks like 3, doesn't it? Callagher goes in. Hamish snatches his bowl. Starts with the bowl on a bit of an angle, doesn't he?
Yeah, a bit of an unusual delivery.
Yeah. And straightens it up as it goes, begins its trajectory. So this looks very wide. He's turned his back and gone back home again.
Be disappointed with that. And Gary and Tony, the defending champions, are going to open this. Well, they're going to open their side of the ledger up on this end for sure. It's just about how they get the most points out of it. Hard to tell. I mean, we know Tony's bowl at 1 o'clock is the shot. I'd say Gary's solid bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack is second shot, John.
Yep.
And then maybe a measure for third between the blue bowl at 12. No, it might be 3. I think it's 3.
Certainly looks like 3 here. And Lawson was pointing at that, what we would presume is the 4th shot, the one of Hamish Callagher's, as if to say, oh, if I could just get that out, that might help. Or just beat it, obviously. Here he goes. Underneath this one, he won't be far away.
In the right line.
That's going to go, yeah. So, no discussion about how many it was. It was either 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think 2. Or just, nope, oh, it wasn't 2, it was 3. So 3-1 the score after 2 ends.
So they've had their initial taste of this rink, this televised rink, which we've been using for the last couple of days for the TV games. As Jamie Ferris, the greenkeeper, has advised his club members that tomorrow the greens are closed for rest day, rest and recuperation for the greens, which have been worked over the last 10 days, but well looked after and look perfect, as you can see. But they just need that day of a bit of tender loving care and rest. And then at the weekend they've got the Burnside Piers here. Opening bowl of this now 3rd end. Perfect weight from Tony Grantham. No messing around. Ethan Callagher quickly into his work. Not going to be up. Let's see if Grantham makes that slight green correction. He had outstanding weight with his first. And now looks to just take a slightly wider track. Well, you know,
Beautiful
that
bowl.
is perfect, isn't it?
Just so consistent.
Yeah. So Ethan's taken a wider line this time, having finished up well short, but also very narrow. Okay, no change in his weight. Just leaving things open here for Tony at the moment, and he's the perfect person to take advantage. Letting his skip cross over 3 up is the sort of ideal dream situation.
Yeah. I think for Ethan here, it's about getting past with his third bowl, isn't it? You know, he's fallen short
Yeah.
twice here. Tony Grantham is always going to be 3 bowls really tight in. So you may as well try and have it so that Hamish has shots to play.
Yeah.
Except that you're probably not going to outlead Tony, but you can negate him by having a bowl on and 2 pass sort of thing.
Well, he's given himself a chance here.
Needs to hold on.
Sit that.
A bit unlucky. It was
Yeah,
a bit unlucky.
Had a much better situation for the Callagher brothers as they cross over. They're trailing by 3-1. They're down a couple on this head. It's only the third end of 18 in the national final, men's pairs. Far different conditions to what the women's pairs were played in, where it was raining steadily all day, and eventually I think some of the players discarded their wet weather gear, didn't they, because they were just still getting wet.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Gary Lawson said he hasn't played against the Callaghers before, either of them. Yeah, gosh, eh?
Looking pretty assured.
Looking to reach those 2 shots underneath his brother's short bowl. If he is underneath it, he would have been pretty much bang on.
Wouldn't they rip your ration book there?
Yeah.
If they're not careful here, the Callaghers are going to drop a handful on this third end.
Oh,
Yeah, classy stuff. Classy stuff from Gary Lawson.
yeah, I think got to see some aggression now. That's 5 down.
He's got 2 bowls left in his hand, and I think both of them will be coming down at some speed.
Backhand.
Narrow. Oh, he's managed to change something. Just get a replay of that when we can. Gary Lawson makes his way back down.
So I'm getting a bit confused with the Lawson and Hamish Callagher bowls. The yellow ones are Ethan's.
Yes. Now Lawson's one, they're a solid blue.
Yeah.
And Hamish's have the blue sticker on them.
So that is one of that's Hamish's to the far left, isn't it? And both Gary's here in the centre.
Yes, I believe that is correct. So Gary will just be trying
That's
to
a better shot. Yeah.
draw to the ditch.
Show us the situation there much better with that overhead. Just an indication of where the jack was or is.
You can see the jack almost dead centre on your screen.
Yeah.
So a really good result there from Hamish Kelleher. He's opened the head right up. There's Gary Lawson. Well, you know, he's got room here. Just heard Ethan say you're 2 down.
At one stage, 5 down on this head. Now 2 down and looking to draw to make things even better. Either cut one out if he can, or even draw to the ditch and say, there we are, that's us back in this game. Or that's not bad. That's not bad at all,
Keep
is it?
running, he says. Not to be. 2 down.
2 down. Didn't look like he was going to cut something out, but it only needed another half metre, and he was. So 2 down. So the Kelleher's remain on 1. Lawson and Grantham move to 5-2 ahead. 5-1 ahead. And we've played now 3 ends.
Oh, let's watch a replay from that end. Check this out. Was able to get that front bowl, and the front bowl on the way through actually popped the jack back, which is how the jack ended up into the ditch. It was a good bowl there. And the jack thrown right to the 2 metre mark. See this bowl.
Right, for Hamish Kelleher standing on the mat, down the far end on the head. He's just encouraging his brother Ethan. Here's your opportunity. Get one on here now. None of this short stuff. Plonk it up here. Put some pressure on Tony Grantham. That's it.
That's better stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's what he must have been doing throughout the tournament, because you don't get to a final with your lead bowling short all day.
Oh, yeah, precisely. And they've taken out some really good teams. In the semi-final, they defeated Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill, who won this title at Carlton Cornwall a number of years ago, 4 years ago maybe. So had some good scalps on the way for sure.
Oh, look at Grantham. This is just such a masterclass from this guy. No.
He's totally unfazed, isn't he?
Yep.
Again, for Ethan, it's about just trying to miss past the head. This is a very good bowl here.
Yep,
That's lovely stuff. Really good. You can see those blue stickers on the Kelleher bowls.
Gary likes it. Sit on that bowl of his opponents. Oh, hard luck.
Great effort.
It's the instructions you need, because on the mat you can't really tell. It looks quite tight down there. You won't be able to see the jack, of course. And so it's important that his skip explains to him carefully to continue to take your green.
Yeah, his weight was good, wasn't
Yeah,
it? Just the line. That one bowl of Tony Grantham's.
From a skip's point of view, though, with Hamish Kelleher standing down there looking at it, as he views it, he says, right, the second bowl of Maleeb was good. It's about, a metre over. So that's an advantage to us. If the jack moves slightly, then we've got this one here down at the bottom of your screen. That's in a good position.
Yeah, it's three good bowls.
Yep.
From Ethan Kelleher.
So now Gary Lawson is matching that or putting something into the ditch.
Just overplayed it.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen very often with Gary Lawson.
So I'm just wondering whether we'll see Hamish come on the left-hand side as forehand.
You know, if he's feeling it, may as well. You could almost chip that bowl out if you felt like it, John.
But even just nudging that shot bowl up, and the jack will go, hopefully he says, to his brother's back bowl. So forehand or backhand? Forehand it is. Oh, it looks like
he's looking to chip it out.
Yeah. You can get it with the other bowl of his
Square through
brothers
that
too.
one.
Oh, gee.
Just about.
Could have got both.
I think we're going to see quite an aggressive game here. I saw Gary Lawson start this match off with 4 consecutive drive shots. The Gallaghers have shown they're not afraid of having a little nibble at it either. So I think buckle yourself in.
Surely looking to be over this time, Lawson, but not going to be. In the eye.
Well, he's put the bowl back, hasn't he? You can still chip that shot bowl off of Tony Grantham's. Yeah, that's boring. He's just trying to draw as close as he can. On the back end. Good try. Scoreboard just saying 4-1 after 3 ends, John. So maybe it was only 1, not 2. We'll wait for this end to be completed and see if the players change something. Gary on the back end looking to just add a bonus in. Overplayed it. 2 seconds if you want to go again, says Ethan Kelleher. So asking for aggression, and that's what we're going to get here.
Could go pear-shaped.
Very hard shot to play. Needs to get the smallest chip. He could get lucky here. Not to be. So we'll just keep our eye on the scoreboard. It says 4-1 at the moment after 3 ends.
It remains 1. 5-1 now. So it must have only been a single on that previous end.
Which makes Hamish Kelleher's bowl even better.
Yep. They were 5 down, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah, when he let that rocket go. Final of the men's pairs, 2024 Summerset Nationals. Defending champions Tony Grantham and Gary Lawson from the Mount Albert Club. Playing a couple who you probably haven't seen on any coverage previously, or maybe just our YouTube coverage, but certainly not on this, the Sky channels.
Been very successful in their region, haven't they, the Kellehers? So it'll be, I'd imagine it's no surprise to South Islanders to see them in the New Zealand Peers final.
Be a lot of bowlers out there saying, "Well, this is rubbish. I could do this. I could be closer than this lead." There's a bit of added pressure on here, though, live on TV, and also, of course, that won't be their concern. It's the fact that they're playing for what would be their first national title, Hamish and Ethan Kelleher. But for Tony Grantham, it'll be a gold star if he wins it, and for Gary Lawson, well, who knows?
About 300th title.
Yeah.
Tony Grantham on the forehand again.
Yeah, and he has the same line. He can get round his own or push it up or sit right on the jack. There it goes. Yep, sit right on the jack. Okay, take that option.
Very good. A lovely line, right straight down the middle. Tony Grantham. Ethan Kelleher with his final bowl.
Well, it needs to be a good one because there's others that are all over the place, and
Yeah, it's just been a bit outled.
yeah,
Look at this.
that's why it's nice to have 3 bowls, isn't it? So he at least gets second shot, which is important. That we've seen, though, it's taken players a while to get to grips with this rink, and we'll see how long it takes for Ethan Kelleher to get to grips with it. As a lead, you're so exposed, aren't you? You stand out there with a short bowl and everyone can see it, particularly if you've got yellow in your bowl, you know, it stands out.
That's the
Or orange. Or
unfortunate thing about my bowls is that they're quite colourful.
Are they?
So if I don't get very close, it's easy to see. It's easy to see.
Lawson, you know, as he talks about, I watch what my mate's bowls do, what line he's taking. I know my bowls well, but I just like to see, you know, what sort of track Tony's taking because they
it's a
read
lovely
each other's
shot.
bowls so well. And there he goes. As he said, once you know your line, when you stand on the mat, all you're worried about is your weight. He said the practice, you know, trial ends are really important. I'm not so worried about my weight, but I'm sorting out my line. And after a couple of ends, I know what my line is. So every time I stand on the mat, all I'm worried about is my weight.
Just, I don't want to say it. I don't know. It just feels like Lawson and Grantham are far more comfortable in this final, doesn't it, than the Kellehers here.
Yep.
Seeing a lot of loose bowls early on.
And what Lawson is so good at doing is just compounding the problem for the opposition.
Oh, he's just going to hold a bit. I think he was trying to fold that yellow bowl.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Out of the head there.
And sit again, you know, push that one out, and suddenly he's looking at 4 or 5.
Hamish needs to play a good bowl here.
Yeah.
You just...
I mean, he can, and it's there for him, isn't it? You're reaching that shot black, and the jack can come to you. So all of a sudden, from 2 down, it's not bad.
He's not a million miles away if he breaks back in time.
Yeah, top bowl.
Good shot.
That's it.
Sort of thing they needed to do.
Yep.
Just to get your confidence going. Like we've spoken about, if you added together Lawson and Grantham's national finals, probably in excess of 30. Kelleher and Kelleher, not quite that tally. So they've been comfortable from the first end. It'll take Hamish and Ethan a while to warm up. That was a very good bowl from Hamish. You'll be pleased with that.
Not to be outdone, of course. Lawson.
Well, he might get lucky on the little
Yeah.
plant at the front of the head. Or very unlucky on the yellow. I thought he was going to punch it out for a second. Chance for a bonus here for the Kelleher brothers.
Has that Aussie style follow through off the mat. He can be around his leads and still count. He could be under it, but he doesn't want to be on it.
If that ball wasn't there, he had two.
Yeah. So a good single there, a good fighting single for the Kellehers. They double their score, 5-2.
That was required, I feel. I feel that if Lawson and Grantham had got a 3 or more on that end, would have been very easy for them to run away with this game.
A bit shorter with the jack this time. Ethan Lawson, stand on the mat momentarily, take that deep breath, just think about that green that you've started to discover. You put the jack down, you
Note that
play the weight.
Ethan switched hands here. He's on the forehand side now. He's playing the backhand before. Still not passed with that first bowl. What you do to finish just 3 or 4 feet past the jack with your first one.
That's if you don't sit on it. You know, really, yeah, you're quite right.
Well, you take that. Well, that's
yeah,
that's your positive.
like this. Oh, Ethan, the door's open.
Came out of his hand pretty smooth.
He'd be excited if it came back from there.
Good bowl.
Yeah. Got a couple of shots there, probably. All Tony Grantham can see is the big space. And as we talked about previously, he was narrow with his first, and he just makes this great correction all the time, Grantham. Not so much with his weight, but certainly, look at that, green perfect. Next time he puts the combination together. I think he looks quite excited about this. Is it going to come in from out there? It should do.
Trying. Yeah, at least you're holding 3.
Yeah.
Tony would be disappointed if he didn't draw one within that gap.
Oh, not convinced about this one, are you?
No.
Oh, it kept finishing. Right. Okay, Hamish, here's your chance to stand and deliver a couple of nice draw bowls. Take advantage of a situation that is certainly not against you. Although, as we look at what Lawson's viewing, he's saying, right, I've got 3 black bowls just behind there. Movement of the jack would be favourable for me. Hamish wanting to draw, playing the opposite hand to his brother, his lead.
It's interesting. Talk about deliveries, and Hamish's is a little bit unconventional, but you often see that in players who've been playing since they were very young. Because if we think about when they started playing bowls, they would have been very short, tiny hands.
Yep.
So they develop ways of actually holding on to the bowl, and sometimes that just becomes how they play it. It just becomes their delivery.
Yep.
I think that might have been what's happened with Hamish. Comes out nice and smooth.
Looking to rescue them.
All those blue stickered bowls are the Kelleher bowls. That one came out very smooth, John.
Tracking well. He's running after it. Going to a good home. Oh, no.
Oh.
Just beats Lawson's.
Probably counting.
Here we go. Lawson looking to get through that gap and sit on the jack. And Tony Grantham's looking quite keen, or is it going to finish short again? No, not this time. There you go.
Classy, although if you can see it. If you can see it, you'd be thinking about it. I'm not sure if you can see enough of the bowl.
You mean to have a go at it? I think you could double onto it with Lawson's shorter one, straight on, but I think he'll just try and draw this. He needs to get into that draw mode too, doesn't he? Just to nut one right on the jack. Beat that one of Lawson, who's still got one to play, of course.
Needs it to turn from here, John.
Yeah.
One bowl out. Those blue stickered bowls. He'll be a bit disappointed with that, you have to feel.
Yes.
Wasn't anywhere they crossed over holding 3.
And now he sees a second bowl coming in from Lawson, who looks interested in it. Is it going to get tied up? It does get tied up. So a good saving shot there from Gary Lawson. They were possibly 2 or 3 down. But certainly Lawson just steps up to the mark, and where his lead didn't quite do it this time, he did. And they get another single.
Yeah, 6-2. And just while we have a moment, John, I said it on the first finals day, but I'd just like to acknowledge Helen Stallard and her passing this year. She had a lot to do with national championships over the years and run many of them. And, it's been top of mind, I think, for all of us at the Summerset Nationals that this is the first Nationals not to have a Helen. She is sorely missed.
There has to be a lot of viewers nodding their heads in that.
I'm pleased to see she's put the sunshine on for us today.
Yes. Oh, there's not many places she's been to that she hasn't had an influence.
Oh, absolutely.
Grantham back to normal now. Enjoying playing this way in particular. And this coming this way last time was a horror one for Ethan Callagher. He had 2 really short bowls. Certainly not short this time. That's where he needs it. Yeah, good.
That's a perfect first bowl from a lead. Really, really good. Something easy to work from. You're not searching with your next 2. A little chink there from Tony Grantham. This is a chance here for Ethan Callagher to play the same bowl again. Crossed over holding 3 on the previous end. I think this battle's going to come down to how well Ethan can keep up with Tony, John.
Yes, yeah. Oh, he doesn't want to promote it.
Inside out. 1, 2. Oh, a little bit stiff, but he's got second and third shot. It's not as bad as it looks. It was well played. There's a bit stiff there that Tony's managed to give the shot away. See there that scattering of the bowls. Players coping well with this this rink, and they're wonderful greens here at Burnside Bowling Club. John, there's nothing wrong with it. Do wonder if it was just a swirly wind around the corner or something.
Yep.
Previous 2 games.
This is a far better end for Ethan. Certainly didn't really want that to go that far, but it's not a wasted bowl like a couple of those really short ones were on the previous end in this direction.
Let's have a look to see actually who is holding the shot there. Tony may be holding on to it, that closest bowl. Nah, it can't be. Can't possibly be. Must be that yellow bowl that sits at 5 o'clock.
I think so. I'm just poking my head around so I can see it through the window. Be close, but certainly looks like the yellow one.
Played a Peers final at Burnside before, have Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham, where they lost on the back green to Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, who was defeated by Gary and Tony in the semi-final. Beautiful line. Look at that line. Obviously, Gary's played a drive shot at some point because that bowl's got
I was,
A black mark on
I
it.
was mesmerised by that, actually. I was thinking, what on earth's he got on there?
You can see the Burnside ditches have got that rubberised, whatever you call it,
Yeah.
lining around the ditches. So if you miss your target, your bowl goes in at some pace and you get a black mark on them. This bowl here just slightly overplayed too.
I think he's had a drive with this bowl as well. Oh, mind you, he drove 4 in a row, didn't he? Yep. See all the rubber marks on it.
Slightly overplayed.
Let's see what Hamish Callagher can do on this 7th end. If he can... Oh, this is might be a bit heavy, but mightn't do any damage.
Careful.
Ooh, ooh.
No need to panic.
Not yet.
Gary lining up the backhand there, which is interesting. He might think that he can reach through on the backhand side and get some sort of good result. He might think it's easier than just dead drawing on the forehand. There's not much on really, is there, John?
Oh, he's probably looking at that middle bowl of Granthams and thinks I can backhand that directly onto the shot bowl.
Cannon it out.
Yeah,
clean.
cannon it out.
No, he's going to stick to the forehand. Just draw it on the forehand. I
Yeah.
think that's a good idea.
Still a world-class player, Gary Lawson.
Three bowls, exactly the same, pretty much. That's you know,
Yeah.
you're trying to be confident, and you've just slightly overplayed it 3 times. Really important that Hamish here draws a bonus bowl. He's on the right line, John.
Yeah,
How's the weight here?
perfect.
How's the weight? That's a lovely bowl.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff there. Our thanks also, of course, go to AGT, the Aotearoa Gaming Trust, for their support of this event. Much appreciated. We've had 8 incredible days in the Canterbury region, 18 host clubs, nearly 800 participants, 6 events, and their support very helpful. Good bowl.
Yeah, fairly scratchy first 5 ends from Ethan Callagher.
Settling down.
And
now
it's
it
made
feels.
worse when your opponent is really putting them in the zone all the time. He hasn't panicked. He's come back and shown us what he's capable of. So if he's looking at little victories all the time, each bowl looking to be better than his opponent.
Oh, he's underplayed this one, John. That first one was so good. Down you come, he says. For bowl out. Great try.
So for Ethan now, just sitting on that Grantham bowl or beating that Grantham bowl gives his skip a really good platform for this particular end. It's a bit of green, but I don't think his weight's here again. Just putting his head down a wee bit after that last bowl.
Run it out, he says. That's right. Pretty evenly led head here.
So 6-4 the score. You really think Lawson and Grantham have been better than that, have had a bigger advantage. Well, the difference between the two of them has been more, but we've had a couple of really good saves from Hamish Kelleher, and we've had.
I think that was really important to keep them in touch, John.
Yes.
It would have been easy for this game to get away on the Kellehers, and when you're at about this point of the game, you sort of forget that you're on television and you forget that you're a national final because you're invested in the game. So I think they've got past that first four ends where you might have thought that Lawson and Grantham's experience would get them an early big lead. And I think we'll see a pretty tightly contested match here as all four players are settled. Lawson again on the back end. I think how many times have we seen that delivery? Only a little step, then through.
He's completely the opposite to what Dave Edwards was talking about. Remember when Dave Edwards was talking about...
Look at that.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, Gary's a blind bowler, so he looks down.
I know, and that's what Dave Edwards was saying about Snow Reardon, wasn't it? If I only had one little tip, it'd be for him to keep his head up a bit more when he delivers, you know. And Lawson does exactly the opposite, doesn't he?
Gary's grip is wrong.
Yeah. He takes his line, he knows the line, he comes back to a spot just in front of him. And
look at this. Get it square and sit down. They both sat down together.
Grantham says we've still got one.
Holding on to 1 point. Yes, you look, his thumb, you wouldn't coach a thumb position there. The fingers are all together behind the bowl, John.
Yeah.
But he gets it away really smooth on the running surface. If you slowed it down, it wouldn't let go. He doesn't let it go with a wobble, so gets it away very smooth, and that allows him to be very, very consistent. Hamish Kelleher just confirming he's only one light. Making his way back down.
Just 19 years of age already with a Canterbury Centre title, and now in the final of a national pairs match.
It's brave to walk backwards for quite a while there as well, John.
When you're young, you can do that.
Here we go. On the back end. Just let that one go very smoothly on the running surface. And willing it on. Look at this. Oh, just underneath. He couldn't have done anything more than that.
No, I
Well,
don't
I
think
mean,
so.
he
Well, he
could've-
could sit on those two bowls, he would have had the shot, but that, everything was good about that.
Could have had a millimetre more green, I suppose, and that would have done the trick.
Yep.
But a well-played bowl. Look, he's finished underneath the head somehow, underneath the jack, and hasn't moved it at all. Staggering, but Lawson and Grantham holding one. We approach the halfway mark in this game.
that a bit wide for Gary's bowls?
Just short. Interesting. He doesn't usually miss by that much, but one to Lawson and Tony, the defending pairs champions.
I half expected Gary to say, hang on, my ball isn't finished yet. But it was his lead who picked it up, so not as if the opposition did it.
Tony Grantham from the Mount Albert Bowling Club, which is the club that Lawson and Grantham are representing at this National Championships.
So 7-4, 8 ends gone in this race to 18 ends, so plenty of time left, and the margin isn't huge. So the Callaghan's are staying within range. They picked up a 1 on the first and then dropped a 3, a single to be 5-1 down. Now there's 7-4. And the Callaghan's have both these teams have played some really outstanding combinations. When you go into this sort of pairs situation, the experts would look at the field and pick about 12 or 14 teams that they'd think could win it, and then they probably could still miss out someone who might get up and take it. So
huge depth in the field this year. Even like we looked at the men's singles, and there were 2 world champions qualified.
Yeah,
I think there was 4 players qualified who'd won the New Zealand singles twice. There was about 7 or 8 that had won it before. More than that had won a national title, so on and so forth. It was ridiculous.
And it's good to see the likes of Ali Forsyth back and competing. Of course, he is part of the New Zealand team for the Trans-Tasman, isn't he? So needed to be back.
That is correct.
So that Trans-Tasman is being held at Nainai later this month. In February.
Waitangi weekend.
Waitangi weekend, yeah.
As I know because I saw a poster this morning, and I thought Waitangi weekend, it says on the poster. Ethan will be gutted with that bowl winning. His first bowl was lovely, and he's seen two bowls that are shy of the target from Tony Grantham, who's now been switched to his backhand. It was a chance for Ethan to draw the shot and sit in a good position.
And a skip can only last so long going, onto the mat.
Although I think Ethan has matched Tony the last 3 or 4 years.
But it's just those sorts of heads where you think,
that's a poor bowl.
I've got work to do.
It's interesting with Tony, when you play a team like Tony and Gary, they're just capable of, out of nowhere, putting 6 bowls within a foot of the jack.
They complement each
It
other.
can just happen.
Brilliantly. No histrionics, well, none that we see, and they just trust each other. This is better here. Get up and you've got the shot here, Ethan.
Good bowl.
Yeah, so something there for Hamish when he goes back to the mat to be relatively excited about.
See Gary making his way back down the green. Moving over to the side of his mat on his backhand. It means your bowl turns late and quite aggressively, so it'll hook a lot at the end. Often see players do that if there's a hand they perceive as being a bit sticky, John. It's a holding hand. You shuffle over on your mat, and look at this. It's turning late. It's because of where Gary let that go. Good shot. And now look at this head. It's not pretty, is it?
No.
I think we'll see Hamish follow down. Yeah, exactly like that on the.
Yeah, things to use there, eh? His own, the inside of the black bowl, get through the gap onto the jack. So that's where the more benefit lies. I think the chances are better there.
Needs it to hold up. It's trying. He's very close here. If he's got the weight.
Yep, so through that hole.
If he's got the weight.
Oh. as some might say, waste of a great track, eh?
He would have
Not
felt like
much
that.
short, yeah. So he's got it though, he knows where it is, and it's there.
Gary just trying to get another bowl closer. Look at his foot position on the mat. He's to the right as we see it. Again, it's to get his bowl to turn late and into the head.
So he could use that gap that Hamish was looking for and sit on that and get another shot. He's got that
Exactly
gap
what
too.
he'll be trying to do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit stiff.
Yeah.
He was probably a bowl and a half narrow, to be fair. Gives Hamish an opportunity now. Just going to see that sort of shot selection again, I feel, on the back end. Are they talking about hitting something here? What are they talking about hitting?
Well, he said, I can see yours, so I'm not sure as he's looking at hauling the jack back to this deep bowl or something, I don't know. He's staying on that same hand, is he? Because he almost nailed it, didn't he, with his first?
Oh, he's playing with a lot of weight. Maybe he's trying to get rid of them both. He gets this bowl square, they both go. Aggressive.
1, 2, 3, 4. This
Was an aggressive. That was
yeah,
an aggressive shot
yeah.
selection.
Risk and reward, but
You can see that blue stickered bowl, blue bowl at 12 o'clock is a very helpful second shot from the
it is
Callahers.
too. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I got confused with that. I thought it was one of the opposition. But this is going to make it 2.
Classy stuff. Well, you just have to draw this, John.
Yep.
Got to draw the shot.
I was very impressed with the calmness that they had, the Callahers. You know, it's great to be here. You know, we're really looking forward to this. And, you know, just quite casual about it all. Didn't appear to be under any stress. They'd be rapt that they've got this far, but when you get this far, you want to go that extra step, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
This has got promise. If his weight is here, he's got real promise.
Needs
Keep
it to
off
go.
that. Oh, gosh. Hey.
It's an unusual game so far. It hasn't really lit up, has it, John? It's just been sort of plodding along. We saw some aggressive shots early. Still feels to me like the Lawson-Grantham combination is in control.
Yep.
As we saw them score. What did they get on that end?
Well, I think it was 2, but I'm just watching the board to see what happens there.
So we have reached the 10th end now, and the score is
that a
4-9.
9?
So
Yeah. Yep.
Lawson and Grantham 5 points up, and you just, I don't know, you just feel like they're just plodding along, scoring slightly more often than their opposition, and feeling comfortable out there.
Halfway stage of this men's pairs final at the 2024 Summerset Nationals at Burnside in Christchurch. It's been a fantastic day of finals, the second day of finals in the Nationals, with the previously having the men's singles and women's pairs, as well as the disability pairs. And of course the format these days is that we have singles and pairs at one Nationals and then the fours at another, along with the mixed pairs. And this season they are the fours and mixed pairs are in Taranaki. Good entries again. Yeah, most people enjoy going to Taranaki. Sort of set up some nice centres for these events, haven't we, with Central Otago here, Auckland, Taranaki, Bay of Plenty as well.
Yep.
Been involved.
Been very satisfying. Nice to have the event split. I think has proven itself controversial at the time. I mean, I must admit I was surprised, but it works out well because it gives you opportunities. Some players go to both, but it gives people in both islands an opportunity to participate in a national event, which is really cool. And our individual entries have increased, both if you take it just by looking at, say, the individual entries in the singles has increased, but also the overall entry. So if you count all the different people who've participated, when we go and filter it out and go, well, how many individuals have played in both or in any of the mixed pairs, fours, singles or pairs, the number's been going up. And it's the whole point, right? Is to try and get as easy as possible for more people to participate in our sport.
Just another one. Nothing that's been over the head here, though. Nothing past the jack. That's the closest one. That's way to the left as far as weight goes. Here we need a good one from Ethan. Good to have 3 bowls as a lead. Get one on there somehow. This looks too wide, and he holds his hands out in despair, really saying, what on earth is going on?
Well, he's past the jack. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. Yep.
They've only been outplayed by like 1 bowl. Feels like 1 bowl-ish per end. Stayed in touch well. I don't know what I'm trying to... It doesn't look like... It hasn't looked like the Callahers are going to score more than a 2 in this game. And I think that needs to change. You know, they need to... If they can get a number or string some ends together, so you're 5 down on the 10th end. It's just got a... I don't know, an air of inevitability at the moment. But all it takes is 1 bowl, and they have defeated some fantastic pairs along the way. So, it's not over till it's over. 1 good bowl from Hamish Kelleher could be all it takes here, just to turn the game around a little.
Haul out their record there, Alex. Is that easy to find in a hurry on that fantastic bowls hub?
Yeah, the computer that's closed.
Oh no, fair enough.
I will find it. I will find it. We'll see who they've.
But I recall you reading their names out yesterday about who'd gone through and who had been beaten by the Callahers, and I just wish I could remember. But I mean, I mentioned the fact that, gosh, who was sitting out there? Ali Forsyth was sitting out there, and I thought, well, there's a name that's not playing in the final day, and so big pairs have been beaten. So now we've got Lawson on the mat, holding 2 at least.
On the backhand, up and over. He plays this shot so well because that's improved the head. It's doubly improved the head.
Yep.
Very little to hit here.
Oh, that's a big green he's taken.
I mean, look at this for a list. The Callahers defeated Sean O'Neill and Mike Kernahan.
Wow.
They defeated Gary Murawai and Gavin Hamlin.
Gee, good combination.
Then they defeated Finbar McGuigan and Robbie Bird.
Wow.
Then they defeated Rod Grady and Paul Matheson. And then they defeated Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. That's
some big scalps, eh?
That's fantastic. So they won't have been frightened.
No.
Coming into this final. The other side of the draw with Gary and Tony. They beat Barry Andrews and Shane Chisnell. Then they defeated Wayne Coleman and Terry Rossiter.
Yep.
Then Joseph Van der Pennen and Peter Cotton. Then Colin Garworth and Carl Garrett. Then Ray Martin and Will Bennett. And then in the semi-final, Seamus Curtin and Paul Pryor on their quest to defend their Peers title.
Oh, gee.
Going to pull up short here. Look at that. You're holding 3 if you're Gary and Tony. Oh, it's quite a loose head, so there's nothing easy to hit.
I suppose what they have got is they've got the 2 back bowls, I think. Have they? Are they both?
Yes, they do. They've got the 2 bowls at the back. So if there was a way through to the bowls at the back. I mean, but look at those short bowls. They're so short.
That's what he's looking at.
It's going to be a hard bowl to
Yeah,
play.
yeah.
So they've opted to go the inside half or the outside half of Tony's bowl onto Tony's other bowl onto the jack here. John, that's the shot they've been called.
I quite like the other hand, actually. It's smack Gary's into the shot and the jack goes back to them. However, they're playing it. They're far better brains than mine looking at shot selection here. So we'll see what happens. They have got the 2 back bowls, and it looked as though they were going to play with weight to try and spring the jack. Let's see what happens. Here he goes. Hamish Kelleher. Just a bit of weight. Wanting to get around those bowls.
If he holds, okay, now he needs to get something square. You change what you're hoping for.
Yeah.
Oh dear. It just feels inevitable here as we see another 3 points, I think, go on to the ledger on the side of Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham.
So they're into double figures. The Kelleher team have won 3 ends so far, starting with a single on the first and then 1 on the 5th and 2 on the 7th. We've played 10 ends now, and it's 12 to 2, 12 to 4 I mean, or not. I'll just check the marker who's putting the scores up. Yep, it is. I hope the Burnside Club's gone to the funeral directors there and said, oh, we could do with a bit more money because you're getting huge publicity here.
And it's my pleasure, John, to welcome Kevin Hickland into the commentary for the final stages of this final. I'll shuffle over to the left and press the buttons, but happy to pass the mic over to Kev.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex and John, and splendid conditions here, isn't it, at Burnside?
Yeah.
And, but at this stage, bit of deja vu, bit of Lawson one-way traffic at this point in time, and a lot of pressure under the Kelleher boys. Of course, one now playing, I believe, out of Horsville.
Yes.
And another out of Cobden.
So you've been down there at ground level. That wind is having an effect, do you think, Kevin?
Oh, it's having a slight effect, but, you know, with the speed of the green today, it doesn't really, John, make it great. It's not like a couple of days ago when the green, I think, was running a couple of seconds faster. It was an issue, but no, I think both hands here have got a pretty natural arc back to the green, back to the centre line. I think the issue comes about for the Kelleher brothers when you're trying to fight your way against somebody to get to the centre line, build ahead. And, of course, when they do get a couple close, Gary Lawson's going to play that famous push and prod shot of his.
He plays so well, doesn't he?
Which is just resting through the head shots. So you've got to get bowls around the head to put pressure on, and playing short. You might see this bowl here. If he gets past, might get the jack. Does he? Gets the front touch up. And as you know, John, in these sorts of events, 2 or 3 ends can change things around dramatically. It's it's just a matter of score, just a matter of putting a few ends together, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So 8 the difference. We're playing 18 ends. 8 to go, so a shot on each end to be pretty good for the Kellehers. But that's a hard ask against this combination. I mean, you've seen Grantham and Lawson play so often, Kevin, and you know how calm they are under pressure and how talented they are and their ability to, particularly Lawson, to pull out extraordinary shots.
Certainly can. I've been on the receiving end a few times in years gone by, and here we come, Lawson trying to get down to the shot bowl, the jack very, very close. just going to fall a bowl outside the line, but that's the sort of weight that he's so proficient at playing on these Canterbury greens. And as Alex and I spoke about the other day, you have to be a really, really top player to be able to play those sorts of just a yard shot on these particular greens. And Gary, well, he's good on every surface, isn't he? And you know, as we all know with Gary, with the Nationals, when he smells it, he's hard to beat. Just like he's a second Nagunkovic. He just
Yep. Nothing will hold him back. He's totally focused over this period of the championships, and the combination that he and Grantham have developed has just been really fantastic. So is this a bit of deliberate negative play from Hamish? Is he that keen to retain that shot, possibly?
Well, he needs to get on the bowl on the head, because Lawson will look for the press. I reckon he'll change his hand, come down there, yard away, try and press. He's got a 3-shot opportunity on that forehand. There's the old famous thumb on top of the bowl.
Yep.
And there he goes. He's playing with that weight down through to get to the shot bowl, gets it clean. He's got 3, goes through.
So, Hamish, I think you might change your shot selection now.
Well, the other thing is, John, when you're playing someone like Gary Lawson, you know very well you've got to get bowls in and around the head, because when his confidence is up, he'll attack all day. Sensibly attack all day.
Yeah. So what Hamish doesn't want to do is fatten any target.
Well, he's on a good arc, just a matter of how far it's going to come back towards the centre. And he'll go there to Lawson. I'm picking. He's got the backest bowl as well, so you can get the bowl clean. Jack won't go in the ditch because there's other bowls in front of behind it. I'm sure the son of Stan, he'll go for it again. The late Stan.
Yeah. Watch closely. He's got nothing. Oh gosh,
so
not often that happens.
That side again.
Righto, mate, this is a chance now. Give us 2. We're looking at a single on each end. Would keep us in the game. A 2 here would be fantastic.
Yeah, they've certainly got to get a brace here, John.
Yeah.
That's a must. They've got to get a brace here. We're past the halfway mark.
Yep.
Oh, he wants to be careful here. Wants to be really careful. Oh,
one in, one out. Gosh.
Touch on the jack would have gone straight back to that Tony Grantham bowl sitting in behind.
So 12-5 it is after 11 ends of this grand final. And Kevin Hickland, the voice of bowls for many, many years, has joined us. And some of you will be aware that Kevin announced this morning that this was to be his final burst behind the microphone. And I think it's fair that you're getting plenty of congratulatory messages, Kevin, which is really great. You know, as you've done a heck of a lot in the promotion of bowls, willingly, freely, and you've travelled at your own expense a lot of the time. You and Marlene have ended up at bowls tournaments, and you've said to Marlene, you go shopping, I'm commentating. And you've done it for a long time, and the Hop Bowls fraternity really has appreciated what you've done. And I want to ask you, what prompted the move? I know you've got a big role in Auckland these days.
Well, that's I'm now, John, as you know, I'm now patron of Bowls Auckland. I've sold my insurance business. I've retired, sort of, sort of. But really, those are big factors, because I certainly am very committed in my role as patron of Bowls Auckland we've got some huge challenges in Auckland, around the clubs of Auckland, and I refer that to counties in North Harbour as well. And I just feel as patron that I can play a very, not a board role, but a very active role, and I want to do so to be fair.
Yep.
And also fair to Marlene and that, etc. So good bowl here, not quite going to get. And I've been so fortunate. It was great this morning. One of the first, I got a message from Stu Scott, which was great, because I can go back to the lazy hazy days, summer on Sports Roundup and then Radio Sport, and of course now doing the live streaming work. And I suppose you only do, John, what you enjoy doing.
Yes.
If you don't enjoy it, you don't do it. And it's not that I don't enjoy it now, but it's just, as far as the time catches up, Grantham get into the jack. Is he going to sit? No, he's not. So far the time, and it's just the right time to, just to go different ways, I suppose.
Well, I think, we're talking about, the people who have followed bowls for a long time will remember Ian Birch at the bowls, sadly departed last year. Stu Scott, of course, made bowls. He was the Peter Montgomery of bowls commentary.
Certainly was.
And you worked with Stu and then took over that role. And you've done it for many, many years. And it was, I suppose, almost accidental that you got into it, was it?
Well, Barry Holland, actually.
Yeah.
Barry came to me and said, would I do a Grantham on the outside of the bowl? Yeah, Barry came to me. Barry used to, John Barry used to have a sports program on, all around the country. There was sports shows on a Saturday morning from 7 till 9 on a Saturday morning, as you had well known. Barry had a very popular sports show in Auckland, and he said to me, would I do a bowl spot every Saturday morning? So I suppose, that's where it started. BH was the man that, and as you would know, Barry, goodness gracious, I don't know how many years Barry worked for ZB. So he was the catalyst really to do so, and it went from there.
And that was great because bowls over the years as regarded as a minor sport.
Going for the bare jack in the ditch. Oh, this is desperate stuff.
Yeah, struggled to get publicity, and it was only up to people like yourself and other volunteers within bowls organisations who were willing to talk and write. Nothing in the newspaper unless it was written by a bowls person.
Absolutely.
So it's changed a lot, Kevin, in your time though, hasn't it? Sports
certainly.
Roundup finished, but then it was
Certainly.
replaced by Radio Sport, which still enabled you to do stuff and go.
We did. We did a lot, with Radio Sport, and of course then Radio Sport went by the way, and News Talk ZB, of course, took a different direction relative to sport. Now we've got SENS who have come on board, the Australian, that were owned by the TAB here in New Zealand, the Australian network. And really I think it's good to see now SENS are taking a more active role in multiple sports rather than just rugby, cricket, although they're very involved in cricket and racing, as we well know. SENS have been, very good. I was talking to Daniel McCarty this morning, and they've given us a good... you'll get the kill out of that.
Yeah, I think lucky to get the kill too, because he'd taken his own ball out, but the deflection put the jack out, so they'll start again. This is end 12, and it's 12-5, the final of the men's pairs at the Summerset National Championships.
I suppose the big change, John, was when we moved in Bowls New Zealand, when Mark Cameron first started as CEO, and we went to the very sort of, you call it now antiquated live streaming methodology that we went to the first Nationals in Dunedin with Tamara when we set them up. In fact, we had a chat with you and Grant Nisbet out the back.
You remember that well.
At Tyree.
Yep.
And it was a first, and from there the whole live streaming thing went ahead. And I will say it to this day that we were pioneers here in New Zealand. We were certainly ahead of the live streaming out of it. We did a more sophisticated live streaming, for example, than what was done in Australia, and I still think we do. I know we do. In fact,
absolutely.
And as I said this morning,
we just got measurement of the mat.
Looks light on the line to me.
Yep.
And the other thing, John, now to be able to pick up a Sky Sport platform is just I don't think people understand. In the old days, you would know, John, doing TV as well. To get TV1, for example, to come and cover the likes of bowls, you actually paid TV1. quite a bit of money. In fact, you had to pay them to cover it. So, with the changes of technology of how we cover sport nowadays, it was up. It's opened the door significantly, and Bowls New Zealand, full credit to them, John, were the first to invest heavily in technology, cameras, right up-to-date equipment, and now for the sport here in New Zealand to have, let's say, it's an operation which we've got that Sky can just clean up and put into their network.
Yeah, so if you come to the Bowls, you don't see anyone from Sky here.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. So that's to me has been, the biggest move. And it was interesting. Look, I was in England a few years ago, and I went to Leamington on Spa, and I was talking to the then chairman of World Bowls, God rest his soul, John Bell, and I started talking to him because the World Bowls were coming up here. And I started talking to him about live streaming and bits. Well, I was talking a foreign language completely. Yeah. I was shell-shocked. And
but they didn't know anything about it.
No, not at all did they.
Good bowl,
yeah. So, Bowls New Zealand have been pioneers, really, in getting to where we're at. And it's also, I think, was what we've seen, John, and it's great. I picked up today, the first 10 minutes after the women's singles final, Stuff had an article on their digital platform.
Yeah.
So the good thing now is you're getting news as it happens, not like in the old days, as you well know. You got it the next day, the next morning, the next afternoon, or whatever, if at all.
Yeah.
So Bowls now, I think, has moved into a sound platform, and long may it continue. And I've loved the transformation, and it's been. It's a plus.
Yeah, and applause here for Ethan Callagher. That's sound leading from him. And going back to that first time in Dunedin, when you interviewed Grant and we were playing in the Nationals down there.
Correct.
And we both afterwards we said, so what's this all about? They used a camera, a cell phone, I think.
Correct, we did.
A cell phone on a tripod.
That's correct.
To record it. You asked the questions, and
Tamara
was there, recording it. And I said, I wonder where that goes, So it was totally new. And now, as you say, when you look at this with, I think Mark Cameron said 8 or 9 cameras or something. Yeah, so this is a full-on production, all done by Bowls New Zealand people. So that's marched on a heck of a lot, hasn't it? So great stuff.
Well, it's good. It's good for the sport. It's good for sponsors. It's good for the let's say the now sit-at-home sports lover, which a lot of us are. That you can sit at home and have a watch at your own leisure and enjoy it, and it's the change is and look, let's not fool ourselves. We, as you know, John, been in broadcasting as long as you've been involved with it as well, that there will be further changes. There'll be further technology changes which will happen in the next 5 to 8 years, but as it is now, I think Bowls New Zealand's got a leading platform. Lawson on the charge for the Jack's going to get the front bowl. Will it get that? Well, it's pushed it out off the centre line. Plenty of room though, really.
And great too, I think, Kevin, with and we're talking to Kevin Hickland here, who's announced that this is his final Bowls broadcast after many years of radio and television and live streaming commentary for Bowls New Zealand. It's given people a chance to see that Bowls is for young people. We look here at, 19-year-old Hamish Callagher for a start, playing the national final and bowling a perler like this, which is going to get Lawson to maybe change his options or not. He's standing over on that side of the mat. Maybe he's going to have another wee go and considers he can take out 2 of those 3 shots.
I think he'll run down there on the back end, John, trying to get to the shot bowler. He can get jack movement. There's 2 of Tony Grantham's bowl deeper on the track, but he's under the line.
Yeah.
The point you make just then, John, was so interesting. The youngsters, if you'd have said to me 15 years ago that there might have been 50 to 80 people at the Paratutu Bowling Club in New Plymouth watching a 19-year-old playing and a 22-year-old playing in the final of the you would have been somewhat surprised.
Yep.
And we've seen it right throughout the event. Aidan Takara, Sheldon Bagley-Howley, out here the Callagher guy, Nick Cahill from Australia. So, we've got a great, it's tremendous to hear the number of clubs now, John.
Hamish will be really disappointed. He looked up to the wind almost, didn't he?
Bonus bowl, he did.
Yeah, this was...
He's at the point, John, where he should be looking. His target should be at the yellow bowls behind the head, not the front of the head, because I'm picking that Gary will try and a couple down,
draw to save.
Yeah, he'll try and reach down. This is a second shot go, but knowing Lawson, but he's not going to. Going to be under. Needs to turn that bowl all the way through. Won't? That's a good head. It might just be the one, is it, or two?
It might even be 3 or 4.
Well,
I'm not sure how far that went.
Well, there was a good clap from the supporters there. So
So just watching the marker adjust the board. One side stays on 12. That is Lawson and Grantham in this final of the men's pairs. And Alex is standing up to have a look. Can he see it? 9. So they got a 4. They got a 4 out of that.
Well, that's a big end.
Yeah.
That's a big end. We've all of a sudden, we've actually
back in the game.
Certainly, and I know Alex would agree with me. We saw games earlier on where one head can all of a sudden things can change, get back into scoring singles, and it's all on. We've seen it in so many games.
Change in attitude too sometimes, and when it's looking quite comfortable for one team, and all of a sudden, unconsciously or subconsciously, they tend to just relax a wee bit.
Here now, Alex and I spoke about this quite a bit. It's about getting that first bowl effectiveness. So now we've seen now that Ethan Callagher, sure, it's over the head, but if they can get that first bowl effectiveness, singles, whatever, it just it puts the pressure on Tony Grantham. And now he's under the line straight away, John. You can see clearly there. So here's the opportunity for Ethan Callagher to really get to that centre line and just give them confidence now as we go into the 13 of 18 ends.
If we go back to your broadcasting, Kevin, what some of the highlights? I know you've travelled to many championships.
Well, funnily enough, I suppose you could say a couple of the highlights involved Gary Lawson. And I
talk about bowls, not talking about after bowls.
He put on at the 2008 World Bowls.
Oh yeah.
Russell Meyer and Gary in the pairs.
Yeah.
And then the Gary Lawson's fours skipped side where we won gold, where we beat Australia. To me, that was one of the greatest exhibitions that I ever was involved in. They were just absolutely outstanding. But equal to that, I must say, when we had the World Championships here the second time, and again in the fours, when the Ali Forsyth skipped side with Blake Signal at 3, Mike Nagy leading, and Mike Kernahan at 2. There's a good bowl, and this is what we're talking about, John, with that effectiveness. And now the jack is closed off. So those would be couple of the great wins. The Karen Murphy win out here when she beat the Scottish lady in the singles final. But last year, of course, beat in Australia to see Taylor Bruce win gold. Grantham to the jack. Grantham on the trail of the jack. He got it clean. He would have been 3 down then, got the trail.
You can't hold a good man down.
I think Taylor Bruce's win last year at Helensvale, John, would have been for, I'd say, a relatively new international player playing the inform. Remember, dual gold medalist at the previous Commonwealth Games, Alan Ryan, and the resilience and everything that Taylor Bruce showed and winning that gold at the World Bowls last year at Helensvale was one of the highlights for the youngster. The way how she maturely put her whole program together and was outstanding. But look, I've been lucky, I suppose you could say. I've been lucky.
It's been your enthusiasm and your desire to get out and watch and talk about and support Kevin, that's made you such an influence in the sport in this country? Unlucky.
Yeah, he was on the line for the jack there because now he's tightened that line up really, hasn't he, trying to get down there.
Yeah.
But that's his best shot option, and Lawson will be desperate on that forehand to get another bowl on the head.
What about characters you've met, Kevin, over the
Oh,
years? A million of them, so we
yeah.
should limit it to 20.
Oh, look, if we go, I suppose, look, if you talk about the characters on the green, early on, you couldn't go past the likes of Nick Unkovic, playing with Doug Richards Jolly with his dog walking around the side of the green. Chum used to follow the late Doug Jolly all around the green. Nick was an absolute character, and I was fortunate. This is a bit unfair, I suppose. I was fortunate to be a member of Only Hunger for many, many years, as you know, John, and everybody at Only Hunger went by nicknames. Bob McDonald, Porky, and Shuffles, and Liguri, and fantastic times.
Oh, watch this. This is quite a good line from him, but I don't think he's going to be there.
Needs another yard of weight, does he not? He does.
Gosh, it's there though. He hasn't changed that line that he needs, so he's got another go at it. Yeah, some big nickname. And Bob, what a great bowler Bob McDonald was in character, but we're talking characters, aren't we?
Yeah, well, Bob McDonald had the unique ability, and I haven't seen many been able to do it. You could stand on the mat and say when Bob McDonald let a drive go and said that's missed, and he had this delivery on his drive to get a curl off and it would banana being back into the head, and he was, Bob McDonald, Phil Skoglund, Kevin Wing. You could go on, and I was fortunate to play against so many of those guys. Ivan Kostinich, who, really, I suppose, John, you'd remember this. The first televised bowls final was at Only Hunger, Kevin Wing playing Ivan Kostinich in the final of the national singles, and there was a number of wrong biases in that final. Because it's also the first time.
He'll take that.
Might only be the one.
Yeah, but that's one more than they were looking at.
So they hadn't played with stickers on their bowls before. And in that final with Nick Unkovic with Ivan Kostinich and Kevin Wing, let's say that there was a multitude of wrong biases. But that was the first televised Bowls New Zealand event in that final of the single. I was there that day at Only Hunger when the first match between the late Kevin Wing and the late Ivan Kostinich. So I was there the day when Alex I know has depicted it on the Lawson trying to get.
Not going to get there. So. It looked like Tony Grantham said, I think we're one down.
Yeah, so the side bowl, out comes the tape.
Yeah.
12-10 it could be. We're close.
Yeah. Never saw this becoming an eventuality.
Conceded quickly.
It is one. Yeah. So 10. So they're in double figures and they looked a long way from that. So just a 2-point game now. 5 ends to go.
I don't know whether you've seen the one, John, but the famous game between Robin Milne and Kevin Darling when the umpire, the jack had gone into the ditch and the umpire mistakenly brought the silver tray out onto the green to be the mirror.
That's right.
To a judge.
Yes, that's right. Gosh.
To a judge whether the jack was in or not. Yeah. So, and talking about the sort of people in the game, Kevin Darling was, and from Alex's point of view as well, he was a top indoor bowls player as well, and Kevin Darling was one of the freaks of the green. He was outstanding, good opening bowl here, just going by, but it'll get to the centre line. It's interesting. Ethan Keller, all of a sudden, John, has found his line. That's the big thing, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I've been fortunate, John, and I've loved every minute of it, and I'll continue to do so, but just in a different way.
Well, I think bowls public of New Zealand have appreciated what you've been able to do over the years, Kevin, and I think that Auckland bowls will benefit from the fact that you're putting time into the patrons role, and it's a big area that you're, of course, involved with, but it's your love and it's a passion that both you and Marlene, of course, have got, and you will never be far from a bowling green, I would say.
No, look, John, I'll be honest, I've been somewhat... well, it's been fantastic. Today, the messages of support, or not support, but just gratitude, thanks, appreciation.
It's thanks for what you've done.
Whatever. It just, just makes you feel that your contribution has been of merit, and people have enjoyed it. That's great. It's and
we'll still wish each other happy birthday on the same day, the
yes,
same year.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Well, we don't have. We're not going to go. We're not going to say the year, are we, John?
No, I can't remember. Here comes Ethan looking for this.
We've got a changing game here.
Yeah,
that's the shot right on the centre line.
Well, so Alex and I discussed before you came in about the Callagher combination. Like Ethan's still on the west coast playing out of Cobden, and Hamish is over here playing out of Halls. Well, they've won everything on the coast, and while Ethan was struggling a bit, as we both said, you don't get to a final without playing superb bowls. So expect
all of a sudden, John, you just look here. Tony Grantham's played 2 short bowls. One very good bowl was just over there, 2 short bowls under the line. All of a sudden, if you look at where the Callagher bowls are, all 3 are in a good. They're in a good zone.
Yeah.
Which 4 ends ago that wasn't the case. So that's my gratuity payment.
Look. So this final is. I mean, for a while it was starting to look a bit ho-hum because one team was dominating, but now we've got a game, and we're talking with Kevin Hickland about his career and the fact that he's decided to pull the pin after many, many years of radio and TV commentary and reporting and on bowls. I was going to say and supporting, but he'll continue to support bowls, and he'll always be seen around. Well, another good bowl here if he's inside.
Gets clean under this.
Bit of unlucky there.
Bit unlucky, really. Just more than just the one now, John. But he was certainly, who's getting into the scoring zone. These cheese rolls which have arrived,
yes,
John.
I was just getting to talk about.
Well,
those.
it's always been a thing. Every time I've come to Burnside, Gay Bunting and Kerry Bruce has always been. There's always been this thing about the cheese rolls. And as soon as I arrived this morning, Kerry and Richard Bruce came to me and said. Kevin, we've seen what's happening, etc., etc. Don't worry, the cheese rolls
will still be there.
We'll be here today for you. And so, will you being a southerner, John, do you normally eat cheese rolls in the afternoon?
I think it's fair enough that this morning I had one very early.
Okay.
Yeah, so not just the afternoon. Stick
well,
with this.
This
is
too
not a
could
bad
count.
bowl here.
If he sits jack level underneath it and falls in. Lawson with his second went wide. I think he'll go again, go down through that port, but the back's not good.
Yeah, but and that's right. And
he's
got targets here on the left, those 2 shortish bowls. They could go.
He's confident, John, that he can drive both of them out clean.
Yep. He missed wide with his first one. Not going to miss wide.
This is close up.
He's got those 2. There's it goes. Oh, it didn't work for him,
2
but he's
shots.
got the shot. 2 shots. Wow.
Shot of a champion.
Yeah.
Those are your match-winning shots, John, aren't they?
And soul-destroying for the opposition.
That straight away became a 4-shot turnaround, and the guy and Hamish Callagher's got 1 bowl left, trailing by 2. We're playing in 14. We're back in the game, and really. That ideally want to, if they even can score 1 shot here, they'd obviously be feeling good. They don't want to, but Lawson, at his best, nominated the shot.
I think he might go hard at that black, will he?
Well, he can't get the other. The problem is, I don't think he can get the other
He's got to take the jack with it. Hard at that, coming down on the right as we look at it.
You talked about characters before. I forgot one who was in the media world, Ron Snowden.
Yes.
And I'll tell you a story about Ron. You might have been here at the World Bowls when. We were doing the Nationals in Wellington.
Watch the shot. Or you just watch the shot. See what Hamish gets. He's looking to play the perfect draw, and he's good enough to do it.
Oh, he's holding the line well. Is it going to hold long enough to the jack? Is it going to hold to the jack and go through?
What a bowl.
Yes, it does.
That's 2.
And
3
pushes
maybe.
the jack through. That's a big bowl from the Callagher boy.
2 anyway.
Yeah, Gary Lawson's only got 1 shot, and that is to endeavour to draw it. Definitely 2 down. So are we going to be locked up at the end 15?
So talked about that previous bowl of Lawson's being a special bowl and one that can win championships. Well, that's not too bad either. The difference here is that Lawson, has got a big area in which to draw, and it just wants to avoid that right-hand blue bowl because that would.
He just wants to draw him inside to the 2 metre, and he's on a line to do so. I think he can put this one up as 1. Needs to stop. Yes, it will.
Great bowl.
There it is. There's
no
a great
pressure.
bowl from Gary Lawson. Was definitely 2 down.
And Hamish and Ethan Callagher applauds the shot by Gary Lawson. He wanders back nonchalantly down halfway, looks across to some of the noise that's coming from the clubhouse. A fair few of his mates there, people who know him, who respect him, his ability, and just see, well, there you go. Could have been a big change in the game, but it's not.
Let's just quickly look at a replay of that shot that Gary Lawson played, that well-nominated shot through the plant. Bang, bang. Thank you very much for coming.
Through both bowls. And then, equally we saw the fine shot from from Hamish Callagher to draw the shot. And we were doing, I think it was at Hutt, John, we were covering the Nationals, and I was with Ron. This is before Ron decided to take up bowls.
Yep.
But he knew all about it.
Yes.
When he kept calling them balls, not bowls. And everything. And got opening bowl here from Grantham, right on the 2 metre mark, front toucher. And there was TV cameras there as well, and Ron decided the particular day of the coverage that it was pretty hot. So let's just say that...
not for the first time in his life. He
was correct. And, of course, the TV camera swooped around, and here's Ron in his, let's say, not too much clothing attire in the broadcasting box at the top of the green at Hutt. But,
interestingly, a lot of people listening now will recall Ron Snowden from his radio days in particular, and he didn't know much about bowls then, and he did take up bowls, and he became a really top quality
he
bowler.
became quite fanatical about it all, didn't he?
I bumped into him up at Otaki last week. He and his wife Jenny were walking the dog, so Ron's still around, not doing any broadcasting these days. As we see now, this bowl from Ethan Callagher needs to reach and stay on. He's reaching. Is he staying on? I don't know.
No, he's gone. Oh, no, it's going to sit up under the number.
Yeah, okay.
There has been...
Lawson looks at that too and takes note.
There has been, John, as you well known, we have got so many of the media guys who have worked it with bowls now, like Grant Nisbet, as an Nisbo. Nisbo's an avid bowler, as we know, and the voice of rugby. And Darcy Watergrove's had a few. He's had a few goes, but I don't think Darcy's sort of got the patient temperament.
But a lot of those, the press guy, Lindsay Knight, Wyn Gray, Bob Howard, all from being ex-rugby writers. There's others.
There's been a number of them. There's
Ian Woodley, and I saw Alan McLaughlin, the former rugby
loving
league
his
commentator.
bowls.
Yeah,
playing at Royal Oak.
Yeah.
He lives very close to Royal Oak and has done for a number of years. And he loves his bowls.
Well, it's been a good chat with Kevin Hickland about his career as a bowls commentator and bowls supporter, and doing those regular interviews for the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page with the CEO, Mark Cameron, keeping people up to date with what's happening as we watch now Lawson coming in.
This really becomes a big end, and the last thing that Gary will want to do is give a jack level lean onto that, to the way the jack can be holding one, which is I know it's only one shot, John, but at this stage of the game, 13-10, hold one going to 16, it's a pretty good break. Looking from the body language, we'll see whether he's going to try and drive something, but for a kill. But the Grantham bowl, of course, is a toucher.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that jack would go, because it's only just off the 2 metre mark. I think the jack would just about propel straight back to the ditch. The shot on the back end to get to the jack is very hard shot to play. But capable of doing so. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there in the final, would you?
So Grantham looking at it pensively. Sees the score 13-10, just 3 in it. Playing the 15th end. We'll see what Hamish Callagher... Oh, he looks to draw it, and he's capable really of drawing that dead. But no, that was not a bad line, but that's... He might change it up this time.
Well,
and I think what's problem
harder now.
That's right, and making his decision is the fact that black bowl is a toucher. If he was going to go with weight, but that might still kill from there. I don't know.
Gary Lawson can now afford to play confidently to the head, but he's going to go by. Yep. That'll go well past. You might be able to see out the window, John, how far it goes past.
He's played it perfectly. It's right in front of the 10.
Yeah, well, so that's a very, very limited option here for Hamish Callagher having to score, and he is playing with that weighted shot now. But even the result, it's a great attempt. This is a fantastic attempt. And there's a bowl of his out to the side. That shot.
Yeah, so Lawson's going to have to draw wide again. He did it last end when he was down 3 or 2 or 3.
I think we'll see Gary Lawson try and reach that shot pole and get a roll on it into the ditch, because I think it's a 3-shot. It was a great shot though. Great control of weight.
So if he takes that yellow ball out, then he's got 1, 2, 3, and stays there for 4. There you go.
And he'll try and. It's hard to dare draw to the ditch. I think he'll try and play to get 2 rolls on the bowl, get it into the ditch, and he would stay there himself with Lawson with that sort of weight and lay 4 shots.
Let's see it coming down. How's it going to go? We'll see this. See it whiz through here. How close is he? He quite likes it. He quite likes it. He quite likes it.
That's a great attempt.
Yeah.
Great attempt. So can now... The Callagher man, can he now take the bonus opportunity on that backhand?
Well, he's seen Lawson do it. He just needs to beat that bowl of Lawson's. Just.
Green running around 17 seconds. I heard brother say, I like it to here.
Yeah. I think he likes it even more to there.
How quick is it going? How quick is it going? Well, it's on a straight line to the jack.
Yep.
2. This could be 3. That's Lawson's bowl. So have they conceded the 1, John?
No, I don't think so. Oh,
2 it is.
2 it is. Oh, they conceded 1.
1
yes,
the
you're
difference.
Right. Yeah. Whew, this is now a final that we can get onto the edges of our seats about. When at 12-4, it was looking as though it was going to be just a slow march for Gary Lawson and his lead, Tony Grantham. But a 1 on the 11th, a fortunate 1, then a 4 on the 12th, the single, and then a 2 now on the 15th means it's 1 shot the difference.
Isn't it interesting that the game was blowing out, and then Kevin Hickland hopped onto the
Yeah,
commentary,
yeah.
and the bowls god said, well, let's just make it a really, really interesting one for the last.
Oh, that shot, it'd be worth to see that shot again, that run down of the county bowls, because that is, you know, Alex, you've played enough bowls, that's an exceptionally hard shot to play, to that plant down through there, and to get the jack to play it with controlled weight, then to draw another one to get it into the count. So those two bowls, John, I know there's early days in it all, those two bowls could be the two defining bowls of this final, because it wasn't looking good.
Just up. And we saw in the disability singles final that Snow Reardon was out of that match against Wayne McCarthy, and then he decided to do a bit of what we're seeing now from Ethan Keller, and that was shorten it up.
Yeah, I noticed that was great. I noticed that was great interest, that they've really, really shortened it up, and well done from Ethan Callagher, because he's responded and just drawn to that shorter length, because it is a big mindset change from the length that they've been playing, and especially at this crucial part of the game, John. You know, it's and Grantham, equal to the task, sits on the bowl. And I know Alex would agree with me as well that I think the biggest difference has been for the Callagher combination is Ethan Callagher has got to he started finding the centre line to get back to, which all of a sudden gave him effective bowls on the head, which he wasn't getting, which he was unable to get before.
Particularly those first 5 or 6 ends. Grantham just showed it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Tony Grantham's played in the international arena long enough. He's played in the big. This is just going to run to the head. Might set up for shots still though, slightly under.
Hamish doesn't worry about it, just says, okay, come on, up you come. You've got nice weight. The two bowls that Ethan's played are good weight, and he just needs to come up and play the same weight and sit on that first shot of
Well, is he going to get to the jack? Look at that, he did. He got to the jack, turned it around the corner.
That'll fall over eventually. So now we've got a very good lead contest, whereas previously it was becoming one-sided with Tony Grantham with all his experience.
This has been a very strong comeback, John, has it not, from the West Coast boys?
Yeah.
They've certainly, just hung in there. Great response here from Tony Grantham. Falls in, gets applause from Gary Lawson. And it's difficult with the angles. They're playing right down in front of us here. One bowl's jack level. The Callagher bowl's just behind. I'm not going to try and guess who's got shot. They look pretty close, John, don't they?
Yeah.
We've been able to queue up a replay, Kev, your requested replay. Let's watch this little planty thing and where the jack goes. Technical terminology there from me. Look at this. Little feather off that bowl onto the plant. Jack out to the left. Beautiful shot.
That is under pressure. That was an exceptionally hard shot to play, and played with controlled weight. So here is Callagher. We're not sure who's actually got the shot. Needs to get past the front bowl. Slide. That's shot.
And I'd say that's 2 now, because that just pushed that black bowl a wee bit. Great touch from Hamish Callagher.
Yeah, I think I just saw Gary Lawson turn the mat over, did I? So we're about to have a drive.
It's a good target for him, isn't it?
Kill.
Yeah, dead. But we know where the jack's going to go for the next from the next end. It's not going to be a long end by any means. They're bringing it back this way.
Yeah, I thought they'd go back the other way, and I just see a bit of a spring now in the Callagher boys. They know that, hey, we're in this. We've got every opportunity. We've forget about what's happened in the past, don't you? And you're now, you're playing a 3-end final. So Alex, Ricky Cook told me earlier on, but the history books I'm not sure of. So, in the men, when would there have been a dual coast combination win something?
Well, I wish you'd asked me an easier question, Kev. I'll do some research and see what I can find, but I would say it's been some time.
Yeah, I got asked earlier on today whether, and I can remember like Bruce McNish winning when he was on the coast, but of course he was part of a composite side. Lance Pascoe, but again part of a composite side. But I can't remember dual coasters, as we'll call them.
We'll find out. You'll get some texts or
There'll be some.
Yeah. Someone was saying, "Come on, you guys, don't you know your history? Remember 1947?" Here's a good response here. So Grantham never gives it away. He just retains. I always admire Tony Grantham. That nothing seems to affect him. He doesn't get tired or mentally uptight about things. He just keeps on.
Body language stays the same.
Yeah.
And Kelleher outside his first bowl will now come back to. Will it get back with the weight? Well, that's okay. It's just veered away a wee bit. Jack level. What has been interesting, John, Alex did some history the other day and got some feedback from it, and it's something that both him and I learned was in the early days of bowls in New Zealand, I would say, another great bowl from Grantham, the strength of the South Island, the deep South, especially. And the ratio of numbers compared to the North Island was actually quite staggering. Looking to get a sit to the jack or the shot bowls, might get his own. How's he going to get it clean? How's that? How far do you turn it through? Oh, there we can see right down below us now. It's about half a metre and a bit. Grantham would still be holding 2. I'm sure he'll be going behind the head with this third bowl.
Oh, he puts his arm out as if to say I'm a bit narrow.
He is. Well, he won't want to get the jack. Is he going to get past clean? He is. Well, that's okay. That's right. Over the head, down towards the 2 metre mark. That's fine. Hamish Kelleher will be endeavouring to try and get that jack movement to where the...
Well, and you see his lead, Ethan, just indicating, just coming backhand inside those 2 black bowls of Grantham's. And we saw him play with such finesse previously in shots like that, so he's quite capable of doing that.
The big thing here, John,
setting that shot bowl, all sorts of things.
For Hamish Kelleher, the big thing for him is not to play panic shots right now.
Yeah.
Play, ratio, effective shots that are going to give you a result. Here he is on the backhand. 13-12.
Just a bit tight. But it might stop here. If he gets it up to the jack area, it's all right. You see what he's trying to do? That's a good collection of bowls to the left too.
Well, it certainly is. I'm sure Gary Lawson will want to endeavour to get some cover in amongst those Kelleher bowls, because any movement of the jack right now is certainly favouring the West Coast combination.
So Alex Reid, who's alongside us here and working vigorously, previously went through the names of those combinations that these 2 combinations are beaten to get here, and some of the top names in New Zealand bowls and a couple of Australian names in there as well. And have worked really hard. This is a culmination of great rounds of section play and then post-section play.
Gary will be happy with that, to sit on that bowl, because if the jack gets trailed through there now, it's nowhere near the casualty number that it could have been. Gary Lawson sat on that Kelleher bowl. Here is on the backhand. Well, he's definitely got a
better line.
Yeah. It's a wider line.
Yeah.
It's a wider line to the jack.
It's a
wider line. Is it?
Oh,
That was a coat of Dulux, really.
yes.
To get to the jack.
And, you know, he doesn't need to get to, he just even just sitting on that shot bowl will give him the shot, you would say.
Gary Lawson asking Tony Grantham then, did his bowl count that came in behind? So Lawson's not frightened of trying to get in behind the head, but also get to a counting position on the backhand.
He might almost play Hamish's shot, but pull
Correct.
it up dead and pick up another shot out of this. Not going to quite make it. Will he be in his
Well,
eye?
that could be quite a good bowl, actually.
Play your shot now, Hamish, you're saying?
Yeah, because that's tightened that line, John, considerably, hasn't it, to get to that? Yeah, you can see there where that centre line is. It's definitely tightened the line. More than likely would need to go quicker, I would say, to get to the straight line, to get to the jack.
Or maybe change his hand, forehand onto the searching for the shot, just drawing to it.
Well, they're
Not too
having a
looking
good
at it.
discussion. And Ian 16, we're going to get 17, 18 to go after this. So, yeah, well, look, John, even if you could cut it down to one shot, you're still, you're still there, aren't you?
Yes, indeed. So will we see forehand here? I think so. Here we go. Yep, forehand.
Remembering, of course, Gary Lawson has still got a bowl to play.
Big bowl. Oh, that looks tight, but he's got some weight on
Oh,
it.
he's going with a lot of weight. He's going to get his own, the blue in the front. Look
and
out.
get a touch. Oh, gee. He would have taken it.
He nearly got the back of the jack and sliced that over to where the multicoloured bowls were. He was certainly off target and got that inside slide. And as you know, John and Alex both know that you get those slides, bowls can go anywhere.
Yep. And it's part of the game. Lawson reaches down, picks up his last bowl of this, the 16th end. Chance to make it 3 and get to a 4-shot advantage. I'm sorry. 4-shot advantage. Here he goes.
He definitely really enjoy getting 3 shots here, John, no doubt about that.
Oh, it looked to be so far out that I don't think it had come in, but it might
No.
well. 2 it is. This game has plenty of twists and turns left in it, I fear. Well, I don't fear, I feel, because it'd be great to have some more twists and turns in it. 15-12, the defending champions Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham leading the Callagher brothers in this grand final at Burnside.
Well, the boys from the coast really know, John, that yes, we have to score this end. Even if it's a single, doesn't, obviously you'd like more, but at least if you can score that single, you're still there playing the 18th. This is the key end.
This is where the first bowl effectiveness really counts.
Just looking at those flags out there, those Burnside flags out in front of us there, John, there's certainly, there's quite a strong breeze coming through here now. The flagpoles are bending as well, so the players would be contending with an up and down breeze as well. And Tony Grantham is going to give a very, very good opening first bowl here. Well, that's what champions do. Right in front of the jack, right on the centre line.
And right in front of the crowd of supporters.
Yes, that's about that first bowl effectiveness as well, John, isn't it? That you and I were talking about, that it's so important.
Well, Ethan Callagher's confidence has increased over the last 3 or 4 ends. And they scored on 3 ends in a row, including a 4. And on 4 of the last 6 ends. Not bad, eh? Not bad at all.
Just needs to get past clean and does so, and sits right on the jack on the 2 metre, right on the spot. Yeah, Gary Lawson will be more than happy if Tony Grantham gives him a bowl over the head here.
Grantham, I think, was almost hoping he'd say, "You have a go at that, mate." But Gary wants to play that shot himself.
Yes.
And
Well, he's going to be short. Just a matter how much in that line on that draw. There he is, indicating.
Yep, throw it out.
Yeah.
That's the main. Doesn't want to get tied up in that last bowl of Grantham's.
And really wants to keep the shot bowl and jack sort of covered as much as he can, John,
Yep,
as well, doesn't he? So the father owns a bottle store on the west coast. So that, you know,
Yeah, Mum's here watching. Oh gosh, look at this.
have a look at this. Just got a feather. It's just what Gary Lawson wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, the boys said that Dad will be watching from the pub, probably. He said, if we're still going.
Yeah, well, why not?
We're proud for parents to see your 19 and your 29-year-olds playing in a grand final against such high quality competition as Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham.
So touch on the bowl round the corner. You make two of it.
He's played two really good ones here. His line's been spot on. His weight's been perfect. And to do another one would be just brilliant for his brother. And this is not bad either. Stays on, it's good.
Going a
Is
bit
it going
quick
to go
on
in
the
the
way
ditch?
through.
It is. Oh, in the ditch.
But from Gary Lawson's point of view, though, John, it's a difficult angle how it's sitting because, you know, do I play to get to the inside of the yellowy bowl to get down onto the jack? I don't want to drive and split the Tony Grantham bowls completely out of the head. So
He'll play the bowl that he
yeah,
asked Tony to play, I think.
Yeah, I think that he'll play a bit of first bowl caution here.
Yep.
Will Gary Lawson endeavouring to get another bowl on the head and then just see where we go from there.
So don't be surprised if Lawson goes through here and picks up the jack clean and carts it to about a metre from the ditch.
Start watching.
Oh, see.
Well, yeah, but
now this time he will.
The thing that he won't mind about is that Johnny gave himself an exceptionally good back bowl, his own bowl, and that's a lesson of good weight control because his delivery bowl stayed up on the green, so and it still gives him potential to get down to the bowl.
Yeah, so he was a whisker away from doing what I'd said.
Yeah,
Take
he
the
was
jack
only
clean and
yeah, absolutely. He was only just
And Kelleher goes back now knowing that Lawson is more than capable of that. So, and so's he, of course. He can play a shot that gives him two.
The last thing he wants to do, Hamish Kelleher, is to give a lean on a jack low bowl for Gary Lawson to work off. So he'll be happy if he can get him behind and count. Well, he's got the bowl out on a pretty good arc out there. It'll now start to come back towards the centre line. Gets
over.
his own
That's the
bowl,
main thing.
turns that over. That's two.
Gee, fell the wrong way from him. Yeah, he was all over it, wasn't he? He was, if he'd avoided that yellow bowl, he would have been right tucked up behind that jack.
So, John, is it three?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll just stand up and see if I can get a better gauge. No, I can't.
I'm just looking at that top camera angle, Alex, and that looks like three. You agree? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Sarah agrees as well. Thank you.
It's the first time I've seen Sarah with her eyes open all day. Sarah's been feeling a bit poorly. That still comes to work. No sickies for Sarah. No wick here for Lawson. No jack either. We're looking at Hamish Kelleher having a position of being able to tie the scores up, but with Lawson still one to play after that. Yeah, come up here. Gee, just so smooth. Hardly puts anything into it, does he? And it comes out of his hand so well.
Well, change
look,
your hand
look,
here,
look.
John,
Yeah,
and he's going to get the deepest bowl if it stays up and sits on the Gary Lawson bowl.
Yep.
Now, Lawson's got to be very careful here. Well, he wasn't far away with his first, really, was he? He was very close to getting the jack. Playing with different weight, though, this time.
Watch this, everyone, as Lawson seeks the jack or the shot.
Under.
Not going to get it. But connection there? No. So a very good end there for the Callahers. How many is it, though? We're guessing 3, but it might be just 1.
So
He's still got one to play, hasn't he?
correct.
Yeah, yeah.
So be interesting. I'm sure Alex, if you are that
Yeah,
so
there
they're
we are. I
not
think it's just
blown
one.
3.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe just 1. And he's just said, how do we get 3 out of this? And he gave the answer.
Well,
Not too much weight, he said.
yeah, well, I would imagine Alex had a 6 inches on the jack and make 3, would it not?
Yep, that's what they're suggesting. Here we go. Nice controlled delivery.
In 17.
Pushes it out wide. Will it come in from there? That's the question. It's
Well,
starting
it's
to
trying
come in.
hard.
It's coming in for 2 anyway. Is it?
Just
No,
going to
not
go
quite.
by.
Gee.
Now let's see how closely they look at this. They've decided quickly.
Just 1, was it? So, all the experts up here.
Right, so I'm going to see whether Alex is prepared to tip an extra end.
15-13 it is. Playing the last end. Gosh, that would have been fantastic for the Callahers to have snared another one to make it just 1 point the difference or 2.
I'd expect nothing less than extra end on your final commentary, Kev.
Thank you,
maybe
Alex.
even 2.
So another good opening bowl from the youngster from the West Coast, from Ethan Callagher, finishing jack level. And that's what you really want, John, wasn't it? That first bowl, you know, just at this stage of the game.
Except when you're playing Grantham.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got a... How's the weight? Comes down now. Is it going to get all the way?
No.
Fall out.
Standing on the mat. Final end. Final scheduled end, anyway.
The last 5 ends, John, Ethan Callagher has really lifted his game considerably, hasn't he? And they're watching this bowl break towards the head as well. And that's going to be a side toucher.
Should have been playing that hand all day, you're saying?
Well, I'm sure Gary Lawson will win another bowl on the head from Tony Grantham, leading 15-13, playing the last end, the 18th, and this the last event of the Summerset National Bowls Championship.
For the first time.
Well played from second shot. Well played, Tony Grantham.
For the first time, I thought Tony Grantham looked a little bit worried.
He just got that dead weight.
Yeah.
Asking whether the bowl is lower the jack or behind the jack.
Well, while Hamish, the skip is only 19. He said he started playing bowls when he was about 8 or 9.
I imagine that would be. Yeah, I would imagine that's the case. And they've got about
his parents
about
and
35,
grandparents.
40 members. Is that right?
I think so.
I think that's what that was. They said to me at the break.
Here he goes, underway with this bowl.
Well, if it stays up, he'll be quite happy.
Yep.
So Gary Lawson really asking for Tony Grantham, don't be frightened of getting a wee bit of a yard of weight and getting some jack movement. Sort of would certainly make it more challenging then for the Callagher combination. Should he do that?
Change of hands for Grantham. He's played the other hand pretty much consistently.
Well, Gary Lawson won't mind that as well because it's down over the head.
Yep, he said, I want something here.
Well, they're right in front of us here, John. Are they playing this at last end? So, so does then you think Hamish Callagher holding one? He's got the deepest bowl right down there. He's got a toucher. Does he go for the jack in the ditch?
Well, there are.
'Cause I think that's what they're talking about.
Yep. Or they need 3 to win, 2 to force an extra end. He's looking at weight, isn't he? The way he's
Certainly
indicating.
is.
Yeah.
And even if he was to miss it and dislodge the Tony Grantham to the bowl to the side, they're laying 2.
So his is a toucher, isn't it?
His is a toucher, the bowl just under the jack, or literally sitting on the jack, yes. That's definitely a toucher, and they've got the added advantage of the deepest bowl right under the number 10 there, right down the deep end of the green.
Right. Big bowl here for Hamish Callagher. Oh, not a run shot, but has he got a bit of weight on it just to nudge things back? What's his green like? No, he's a bit wide for that shot. But anyway, it's come back to the back area.
Well, the other thing
Still
is,
there.
Correct, John.
Yeah.
The other thing is the 2 Callagher bowls, if he was able to dislodge the Tony Grantham bowl, certainly hit off. Well, at least one of the Lawson bowls anyway. I'm picking Lawson will be even to try and move the jack around. We'll wait and see.
Oh, I don't know, because he's holding shot. It's up to them to score, so he might even do one of his fancy little "I'll get in your eye" sort of stuff. Oh, here he goes. He's worked out what Hamish is looking at. Yeah, so he's going to come over this, get the back bowl.
Well, Callagher now has to play an attacking shot. So he feels that everything will go with it. Well, so we'll wait and see. But he's definitely going to play with weight.
Hold your breath, everyone. 1, 2, 3, start holding. If he can shift that black out. Whoa,
What's
whoa,
this?
whoa, whoa. Oh, gee. That was a game situation.
I thought he had it, to be fair, John.
Yeah.
I, about 6 to 8 feet out, I thought that he had the Tony Grantham bowl.
I think so did Tony Grantham.
I think so too, because it looked for all, and I think his brother, and I think as well that Ethan thought that was pretty close to getting that charcoal bowl.
So what does Lawson do this time? Does he go in the eye? Or again try to get something deep? He's just throw the challenge out to Hamish. Okay, if you can do it, you do it. But here we go. In his eye.
Under the head. How far will it move? It's going to move quite a distance. I just thought if he sat on the inside of that bowl,
Right.
2-shot opportunity here.
Yeah. So if the black goes, everyone, we've got a real game on.
Remembering Gary Lawson's still got a bowl left. You'll see the blue
Yes.
bowl sitting back on the bank there.
Does he play the same? He may as well. I mean, he
Oh,
was within a
totally.
whisker.
Totally.
Yeah. Lawson might in fact leave that bowl there. He mightn't have to
He
play it.
He wants to.
Yep. Here he goes. Looking at Hamish's. Oh, he's narrower this
Oh,
time.
feather,
he gets a
feather.
feather. Oh,
Look at
takes his own. Takes his own out. The most unfortunate result imaginable. And so it is consecutive pairs titles for Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham in a match which turned on its head at the midway stage when they looked to be so comfortable and in charge, and then all of a sudden the Kelleher brothers from Cobden on the west coast fought their way back to be within a point at 13-12. They were still in it playing the final end, and we've seen that final shot from Hamish Kelleher which worked against them. But what a magical match this has been, what it turned out to be, and a great one for Kevin Hickland to see in his final stint behind the microphone. It is another title for Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham. They have retained that title. Pretty impressive, Kevin.
Oh, it certainly was, John, and you know, it was there to the last bowl. We saw that second to last bowl of the Caliber Bowl, all but got the required bowl out of the head. Not to be. Gary Lawson, Tony Grantham showing their class yet again and giving Gary Lawson, I think that's now his 16th New Zealand title, well, 16th or 17th New Zealand title, gives Tony Grantham his gold star. And for me personally, John, it's a fine way to bow out, actually, to see Tony Grantham get his gold star. Another title for Gary Lawson. But let's face it, to me, this has been the Nationals of the youngsters, and full marks to the Kelleher boys from the coast. They put up a sterling performance after getting sort of belted around early on in the game, but came back and gave everything for the whole 18 ends.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin, and thank you again for what you've done for bowls, and good luck with your work as patron of Auckland and also your still support of bowls. Today, we've seen a grand final event. We've seen Leanne Paulson win the women's singles. We saw Wayne McCarthy win the disability singles, and we've just seen Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham recapture the men's pairs title at the Summerset National Championships. To have a chat to the winners and to say goodbye from this great event here in Christchurch, it's Alex Reid.
Oh, we're live. Cool, great stuff. Cool. So here we are. I've got next to me back-to-back New Zealand Pairs champions, third final in a row. Can you talk me through how you're feeling?
Oh, it's incredible. It's great. Yeah, no, like you talk about dreams, but it's a dream, mate. It's an absolute dream. You know, Kevin Darling won 2 in a row. No one else has done it, so I said to Tony, it'd be beautiful to do it again, but 3 finals in a row is pretty awesome.
It's pretty staggering stuff. Tony, I know for you it must be a particularly special one. It's 5. You get a gold star pinned on your chest. How are you feeling?
Oh, mate, ecstatic. It's like, to win a 5th of this guy is absolutely amazing. So I'm just glad, I could produce some good stuff for him at times and that. And he helped me out as well. So, really, really looking forward to the celebrations.
That's fair enough, though. It's not a cup anymore, so it can't get filled up, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm sure you do. So it's your 16th Open title, Gary. How does it feel? Like you're the most successful bowler that we've produced when it comes to the domestic level.
They all mean the same. You never get sick of winning them, mate. They're amazing. And, those guys they played incredible, but honestly, I always say if you win one, it's awesome, but to win 16 is amazing, I don't know how it happened.
Don't question it. Okay, congratulations, you guys. It was a great exhibition. Enjoy the celebrations and enjoy the rest of your one. Thank you for joining us for the coverage, the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals. It's over and done with now as we see the celebrations in the background. We look forward to you joining us for our broadcast in the future. Have a good one.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.